Immortality, poor talent for cultivation. Fortunately I have a cultivation simulator. Chapter 51. The Tianshuang immortal grass has matured. Lang Xuan began to look for a way to refine the Qingxuang pill impatiently. However, the alchemists in the sect said that they were not sure about refining a 5th grade top grade pill. They themselves said that they were not sure, so how could Lang Xuan believe them? There is only one Tianshuang immortal grass. If it is wasted, then everything will be completely over. So, she sent out several messages to several alchemy sects. And before they could reply, a piece of bad news came one after another. The Kuiwen secret realm has shown signs of opening. The sect should start the trial selection. In the Kuiwen secret realm, no more than 100 people from one force can enter, otherwise they will be excluded by the laws of heaven and earth in the secret realm. Therefore, before it is opened, a selection must be carried out. Only the top 100 disciples under the age of 20 with the highest talent and the strongest strength are qualified to enter the secret realm. In other words, Lang Xuan is completely out of time. Without getting into the top 100 in the trial selection, even if she accepted disciples now, she would not be qualified to enter the secret realm at all if she could train a 20-year-old middle-stage foundation-building disciple during the period of time until the secret realm was opened. Lang Xuan was in a state of confusion, and she sat in the sect leader's seat for a long time without moving. While she was upset, Ye Fan's figure suddenly appeared in her mind, and her irritable mood suddenly calmed down, and a touch of imperceptible tenderness appeared in the corner of her eyes. What is he doing? Lang Xuan murmured to herself, and her figure suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the master's hall. She didn't know what she was going to do, but she wanted to see Ye Fan for no reason. Just a look would be enough. In the hut. Without obtaining the spiritual root, Ye Fan continued to practice the dragon-elephant body tempering technique. He brewed another pot of spiritual tea, drank it, sat cross-legged, and a layer of yellow light appeared around his body. And before long, the yellow light on his body became brighter and brighter. His dragon-elephant body tempering technique was about to break through to the first intermediate stage. Sweat was pouring down like raindrops. It kept sliding down, completely soaking Ye Fan's clothes. His face was extremely pale, and he clenched his teeth tightly. The more he practiced the dragon-elephant body tempering technique, the more painful it became. The pain of breaking through was several times more than usual. Even with the help of the spiritual tea, it was still heart-wrenching. But fortunately, everything was still within his tolerance. Boom! Suddenly, Ye Fan felt as if something in his body was broken, and a strong breath exploded, wandering wildly in his body, washing every inch of his flesh. In this washing, Ye Fan's body began to move in an alarming manner. The speed of the person increased, and at the same time, the pain he endured also increased. He successfully broke through. Next, he just had to endure the pain of the physical enhancement after this breakthrough. At the same time that the breath burst out from Ye Fan's body, there was also a burst of air explosion around him. The tightly closed door of the hut flew far away under the powerful impact. The blue light transformed by Lang Xuan stopped above the spiritual medicine garden. She planned to wait for Ye Fan to come out, take a look at him, let her thoughts completely calm down, and then go back to think about countermeasures. But just as he stopped, the door of the hut flew out with a bang. Lang Xuan's face suddenly changed. She thought that Ye Fan had encountered a danger that she did not perceive, so she swooped down at the fastest speed and arrived at the door of the hut in the blink of an eye. After seeing that the expected dangerous scene in the house did not appear, and Ye Fan was sitting cross-legged on the bed, safe and sound, Lang Xuan was a little relieved. But soon, she noticed the layer of yellow light covering Ye Fan's body, her beautiful eyes slowly widened, and her light eyebrows slightly raised. Is this body training? The pain in his body receded like a tide, and Ye Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a powerful force surged up. Under the cover of this force, his Xiangbang also naturally entered the stage of mastery. Feeling that his strength was more than several times stronger than before, Ye Fan judged that, combined with Xiangbang, his strength was already comparable to the peak of qi refining. This huge improvement in strength made Ye Fan suddenly feel that all the pain he endured during cultivation was worth it. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Ye Fan slowly opened his eyes. But when he opened his eyes, he saw, outside his hut that had long been without a door, a graceful, cold and unparalleled figure was looking at him with surprise. Chapter 52. When did you come? Ye Fan scratched his head and asked in surprise. This script is not right. Shouldn't nothing happen today? Why is she here? I just happened to pass by and saw your door flew out, so I came to take a look. Lang Xuan found an explanation. But this is not the point. She stared at Ye Fan with her beautiful eyes, and said with a somewhat anxious and worried tone, you want to take the path of physical cultivation? Do you know how much pain and suffering you will endure if you take the path of physical cultivation? It turned out that I was just passing by, and the trajectory of things that happened was changed by myself. Ye Fan said inwardly. Hearing Lang Xuan's question, he nodded. Of course I know. But I don't want to go the path of physical cultivation. As for the body training, it is only for the purpose of becoming stronger in the future. Lang Xuan frowned deeply. You mean, you want to practice both the body and the law? Do you know what you are saying? Your spiritual root talent is poor to begin with. To practice the earth level skills, you must be diligent to have the opportunity to enter the foundation building stage. If you spend a lot of time on body training, how can your skills be improved? My spiritual roots are poor now, but that doesn't mean they will be poor in the future. Ye Fan chuckled. And my current spiritual root talent is poor, it doesn't mean that my body forging talent is poor. Combined with my spiritual tea that helps with body building, from the time I started practicing until now, my body building skills have already reached a level comparable to that of a peak chi refiner. So even if I practice both body building and chi training, it won't take up much time for me to practice. What? Lang Xuan thought she was hallucinating. You said that from the time you entered the martial arts world till now, your physical training has reached the peak of chi training. Ye Fan nodded. And you have been practicing for 3 days and resting for 2 days. I know you care about me, fairy sister, but don't worry, I know my limits. Before he could finish his words, Lang Xuan suddenly attacked with great speed, slapping Ye Fan with a palm. Ye Fan frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. He did not detect any killing intent from Lang Xuan, and the power of this palm was not strong. There was no doubt that she was testing him. He bent his knees slightly, and at the moment when Lang Xuan slapped him with a palm, he suddenly hit his shoulder. The elephant collapses. Lang Xuan suppressed her cultivation and slapped the air with her palm. Then she felt her chest hit. Although it was not painful, she could still clearly feel the surging power. It was indeed enough to rival the peak of chi refining, and even faintly showed signs of surpassing the peak of chi refining. It's true. It's really the peak of chi refining. Lang Xuan fell into a stagnation. According to Ye Fan, he fished for 3 days and slacked off for 2 days, and he reached this realm in such a short time. What kind of body refining talent is this? Moreover, his spiritual tea can actually be used to assist in body refining? What Lang Xuan didn't know was that Ye Fan's 3 days of fishing and 2 days of slacking off were all exaggerated. From the beginning to now, all the time he spent practicing the body refining method combined, it is estimated that it can't even make up 10 full days. As for the spiritual tea that assists in body refining, a few days ago, Ye Fan also obtained a kind of spiritual tea that can double the speed of cultivation after drinking it. Besides being shocked, Lang Xuan suddenly opened her beautiful eyes wide. A disciple under the age of 20, isn't this ready-made? Although it is a bit far-fetched for him to enter the top 100 with the strength of the peak of chi refining, but according to Ye Fan, he has built up his current strength from nothing in such a short period of time. The time for the selection to start has not yet been decided. Who can guarantee that during this period of time, his physical training will not break through again? Moreover, this is with the help provided by herself. A burst of joy surged into Lang Xuan's heart. She looked at Ye Fan and asked, would you like to do me a favor? Help? What help? Ye Fan asked. After a while, the Kuiwen secret realm will be opened. Lang Xuan said there are many opportunities, and there is even the opportunity to reshape spiritual roots, and the highest opportunity is to reshape Earth's spiritual roots. However, each faction can only accept 100 disciples, and they must not be older than 20 years old. So soon, the sect will hold a selection. I think you can participate in this selection as your true self, as the Master's disciple, and gain the qualification to enter the secret realm. Chapter 53. To fight for the qualification to enter the secret realm as the sect Master's disciple. Ye Fan was stunned. Such a good thing is asking for his help? Doesn't the sect master have any disciples of his own? Lang Xuan saw his surprise and explained. The reason why I asked you to help is because the sect master has a bet with the sect's great elder Tianhong. The disciple who can obtain the opportunity to reshape and strengthen his spiritual veins in the Kuiwan secret realm, and whose spiritual root talent after the reshaping and strengthening is high, will be qualified to be trained as the successor of the sect master. In recent years, the leader has been too busy to accept any disciples. But seeing that the secret realm is about to be opened, if the disciple of the Grand Elder takes away this qualification, it will be troublesome. So, she asked me to find someone to participate in the selection as her disciple and enter the secret realm. You already have such a high level of physical training, and your talent is so high. According to what you said, before the secret realm begins, you may be able to grow to the point where you can win this bet for the sect master, who knows? So. Ye Fan understood. This was a bet about the successor of the sect. I wonder what level of cultivation that great elder's disciple has reached now. He asked. Liu Zitang has now reached the peak of foundation building. Lang Xuan replied. Peak foundation building? Ye Fan nodded. It's a bit high. But it doesn't seem too high. After all, he will be able to fuse the heavenly spiritual root soon. Wait. Thinking of the heavenly spiritual root, Ye Fan suddenly thought of something else. What? Lang Xuan said just now was that whoever has a higher spiritual root talent after the reshaping and enhancement will be qualified. He already has a heavenly spiritual root. Even if Liu Zitang is really lucky and reshapes an earthly spiritual root, it is only an earthly spiritual root. What can he compare with his heavenly spiritual root? Isn't this completely winning before the competition? Is it so smooth? Ye Fan scratched his scalp and nodded, I agree. When will the selection start? Lang Xuan said maybe in a few months, or maybe in these few days. The sect hasn't decided yet. During this time, the sect master will find a way to help you improve your strength and find some high-level bodybuilding techniques, magic skills, and elixirs. Okay. Ye Fan nodded, then shook his head and said, you can have magic skills and elixirs, but forget about the bodybuilding exercises. Lang Xuan was puzzled. She had just noticed that Ye Fan's bodybuilding exercises might be good, so she asked, is your bodybuilding exercises of high grade? It's not too high. Yet. Fan scratched his head, but it's enough. Enough? What is enough? Lang Xuan was confused, but she didn't ask any more questions. She nodded and said okay, and left. After she left, Ye Fan made another cup of tea, crossed his legs and continued to practice. This cup of tea was very strong. After the tea went into his stomach, the dragon elephant body tempering art in his body began to run wildly at an unprecedented speed. Although he had won the battle before the battle, he still had to obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm first. That night, Lang Xuan came again. She brought many skills suitable for physical cultivation, and several second-level body tempering pills. Dan has a large role, and Ye Fan stays. If you have, you can only choose 2 ones. It brought a very bad. It was so bad that she had just given birth to her. A heart was sinking into the bottom of the valley again. I tried to push the time back. But this is the end, and she can only agree to it. She didn't expect, there is only 1 month left. Even if Ye Fan is very talented. In 1 month, his strength can only be raised to the middle stage of foundation building at best. It is impossible for a person with the cultivation strength of the middle stage of foundation building to fight for a spiritual root in Kuiwan's secret realm that can be reshaped into a stronger spiritual root than Liu Zitang's medium-grade special spiritual root. So, she now only hopes that Ye Fan can enter the top 100 of the selection and obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm. Then, in the secret realm, if he is lucky, he will get a small opportunity to recast the spiritual vein and change his existing ordinary spiritual root. Chapter 54. Ye Fan was not aware of Lang Xuan's disappointment. For him, 7 days was enough for him to improve his strength to the point where he could surely win the top 100 of the selection. As long as he was qualified to enter, he would have won. After Lang Xuan left, Ye Fan took a bodybuilding pill. After the drug effect was stimulated, combined with the spiritual tea, the speed of practicing the dragon elephant bodybuilding technique was greatly improved. But in contrast, the pain was also aggravated countless times. 1 night passed. His dragon elephant bodybuilding technique was rapidly moving towards the later stage. At around noon, Ye Fan took a deep breath and stopped practicing. The number of simulations was refreshed. It's time to fix the spiritual roots. Ye Fan turned on the system. You can choose to extract random talents successfully. Atmosphere group, white. After you finish speaking, there will always be someone to agree or refute, and you will never feel embarrassed because of a dull moment. Fearless against the wind, white. I have been able to pee farther than others since I was young. People from our family are so fierce. Novice stage 2, blue. Your cultivation has entered the middle stage of chi refining. And the novice protection period is triggered. Before you break through the chi refining stage, no one can discover your strength. Unsealed secret book, purple. Immediately replace one martial arts method with another one, and the replaced martial arts method will be one level weaker than the original one. No grass grows, blue. Sacrifice hair, cultivation plus 100, I am bald, but also stronger. Computer, white. You get a high-end gaming computer equipped with a 3090 Ti high-end graphics card. Completely crazy, purple. Possessed by Diane Wei, triggered when guarding the goal, attack power plus 100, one man guarding the pass, 10,000 men unable to break through. Disabled but strong will, blue. After becoming disabled, willpower plus 5. Beer, white. You can brew beer. A pot falls from the sky, blue. When you are sitting at home and a pot falls from the sky, it is a mixed blessing. It could be a black pot or a golden pot. Please select 3 talents, you can choose additional talents if you keep them, and start the cultivation simulation. It's you again. As usual, Fan complained about fearless against the wind. He thought about it and chose 3 talents. Of course, there must be no shortage of spiritual roots. You have chosen talents: unsealed secret book, purple, novice period, blue, peak fearlessness, white, the happiness of the heavenly spiritual roots you can't imagine, gold. Fixed talents, eagle eyes, blue, how to make the elixir, gold, photographic memory, purple, stun, blue, novice, blue, tech master, gold, bodybuilding, purple, king of miraculous medicine, gold, tea master, gold, active noise reduction, blue, tiger always walks alone, purple, super warm man, purple, sword riding the wind pro, purple, bigu, blue, positioning attack chicken, purple, where the dream begins, blue, rich man, purple, handicraft master, blue, king of special effects, gold. Immortal cultivation simulation begins. Day 1, your spiritual root was about to trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon, but you cancelled it. Your cultivation level broke through to the middle stage of chi refining, and was about to trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon, but you cancelled it again. You took a chi gathering pill and a Yuanling pill, and began to practice the earth level skills awarded by the sect. The next day, Zhao Jin came. He had just come out of retreat and was shocked to hear your news. He came to congratulate you. He told you to practice with peace of mind and not to worry too much. If someone came to trouble you, he would help you settle it. Seeing his heroic spirit, you were very moved, even though you knew very well that he had not even entered the initial stage of chi training. You replaced the jade slip of the dragon elephant body forging technique that you had memorized in your mind, and replaced it with a top-grade earth-level sword technique. You were very confused. Isn't the dragon elephant body forging technique a middle-grade earth-level technique? You practiced swordsmanship overnight, but it was too difficult and you didn't learn it. You gave up and continued to practice the earth-level technique given by the sect. Day 3, you started practicing again, and took 2 Yuanling pills to assist in your practice. Not long after, your practice broke through again, and you reached the middle and late stages of chi refining. The strange phenomena in the world caused by you were cancelled again. This amazing practice speed is simply jaw-dropping. You are indeed a natural spiritual root. The selection is imminent, and you did not stop. You took another Yuanling pill. After stabilizing your practice, you continued to practice. Not long after, Luo Menxin came. She looked a little dusty. After seeing you, she burst into tears and threw herself into your arms, crying loudly, saying sorry. You gently hugged her and comforted her softly. After a long time, she suddenly. But you gently stopped her from giving it away. You gave her 5 Yuanling pills, and asked her to go back and have a good sleep first, and then practice hard. The selection is about to take place, and don't miss the opportunity to enter the secret realm. She was moved, realized her impulsiveness just now, and ran away with a red face. Chapter 55. After she left, you found a place to hide. You were found in the herb bush last time. It was not safe, so you hid in a stinking toilet. Soon, you waited for a long time, but your fairy sister did not come. You almost lost your sense of smell and walked out, but she came just after you came out. You felt a little numb, but you found that she did not show any signs of madness. You were confused. Did she lose her mind because she saw you and Sister Luo? There are more than 3 days before the selection. She came to see how you are. She respects you very much and did not use her spiritual sense to spy on you, so she did not find your spiritual roots. But you were scented by the toilet, so she cheered you up from a distance, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Day 4, you took 3 more Yuanling pills, and your cultivation is not far from the peak of qi refining. Day 5, your cultivation has reached the peak of qi refining. But time is running out, so you decide to continue practicing the body refining technique to ensure that you are qualified to enter the secret realm. Day 6, with the combination of spiritual tea and bodybuilding pills, in extreme pain, your dragon elephant bodybuilding technique has broken through to the late stage of the first level. Your strength is comparable to the middle stage of foundation building. You are very satisfied. But just when you were about to find a place to try your skills, you suddenly fainted. When you woke up, it was already night. You were confused and wondered if there was something wrong with your body. It was really confusing. How could I faint? It happened once in reality. And this simulation happened again. Strange. So strange. Ye Fan secretly noted this time and prepared to take a closer look at what was going on. Day 7, the selection began under the chairmanship of the second Grand Elder Feng Yin. You are very eye-catching, and countless eyes are focused on you, but those eyes are full of disdain and contempt. The disciples participating in the selection are rubbing their hands, and all of them are aiming at you, as if they want to teach you a lesson for having mastered the earth-level skills and choosing to participate in the competition not long after just getting started. But you are not afraid at all. At this time, the Grand Elder who was secretly spying discovered the secret of the heavenly spiritual root in your body and almost dropped his jaw. After he came to his senses, he actually chose to sneak attack you. Your bracelet was triggered, but the Grand Elder in the late stage of distraction was not something that a 4th level upper grade could resist. The bracelet was broken, and at the moment of death, you saw a stream of light rushing towards you, but it was too late, you died. I knew it. Ye Fan cursed in his heart. He knew that even if there were no anomalies, it would still be dangerous if it was discovered. Especially now, he was involved in another fight. And this great elder, as a senior member of the sect, chose to kill him without hesitation after discovering his spiritual root talent. He didn't care about his existence at all, whether he could lead the Chongsheng Xianzong to glory in the future. Old beast! Ye Fan cursed inwardly now, there is no way to choose the spiritual root of heaven. He reviewed the content of the simulation. Fortunately, even with the spiritual root of heaven, there is no way to bring any improvement in this trial selection. In the end, it still depends on the dragon elephant body tempering technique, so it doesn't matter if there is no spiritual root of heaven for the time being. Please select the talent to be fixed. System prompts sound. Choose a fixed talent, unsealed secret book. Yet. Fan said. Fixed talent success. Do you want to continue with the fixed talent? The happiness of spiritual roots is beyond your imagination, gold. Yes. Ye Fan replied. Ye Fan was thinking about whether to fix or keep the talent of the unsealed secret book. A chance to change, weaken one small grade. If he gets a heavenly grade technique in the future, with this talent, he can turn it into one more earthly grade top grade technique, or even one more heavenly grade. Now the heavenly spiritual root can't be fixed, and it won't make much difference if it is fixed, so it saves money. The heavenly spiritual root has not been fixed, and after it is fixed, it also depends on the dragon elephant body tempering technique, so Ye Fan directly continued to practice the dragon elephant body tempering technique. At the same time, he also began to comprehend and practice 2 magic skills. During the practice, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a whole day passed quickly. Ye Fan's dragon elephant body tempering technique is getting closer and closer to the late stage of the first level. If it goes on like this, he estimated that he would be able to successfully break through again when there were 3 or 4 days left before the trial selection began. Without the time wasted on practicing the exercises, the progress was much faster. Moreover, he had already gained some insights into his 2 books of skills. At noon, it was time to refresh the number of simulations. Ye Fan turned on the system and prepared to start today's simulation. But before he started, he found that there was a small icon flashing in the corner. He checked it and found that it was a prompt from the achievement system. He didn't know when he unlocked an achievement. He was talking to someone at the time, so the system changed the prompt method. Ye Fan was too eager to fix his spiritual roots yesterday and didn't pay attention to this until now. After opening the prompt and seeing the content of the prompt, Ye Fan was stunned. You unlocked the achievement 3 days ago, Changshi Ren 2. Chapter 56. Turning against the master and the disciple? What the hell? How did he turn against the master and the disciple? Who did he turn against? Ye Fan was full of questions. This was the achievement he unlocked 3 days ago. He thought back to 3 days ago. Wasn't that the day when the fairy sister told him to help her enter the secret realm as the master's disciple? Wait. As the master's disciple? So that means I attacked the sect master. What a joke. In front of Ye Fan, there appeared a figure of an old man with a celestial appearance, who was being. He felt extremely terrified, and goosebumps instantly shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It's a bug. If this were true, how could I still be alive? The old master would have smashed the top of my head with one palm. Moreover, I can't even enter Chongsheng Peak, and I've never seen what the sect master looks like. Even if I get in, I can't get even close to the sect master's cultivation level. This is definitely a bug. After a lot of self-consolation, Ye Fan finally felt better. He continued to look down. You unlocked the achievement 3 days ago, Changshi Ren 2. Get reward. The maximum number of days for your simulator to be simulated increases from 15 days to 20 days. And, every time you live for more than 20 days, you will get a random reward. Ah, this. Ye Fan scratched his head. The simulator can only simulate for 15 days at most? Why didn't he know that? He recalled it. He found out. It seems that he has simulated so many times, but he has never survived for more than 2 weeks. Okay. Then the second reward, surviving for 20 days to get a reward, is indeed a bit difficult. Selectable talent random draw success. NetEase cloud music, blue singing late at night can make people feel sad. Colorful tiger, blue you will become a 3rd level tiger monster. Ashtray, white you are a heavy smoker. Rap, white you speak very fast and with great rhythm. Hidden roots. Great. Method, purple hide your spiritual roots to ordinary spiritual roots. What spiritual roots? I don't have any. Sword King, purple you possess a unique talent in swordsmanship. I was born to be useful, white you will always have work coming to you. Pride of the medicine girl, white when planting, your mood will become extremely proud. Great destiny, purple your luck becomes very good. Cenotaph, white nothing will remain of you after you die. There are many good purple talents this time, but Ye Fan's attention is all on the 5th one. The talent of hiding spiritual roots. Isn't this coming? You have chosen talents, Sword King, purple, hidden root. Great law, purple, great destiny, purple, the happiness of heavenly spiritual roots is unimaginable, gold. Fixed talents, eagle eyes, blue, how to make the elixir, gold, photographic memory, purple, stun, blue, novice, blue, tech master, gold, bodybuilding, purple, king of miraculous medicine, gold, tea master, gold, active noise reduction, blue, tiger always walks alone, purple, super warm man, purple, sword riding the wind pro, purple, bigu, blue, positioning attack chicken, purple, where the dream begins, blue, rich man, purple, handicraft master, blue, king of special effects. Gold, unsealed cheats, purple. Immortal cultivation simulation begins. First day. Everything was not much different from yesterday's simulation. Zhao Jin would be here soon, followed by Luo Mensen and Lang Xuan. After that, Ye Fan kept practicing. But the difference was that after obtaining the heavenly spiritual root, Ye Fan did not rush to practice the earth-level exercises to improve his cultivation, but continued to practice the dragon elephant body forging technique. On the 5th day, the day before the selection began, his body forging strength had reached a level comparable to the late stage of foundation building. Day 6, the selection began under the auspices of the second Supreme Elder Feng Yin. You are very eye-catching, and countless eyes are focused on you, but those eyes are disdainful and contemptuous. The disciples participating in the selection are ready to fight, and all the targets are you, as if they want to teach you a lesson for choosing to participate in the competition not long after you got the Earth level skills and did not know the height of the world. But you are not afraid at all. The elder who watched everything secretly smiled disdainfully and did nothing. The selection trial began. The contestants first tested their talents and bone age. You took the test and still had ordinary spiritual roots, which caused a burst of laughter. The next person to be tested caught your attention. It was the girl who came here. Her special spiritual roots of the thunder system caused the whole audience to exclaim, which formed a sharp contrast with you. After the test, you entered the trial site. You saw a striking figure, and many disciples rushed to flatter him. It was the disciple of the elder, Lu Ziteng. You were too dazzling, and he also saw you at a glance among thousands of disciples. Your eyes collided. You sensed a strong murderous intent and greed in his eyes. It was jealousy of the earth-level technique that the sect gave you, and the desire to kill and rob. Chapter 57. The Grand Elder didn't see anything. Ye Fan nodded. Seeing Lu Ziteng's undisguised hostility towards him, he couldn't help but frown. This is even though the sect master didn't announce that I was participating in the competition as his disciple. It seems that I have to be more careful against him. Day 7, you fought various monsters in the trial land and obtained many monster cores. While hunting, you found that Lei Lingen's sister was being surrounded by monsters, and you rescued her handsomely. You know, her name is Mu Yingrong. Soon, other disciples met you. They seemed to be looking for you. When they saw you, they would attack you directly, but you countered them and took away half of their cores. You opened up a new world and started running around. Everyone who saw you wanted to attack you, but no one was your opponent. You took away the monster cores of all the disciples. Day 8, the trial is over. You and Mu Yingrong both advanced to the top 100. Mu Yingrong is 33rd, and you, are 1st. The whole clan is shocked. No one believes you and thinks you are cheating, but there is no evidence, so they can only give up in anger. Countless people say that if you meet them in the second round, they will definitely make you the first to be eliminated. Day 9, the second round of the selection trial begins. In the first round, 2-on-2 duels are held. 10 opponents are randomly selected. Half of the disciples with more wins advance. Your first opponent happens to be one of the people who threatened to make you the first to be eliminated. He is very excited and is ready to beat you. However, after one round of fighting, you knock him off the stage with one move. Everyone who is watching you in the stage is shocked. They just found out that you are a physical cultivator. In the end, you advance with 10 consecutive wins. Lu Ziteng, who easily advanced, heard everyone talking about you, and a cold smile of interest appeared on his face. Day 10, the second round of the second stage begins. The remaining disciples will compete in a big fight. The final ranking of this stage will be determined by the number of individual wins. Lu Ziteng is undefeated in all battles, and he is very happy, but in terms of ranking, your number of wins is twice as much as his, a full 200 games, which makes his smile gradually stiffen. It turns out that countless people can't stand you and charge you madly on the ring. You are seriously injured, but you have never lost. The final ranking is out, you have won first place in both stages, and the comprehensive ranking surpasses Lu Ziteng and tops the list. There is an uproar in the sect. But there are mixed reviews. Wow! This section makes Ye Fan feel refreshed. Is he so fierce? Day 11, the fairy sister sent you healing pills, which helped you recover quickly. Day 12, you feel much better. Luo Mensin and Zhao Jin arrive one after another and express their shock at your growth rate. After seeing them off, you suddenly faint again. Day 13, you are still unconscious. Day 14, you are still unconscious. Day 15, you vaguely see the fairy sister beside your bed. She looks very sad and guilty. You try hard to open your eyes, but your consciousness fades again. Day 16, silently, you died. How the hell did he die? Ye Fan was stunned. Did he really have an incurable disease that broke out directly because of the serious injury? That would be terrible. Ye Fan stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. This was his own problem. There are two ways to solve or avoid it. One is to find the cause and eliminate it completely in advance. The second is to improve his strength to a higher level, so high that he can not only win but also not get hurt when facing a round-robin battle of hundreds of people in the ring. Of these two methods, it seems that the second one to increase his strength is more difficult. But in fact, the first one is the most difficult. He doesn't even know why he fainted, how can he find the cause and eliminate it completely? I can only improve my strength first. Then try to find the cause of the disease. Ye Fan said secretly, and took a look at the simulation content. The last time he fainted was 5 days later. In addition to these 2 points, there is another way. That is, in the second round of the arena melee, he will not occupy an arena. He will be a little bit shy, just fish casually, and make sure he can enter the top 100. Anyway, with the first place in the first round, it is not difficult. But Ye Fan has been shy for long enough. This time, he will not be silent anymore. He wants to be fierce. He wants to charge. He wants to be happy. Of course. If it really can't be solved, take this method as a way out. It's not impossible to be a hero and not suffer a loss in front of you. Chapter 58. After fixing the talent hidden root. Great. Method, purple, Ye Fan continued to practice. Now everything is ready, and the only thing left is to refresh the number tomorrow, and then he can fix the spiritual root. And not long after practicing, Zhao Jin arrived as promised. He said indignantly that the earth-level skills rewarded by the sect to Ye Fan were what Ye Fan deserved, why so many people were jealous, and then patted his chest to let Ye Fan rest assured that no matter who wanted to cause trouble for Ye Fan, he would definitely help Ye Fan settle it. Ye Fan had seen this scene many times in the simulation. But when he really saw Zhao Jin, who had no cultivation at all, patting his chest and saying that he would help him settle the trouble, he still felt a little deeply. After thinking about it, he took a moistening pill and gave it to Zhao Jin, saying that it was a reward from the sect, and asked him to take it to improve his cultivation first. This moistening pill has no pill pattern. But it is still a top-grade pill. When Ye Fan learned about the characteristics of the quality of the pill, in order to avoid this situation in the future, he deliberately made a few pills and pasted a layer of medicinal mud on them to block the pill pattern. Zhao Jin was tempted when he saw the Runkai pill. He became a disciple of the elder of Dangxiang Peak. According to common sense, he should not be short of pills. But until now, he has been learning to make pills and has never touched the cultivation. Naturally, Lu Renjia did not arrange pills for him to improve his cultivation. But even if he wanted it very much, Zhao Jin still waved his hands and said that he couldn't take it. Ye Fan needed this Runkai pill more than him. Until Ye Fan said that although he didn't have much of this pill, it was enough for him to use, Zhao Jin reluctantly accepted it. Zhao Jin returned to Dangxiang Peak, the exclusive room for refining pills and practicing for direct disciples, and couldn't wait to take the Runkai pill and try to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enter the Qi refining realm. But he had just put the pill to his lips. The second elder of Dangxiang Peak, Lu Renjia, the voice of his master came from outside the house. Zhao Jin. Last time I asked you to refine another pill, have you finished it? The pill that I made last time. Zhao Jin's face suddenly became extremely ugly. During this period, the second elder personally taught him many methods of refining pills. And a few days ago, he assigned him a task. That is to refine one of each of the pills he taught. But he didn't know why, no matter how he refined it, he failed every time. There were several times when the furnace almost exploded and his life was blown away. This made Zhao Jin doubt. How did he refine the top-grade Yuanling pill last time? Was it really a blind cat that met a dead mouse? Did he really not have such a high talent for refining pills? Was the second elder accepting him as a disciple just a misunderstanding? Zhao Jin? Did you hear me? Lu Renjia's voice rang out again, waking Zhao Jin up from his distraction. He had come to check the results of the mission. What should he do if he hadn't refined a single pill? This was bad. For a moment, Zhao Jin was like an ant on a hot pot, running around in a hurry. Zhao Jin? Have you taken the mute pill? Outside the door, Lu Renjia shouted again, and then he murmured again, did you encounter any danger? The next moment, he shouted, don't be afraid, disciple, the master is here. Bang! The door of the training room was slammed open by a gust of air. Lu Renjia walked in 2 steps at a time. Seeing Zhao Jin sitting cross-legged there, without any missing limbs, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he frowned again and asked, you didn't do anything, why did you ignore me when I called you? Are you trying to make your master anxious to death? Sorry, master, I didn't hear you just now, Zhao. Jin's face flushed red as he managed to apologize and explain. Hearing this, Lu Renji's frown relaxed. This is a genius. A genius that cannot be retained. Don't be too irritable. Leave a good impression. He put his hands behind his back, bared his teeth, put on a smile, and asked, "Disciple, how is the progress of the pill I asked you to refine?" "Refining the pill? What to do?" Zhao Jin was anxious. "But, things have come to this point, and there is no other way." He took a deep breath and said with all his heart, "Master, I have only refined one moisture-rising pill during this period." Moisture-rising pill? It was the one he was holding in his hand, the one that Ye Fan had just given him. He could only try his best. One is better than none at all. He now only prayed that the pill given by this sect would not have any visible marks. Only refined one. Lu Renji frowned deeply, waved his hand to pick up the pill in Zhao Jin's hand, narrowed his eyes and said angrily, "After so many days, you only refined this pill?" "No." As he was talking, Lu Renji narrowed his eyes and looked down at the pill in his hand. He felt it. The aura of this pill was very wrong. Lu Renji pinched the pill with his index finger and thumb, put it in front of his eyes, squinted his eyes and looked at it carefully for a while, then reached out and scratched it with the fingernails of his other hand. Under the layer of pill mud on the surface, the hazy pill pattern was clearly visible. Chapter 59. Best. Another top-grade elixir. Ha 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 ha. He was so overjoyed that he raised his head and laughed. Zhao Jin thought he would be severely criticized, and even the master-disciple relationship might be terminated, but in the end, Lu Renji suddenly laughed like crazy. Listening to his words, Zhao Jin scratched his scalp, a little confused. Top grade? Isn't this elixir a reward from the sect? How could it be top grade? His brain was thinking quickly, and he could only think of this possibility. That is, there happened to be a furnace of elixirs that refined such a top-grade pill. And the elixir pattern happened to be covered up, then it was given to Ye Fan as an ordinary pill. Ye Fan just happened to give it to him again. It just happened so. His luck is so good. No need to be criticized. Zhao Jin was extremely happy. But why does it feel a little weird? He recalled in surprise the last time he refined a top-grade pill, and now Lu Renji was holding the top-grade pill that he did not refine. He always felt that something was wrong, as if there was some direct connection between the two events, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out where the connection was. Another top-quality pill. As expected, he has the talent to refine the best. You are worthy of being my disciple, Lu Renji. Lu Renji was very satisfied and praised Zhao Jin. Then, he left with the pill as if he was holding some rare treasure. Seeing his back, Zhao Jin was completely relieved. He had escaped this time. However, he still had to take the moistening pill and try to enter the qi refining stage, and then refine the pill himself. Otherwise, his luck would not be so good next time. But suddenly, Zhao Jin realized something was wrong. His pill was taken away by Lu Renji again. Damn! Ye Fan ate 5 bodybuilding pills in a row, drank 1 pot of spiritual tea after another, and practiced frantically. On the second day, his dragon elephant bodybuilding technique was only 1 step away from breaking through the late first level. He did not rush to break through. Instead, he used the remaining medicinal effects to stabilize the realm of the technique and strengthen the strength of his physical body. While laying a solid foundation, he was also preparing for an immediate breakthrough. His practice speed has become much faster than the simulation yesterday. At noon, Ye Fan stopped practicing the dragon elephant bodybuilding technique, turned on the simulator, and started today's simulation. Selectable talent random draw success. Smiling tiger, white, your smile makes people feel dangerous. Disabled but strong will, blue, after becoming disabled, willpower +5. Seeking the demon, blue, become a brutal and inhumane demon cultivator, and all aspects will be greatly improved. Conductive, white, your body's conductivity increases by 50%. Sword cultivator, blue, you become a sword cultivator, born with extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Cat master, white, you will adopt more than 10 stray cats. Most of the talents this time are repeated blue and white. It's the right time to fix the spiritual roots. Ye Fan randomly selected a few talents. Simulation begins. First day. Nothing had changed before, except that, out of nowhere, Zhao Jin came to see him again tomorrow. Until the 9th day, Ye Fan was still injured on the ring. However, he was not seriously injured, but he was also seriously injured and exhausted. Then, Day 10, the fairy sister sent you healing pills, which helped you recover quickly. Day 11, you feel much better. Luo Mensin and Zhao Jin arrive one after another and express their shock at your growth rate. After seeing them off, you suddenly faint again. Day 12, you are still unconscious. Day 13, you are still unconscious. Day 14, you are still unconscious. Day 15, you vaguely see the fairy sister beside your bed. She looks very sad and guilty. You try hard to open your eyes, but only move your fingers. Day 16, you still are. Day 19, you still are. Day 20, you still are. This time he didn't die, but he didn't wake up either. According to this simulation, his strength has almost reached its limit. He has reached the limit, but it is still the same. It seems that I should slow down and not be too arrogant. Ye Fan thought to himself. There is nothing good about getting the first place. On the contrary, the taller the tree, the more wind it attracts. It is better to get the qualification to enter the secret realm safely. Of course. This crisis is actually nothing. In the simulation, he is just a person with fixed emotions and thoughts. But in reality, he can adapt to the situation. He is not a fool. Knowing the result, he still lets himself suffer such serious injuries. The upper limit of 20 days is reached, and the simulation ends. Then, the system prompt appears. Please fix the talent you want to choose. The most exciting moment has arrived. Chapter 60. Choose fixed talent. You can't imagine the happiness of spiritual roots, gold. You have chosen the fixed talent, the happiness of the spiritual root is beyond your imagination, gold. Fixed successfully. You have fixed the talent saving, the number of talent saving -1, remaining, 2. The moment the system prompt sounded, Ye Fan felt that the whole world had changed. The spiritual energy in the air was clearly visible. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to be able to resonate with himself. Without running the exercises, the spiritual energy was like being sucked into the body by a vortex. It was a wonderful feeling. But obviously, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the heavenly spiritual root. This spiritual root is enough to cause a war in the entire cultivation world. How terrifying and amazing is the talent! Ye Fan has to explore it bit by bit. Ye Fan took out the local lower grade exercises and sank his consciousness into it. Suddenly, 5 golden words floated in front of his eyes. Lingxiao Yushanju. What a domineering name! Looking at this name, Ye Fan couldn't help but think of the Lord Haoshan in the myths and legends of his previous life. Sitting in Lingxiao, ruling over all the gods. Then, he began to read the full text of the jade slip. After reading it, Ye Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. This technique seemed to be complete. But with his extremely strong understanding of the heavenly spiritual root, the content of this technique was incomplete, only the first level. Only the first level. This, what a joke! Ye Fan was shocked. It's only the first level, the grade is the lower level of the earth rank, and it can also be a complete set of skills. What grade should the complete set of skills be? In shock, Ye Fan began to try to practice. And after trying to practice, the more he practiced, the more shocked Ye Fan was. He clearly realized the power of this skill. The first level is like this. Then this complete set of skills may be able to reach the high level of the heavenly rank, or even, the immortal method. The more powerful the skill, the more difficult it is to practice. The time for the test is approaching day by day. After a brief comprehension, Ye Fan put down the Lingxiao Yushanju and continued to practice the Longxiang Forging Body Ju. Nearing dusk, a beautiful figure rushed into the garden in a hurry. Luo Mensin is back. She was exhausted from the journey, and her face was a little sickly pale. When she saw Ye Fan, tears instantly welled up in her beautiful eyes, filling her entire eye sockets, and she threw herself into Ye Fan's arms, sobbing and crying. Junior brother Ye, I'm sorry, it's all because of me that I got you into trouble. Ye Fan held her slender shoulders, patted her back gently, and comforted her softly. It's okay, senior sister, I'm fine too, right? He certainly didn't blame Luo Mensin for causing him to be targeted by the people of the Daqian dynasty. He decided to help Luo Mensin only after he learned the result. It's all my fault. If it weren't for you, junior brother, I would have harmed you. Luo Mensin cried more and more sadly, her voice choked with sobs, and it was almost impossible to hear what she was saying. It's okay, senior sister, it's really okay. Ye Fan smiled and comforted her softly. Feeling that his chest was soaked, he couldn't help but sighed, women are made of water, this is indeed true. After a while, Luo Mensin finally stopped crying, her beautiful eyes were red and swollen, and she looked up at Ye Fan with tears in her eyes. After a while, she suddenly hugged Ye Fan's neck and stood on tiptoe. Ye Fan looked at the delicate jade face close at hand, the light eyebrows without a single stray hair, the long eyelashes, the delicate skin, and his mind gradually lost. No wonder in the simulation, the two of them faced the senior sister who was given for free. He himself couldn't help but give it for free. But Ye Fan, who knew what would happen next, deeply understood that he couldn't give it for free. If he gave it, it would cost his life. He suppressed his reluctance and gently pushed his senior sister away. His senior sister was stunned, a layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes again, and her face turned pale. She looked at Ye Fan, her eyes full of disbelief, and deep despair and sadness. Junior brother yet, doesn't like himself? It turns out that he doesn't like himself. Is everything just his wishful thinking? She bit her trembling lower lip tightly and took a few steps back. She wanted to turn around and escape from here. But where could she escape to? The moment she was pushed away, Luo Mensin felt that the whole world had completely lost its color and turned black and white, and at this moment, a warm big hand grabbed her wrist. Then, a handsome face with a warm smile came into her eyes. Senior sister, you are so beautiful. Ye Fan said with a smile. Then he leaned over to her ear and whispered something. After hearing the first half of Ye Fan's words, Luo Mensin felt that the world had regained its color in an instant. And the few words he whispered in her ear later made her pale face blush again. She shyly wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and her little feet in pink boots under her pink gauze skirt stomped around. Who wants to come back at night? I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. Luo Mensin blushed, shy as if she was drunk, and turned around to leave as if she was escaping. But after she turned around and walked a few steps, she was pulled back again. Her wrist was still held in Ye Fan's hand. Chapter 61. Luo Mensin blushed, shy as if drunk, and turned around to walk away, but she had only taken a few steps when she was pulled back. Her wrist was still held in Ye Fan's hand. Ye Fan pulled her back into his arms, without saying a word, just hugged her gently. Luo Mensin struggled at first, but feeling Ye Fan's tenderness, she gradually calmed down. The two hugged each other. After a long time, Luo Mensin, who had calmed down a lot, but her face was still flushed, buried her face in Ye Fan, and muttered, Junior brother Ye, thank you, if it weren't for you, our Luo family would really be completely finished. You Luo family? Ye Fan was puzzled. What was his relationship with the Luo family? Luo Mensin murmured with a heavier tone, and said, because it was Lin Feiyun's sister Lin Feiyin who took the initiative to kill you, so after you exposed the secret pawns planted in the sect by the Dacian dynasty, the sixth prince was very angry and slapped Lin Feiyin hard, and ordered her not to contact the Lin family again, the slightest connection. Our Luo family had been suppressed by the Lin family to the point where we were surviving in the cracks. When Lin Feiyin married, it would be the time for our Luo family to be destroyed. But now because of this incident, the Lin family is equivalent to losing the support of the Dacian dynasty, and the crisis of our Luo family no longer exists. Ye Fan understood. It turned out that he indirectly saved the Luo family. It was just as he expected. The Dacian dynasty had already regarded him as a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh. This time, there will be a lot of forces going to the Kuiwan secret realm, and the Dacian dynasty must be one of them. After they learned that he was also going to the secret realm, they would definitely try every means to encircle and kill him. Even if he was fatally injured in the secret realm, he would only be teleported out. They would definitely try every means and never give up. However, it doesn't matter. He had already made such preparations. But suddenly, Ye Fan thought of a strange point. That is, he gave Luo Mensin 5 Yuanling pills, but why didn't she show up at all during the selection in the simulation? Could it be that time was too tight and she failed to successfully break through? It's possible. Ye Fan recalled that Lang Xuan would be here in a while, so there was still enough time. He let go of Luo Mensin, took out 5 Yuanling pills, and handed them over. Luo Mensin was puzzled. Junior brother, what are you doing? Ye Fan said, Sister Luo, the Kuiwen secret realm is about to open, and the selection of disciples to enter the secret realm will be carried out soon. Take these 5 Yuanling pills and break through to the foundation building stage as soon as possible, and strive to get a place to enter the secret realm. Qualifications to enter the Kuiwen secret realm. Luo Mensin had naturally heard of the Kuiwen secret realm a long time ago. But she hadn't been in the sect for some time, so she didn't know that the selection was about to begin. No wonder the disciples she saw along the way looked so busy. Some people are born unable to catch up with the Kuiwen secret realm, but they are lucky enough to catch up. No one wants to miss this opportunity. She shook her head and wanted to refuse Ye Fan's pill, but Ye Fan forcibly pulled her hand and put the pill in her palm. The opportunity to enter the secret realm is very precious. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have another chance. Ye Fan grinned and said, "Besides, senior sister, have you forgotten that I made these pills myself? I am still guarding the spiritual medicine garden. If I need pills, I can continue to make them at any time." Luo Mensin looked at Ye Fan, then looked down at the pills in her hand, and nodded with emotion. "Well, I will accept it. If you need it, just pick some herbs and make it. Then you can add the missing pills to my monthly salary." Ye Fan nodded. Although it was not necessary, in order to let Luo Mensin feel at ease to accept these pills, he did not say anything to refuse. "Junior brother yet, I'll be leaving first then." Luo Mensin glanced at Ye Fan with her beautiful eyes, ready to leave. But Ye Fan held her hand and didn't let go. He smiled and said, "It's still early, senior sister Luo, have a cup of tea before you go. It will also be of great help to you in trying to break through the foundation building stage." "Drink tea? Help with breakthroughs? Isn't the spiritual tea used to nourish the soul?" Luo Mensin was a little confused, but still nodded. Ye Fan and Luo Mensin went into the hut. From beginning to end, he never let go of Luo Mensin's warm little hand, until he walked and sat in front of the tea table, and then he finally let go. Picking up the teacup, Ye Fan took the tea that increased the speed of cultivation and made a pot, and poured a tea bowl for Luo Mensin. Luo Mensin picked it up and took a sip, and then her face suddenly changed a little. This spiritual tea has a different effect than last time. She looked up at Ye Fan, her face full of surprise. Chapter 62. Ye Fan smiled and said, "How do you feel?" Luo Mensin closed her beautiful eyes slightly, felt her body, and murmured, "I feel that my condition has become very good. It seems that my perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has become stronger, and even the operation of the exercises has become smoother. The function of this pot of spiritual tea is to help speed up cultivation." Ye Fan said, "Sister Luo, drink this pot of tea quickly, and when you go back, take the 5 Yuanling pills, and you will most likely be able to break through to the foundation building stage. As long as you can enter the foundation building stage, you may be able to enter the top 100 in the selection and get the qualification to enter the secret realm." Listening to Ye Fan's words, Luo Mensin opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She had never mentioned the existence of such a thing that could improve the speed of cultivation. At the same time, she was also deeply moved. Judging from the effect produced after drinking it, this spiritual tea must be extremely precious. To a certain extent, it is countless more precious than the spiritual tea that nourishes the primordial spirit. And Ye Fan once again took it out and gave it to her to drink without blinking an eye. Soon, Luo Mensin drank up the whole pot of tea. The speed of her internal skills running very fast, and her perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also extremely strong. She even had a faint feeling of breaking through the shackles of the qi refining stage. She had to hurry back to practice and did not stay any longer. And just before leaving, she hugged Ye Fan again, tiptoed and covered him hard, without even turning her head. Left the spiritual medicine garden. Watching her leaving, Ye Fan's mouth curled up and smiled. What a burning true heart! Entrusted to me like this, it is really hard to let her down. After her figure completely disappeared, Ye Fan picked up a kettle filled with spiritual liquid and came to the corner of the spiritual medicine garden. Lang Xuan must have lost her mind and gone crazy after seeing what he and Luo Mensin were doing. So there was no need for Ye Fan to hide in the toilet. If you have that much time, why not do something else? But, why did she lose her mind after she caught him and Luo Mensin doing something? It can't be because she has fallen deeply in love with him, right? It seems unlikely. Ye Fan shook his head, not as good as he felt. At this time, he saw the mature Tianchuang immortal grass. Poison. She's poisoned. Murphy. Is it that after being stimulated, the toxicity in the body was just stimulated? This possibility is somewhat reasonable. While thinking, Ye Fan took the kettle and watered his spiritual medicine. The Tianchuang immortal grass has matured. The second spiritual medicine has now sprouted halfway. According to the growth rate of the Tianchuang immortal grass, it is estimated that it is not far from maturity. The third one has just been planted not long ago, and it has just sprouted, not even a finger high. I just don't know what kind of spiritual medicines the second and third ones are. Ye Fan patted the second spiritual medicine to reveal its true appearance. It was a spiritual medicine burning with flames. The flower buds that have not yet opened are translucent in color, with a touch of glass-colored flames, dazzling. No matter what it is. Just looking at this appearance, it should not be worse than the Tianchuang immortal grass. At this time, night had already fallen. A stream of light fell into the spiritual medicine garden. Feeling Ye Fan's breath here, Lang Xuan fell directly behind Ye Fan. After seeing the second spiritual medicine burning with flames next to Ye Fan, Lang Xuan's pupil shrank. This is pure fire lotus. Her exclamation made Ye Fan look up at her in surprise. Sister Fairy, do you know this magical herb? He reached out and patted the herb that was burning with flames. Don't touch it! Lang Xuan exclaimed, and flew up to stop Ye Fan, but it was too late. Ye Fan's hand had already landed on the flower bud of the herb. Lang Xuan's face suddenly changed. She quickly stretched out her hand and shot out a stream of blue light, trying to cover Ye Fan. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her expression was extremely solemn. She was not sure if she could protect Ye Fan's safety. But the next scene made Lang Xuan stunned again. Ye Fan stroked the pure fire lotus, but there was nothing wrong at all. A wisp of hazy flame on the pure fire lotus jumped for a while, but there was no intention to devour Ye Fan at all. This. How is it possible? Unbelievable astonishment filled Lang Xuan's mind. Chapter 63. Ye Fan was hit by the blue light, and a layer of protective aura wrapped around his body. Looking down at himself, he looked at Lang Xuan in surprise. Fairy sister, what are you doing? Lang Xuan's shrunken pupils dilated a little, and she came back to her senses. She looked at Ye Fan in astonishment and asked in shock, why are you okay? Why is it okay? Ye Fan was puzzled and scratched his head. What can happen to me? This is the 6th level elixir, the pure fire lotus. Anyone who touches it will be instantly devoured by the glazed pure fire. Even a strong person in the spirit severing stage will find it difficult to resist. 100 years ago, in a ruin, I witnessed with my own eyes 3 spiritual stage masters fighting for a pure fire lotus. As a result, all 3 spiritual stage masters were attacked by the red lotus karma fire and were seriously injured. Finally, a powerful being in the out-of-body stage arrived and used a high-level spiritual weapon to successfully take away the pure fire lotus. Although it was taken away, it is said that until now, the great man has not been able to find a way to refine the Tanlian, because even if he is in the out-of-body stage, it is difficult to suppress the terrifying power of the glazed pure fire and absorb the medicinal effect. Lang Xuan explained. She stared at Ye Fan, her beautiful eyes almost narrowed into a slit. You just touched this pure fire lotus, but why are you not hurt at all? Pure fire lotus. 6th level. Good guy. Hearing Lang Xuan say the grade of this spiritual medicine, Ye Fan's eyes widened immediately. Okay. I have seen you since I was a child. As for the question Lang Xuan asked. Why is it okay? Maybe because I am its owner. Ye Fan grinned and patted the bud of the pure fire lotus. As if agreeing with Ye Fan's words and expressing excitement, the glass-colored flame on the bud jumped and the branches trembled slightly, which frightened Lang Xuan. Master. Lang Xuan was a little confused. She had never heard of such a statement. The owner of a 6th level elixir? What a joke. But soon, she realized. Ye Fan was not joking. Because if he was joking, then why was he not hurt at all when he was touching the pure fire lotus and seeing his palms being burned by the glazed pure fire? And how did this pure fire lotus appear here? Was it also what Ye Fan said last time, that his body could condense a seed every 10 days to plant it? I think it should be. Apart from this, there is no other explanation. The appearance of seeds is already outrageous. But what is even more outrageous is these seeds are all such amazing things. Tianchuang immortal grass. Pure fire lotus. What is this little thing that has just sprouted? Lang Xuan glanced at the finger-high seedling that had just grown next to the pure fire lotus. Then, her eyes fell on Ye Fan again. All kinds of spiritual tea, horrifying body refining talent, the rare high-level spiritual medicines grown, the spiritual medicines seem to recognize him as their master, and even the pure fire lotus will not cause him any harm. Lang Xuan only felt. Ye Fan's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. The more she understood him, the thicker the fog became, making it more and more difficult for her to see through him. Fairy sister, what is the effect of this elixir? At this time, Ye Fan's voice came, and Lang Xuan came back to her senses. After hearing Ye Fan's question, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up, and she said, this pure fire lotus cannot be used to refine pills, it is taken directly. After taking it, as long as you can refine it, you can obtain the glazed pure fire for your own use. The glazed pure fire is extremely powerful. It can not only be used to refine pills, but also to defend against enemies as the main means of combat. However, this pure fire lotus is not only extremely rare, but also extremely difficult to refine. Even if one's cultivation reaches the out-of-body stage, they are completely helpless. Moreover, it is not something that can be forcibly refined just because one has strong cultivation. It is said that there was once an old monster in the tribulation crossing stage who used his own top-grade lightning spiritual root to forcibly refine the pure fire lotus. His powerful cultivation made the glazed pure fire unable to resist, but it actually chose to dissipate on its own and was not refined. Looking at the entire world of immortal cultivation, over the past tens of millions of years, there are only a handful of people who have been able to find a method and successfully refine it. Suddenly, she stared at Ye Fan with her beautiful eyes. And you may have a chance to refine it. Throughout history, I have never heard of anyone who could touch the glazed pure fire without being burned. If it is the same after taking it, then you will most likely be able to refine this glazed pure fire. Until then, your strength will experience a spurt of improvement. Chapter 64. So strong. I have never seen anyone like me who can touch without getting burned. Maybe I can refine it. Listening to Lang Xuan's words, Ye Fan's eyes became brighter and brighter. He squatted down, looked at the flower bud, and asked, "Can I refine you? You seem to be seriously ill, hey?" Lang Xuan was speechless for a while, but suddenly, after Ye Fan's voice fell, the pure fire lotus actually produced a violent reaction. Its flames grew fiercely, and a terrifying temperature spread out, causing many spiritual herbs around to wither instantly. 2 leaves of the nearest Tianchuang immortal grass condensed into ice, forming an ice shield to block itself. The seedlings that had just grown out retracted back into the soil on the ground. In this terrifying temperature, the flower bud burning with glass-colored flames shook twice. Looking at that look, it was actually nodding. It agreed. Lang Xuan's beautiful eyes widened, and her lips opened slightly, stunned. Agree if you want, why did you set the fire? Seeing a large area of spiritual medicine withered in an instant, Ye Fan felt so distressed that he slapped the flower bud heavily. The flower bud shook for a while, shrank a little aggrieved, and the flame disappeared instantly, and the scorching temperature also dissipated for the most part. Lang Xuan's mouth opened a little wider. Shocking! It was simply shocking. Since meeting Ye Fan, she has seen too many shocking things. Each time was more jaw-dropping than the last. She was stunned for a long time. Her little mouth finally closed. After taking a deep breath, she finally thought of the purpose of her visit this time, and asked, "How is your cultivation progress? Is there anything else I can help with?" Ye Fan stood up from in front of the pure fire lotus and replied, "Combined with the 2 body cultivation techniques you gave me, fairy sister, I should have reached the level that can rival the general early stage of foundation building." The early stage of foundation building? So fast? This surprised Lang Xuan. She nodded and said, "Although it is very important to obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm this time, we still can't rush it. We must lay a solid foundation, otherwise, there may be big trouble in the future." Okay. Ye Fan nodded. He has been stabilizing his cultivation. Lang Xuan sighed. She thought Ye Fan's cultivation would stop here, and she couldn't help but worry. He can match the early stage of foundation building. This strength is already good. But it is still a little bit worse. If the luck is not good, it is difficult to enter the top 100. After all, among the disciples who just entered the inner gate last year, many people are also qualified to participate in this trial selection. Compared with the outer gate disciples, those disciples are absolutely geniuses, and Lang Xuan, who is secretly worried, doesn't know. Ye Fan's skills are only a step away from a breakthrough. After the breakthrough, the strength will grow by leaps and bounds again. After Lang Xuan left, Zhao Jin came again. He came to Ye Fan to cry and complain. Ye Fan gave him another moistening pill, and after forcing it into his mouth, he listened to him tell the truth about everything that happened, and gave him a tip: "You are now a genius who can refine top-grade pills." Zhao Jin seemed to understand, but not quite, and left in confusion. Ye Fan continued to practice. After he brewed the spiritual tea, he took out 3 bodybuilding pills, drank them together with the tea, then sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and a layer of yellow light emerged from his body. The surging body-refining power made the pain instantly sweep through his body. Not long after this, the pain was getting stronger and stronger. Ye Fan had already begun to break through the bottleneck of the first stage of the dragon elephant body tempering technique. Breaking the shackles was just around the corner. In the impact, the power of body tempering was gradually consumed. Ye Fan took 3 body tempering pills again and drank a whole pot of spiritual tea. In an instant, the yellow light around Ye Fan became brighter and brighter, so bright that it enveloped him completely. Boom! The same as last time. A breath exploded in Ye Fan's body. But this time it was several times more turbulent, like a dam bursting, sweeping through Ye Fan's body, washing every inch of his body, making his body strength continue to increase, and at the same time his own strength also grew wildly. In this growth, Ye Fan was also covered with extreme pain all over his body. He gritted his teeth and persisted until all his clothes were soaked with sweat with black residue. Then he finally stopped slowly. He exhaled a long breath, opened his eyes, and 2 bright lights flashed in his eyes. It took a while before they finally disappeared. He stood up from the ground and moved a few times. The muscles and bones all over his body made a sound like beans on a bamboo tube. Feeling his own strength, reaction, and speed that were not at the same level as before, Ye Fan threw a few punches casually. The powerful punches caused several gas explosions, just like setting off firecrackers, which was extremely terrifying. Chapter 65. This breakthrough made his body undergo another marrow cleansing. It cleared out all the impurities deep in his body. He rushed out of the spiritual medicine garden and came to the stream where he bathed last time. Ye Fan was still a little frightened by what happened last time. So this time, he chose to walk a long way. On the downstream of the mountainside, he found a waterfall with fast-flowing water, and then he took off his wet clothes. Looking at the moonlight shining on his reflection in the stream, Ye Fan found that this time, his body had also undergone a significant change. If it were in the previous life, his figure would be enough to make countless young women obsessed. The girls screamed, and his muscles were sharp and angular. Each muscle seemed to contain endless power. His skin became better. He looked closer at his face. It could be said that his cheeks were like jade and he was ridiculously handsome. After admiring himself, Ye Fan jumped into the stream, washing the mud covering his body, and washing his clothes by the way. Then, he set his sights on the huge waterfall. With a leap, like a carp leaping over a dragon gate, Ye Fan jumped onto the reef in front of the waterfall. He bent his knees, swung his body, and hit it with his shoulder. Bang! The huge force of the collapse collided with the falling momentum of the waterfall. After a loud bang, a huge ball of water exploded and fell all over the sky, causing a brief downpour within 100 meters. The strong airflow generated by the collision even caused the waterfall to stop falling for half a second. So strong! Looking at the blow he had made, Ye Fan himself was a little surprised. He was sure that if a person in the middle stage of foundation building took this blow head-on, he would lose. If a person in the late stage of foundation building took it, it would definitely not be easy. Then, he looked up at the waterfall falling from the sky and threw a punch. This punch seemed to have no power. But after hitting the waterfall, chilla! The water of the waterfall was smashed and rushed in one direction. On one side of the waterfall, there was a big rock. The water that was hit by this punch hit the rock, and with a splash, the rock shattered. The power was so strong that it could not withstand the blow. It looked much worse than Xiang Beng, but this was normal. After all, Xiang Beng had already mastered the great completion, while this shattering mountain fist had only just mastered the small completion. Then, Ye Fan bent his knees slightly again. His whole body was covered by a yellow light. He gathered strength with his whole body and slapped out with one palm. A huge wave condensed by the yellow light burst out with a terrifying force of 1,000 pounds. Boom! A huge sound resounded throughout the night sky. The huge wave went upstream and actually blew up the entire waterfall. After a while, the water finally continued to flow down. It is worthy of being a profound level magic skill. Just now this small achievement was so powerful. But, something bad has happened. Ye Fan muttered, and turned around and ran without hesitation. Not long after, Han Fei arrived. Looking at the place that seemed a bit messy, but it seemed as if nothing had happened, he squinted his eyes and looked around for several times, frowning in surprise. 2 days ahead of the simulation, he broke through to the late stage of the first level, but Ye Fan still did not relax. After returning, he continued to practice. He kept stuffing the bodybuilding pills into his mouth like eating candy beans, and drank a pot of spiritual tea. The function of the bodybuilding pill is only to have a bodybuilding effect, which is roughly the same as the Yuanling pill and other pills that only provide spiritual energy. It only provides a bodybuilding effect. To put it bluntly, it hurts, so there is nothing. What side effects? In a blink of an eye, another night passed. After Ye Fan's dragon elephant body tempering technique realm was stabilized, it improved a lot. There were only 2 days left before the start of the selection. At noon, Ye Fan turned on the system and started today's simulation. In today's simulation, the results did not change much. He was still injured, and then he was in a coma for 20 days. I don't know whether he can survive or not. He doesn't have any good talent. Ye Fan could only choose mastery of ancient and modern poetry, blue, with no side effects. After the simulation, Ye Fan was ready to continue practicing. But suddenly, he saw a flashing prompt box again, and clicked it with some confusion. You have to survive for more than 20 days to get a random reward. Do you want to use it? 2 system prompts popped up. Seeing the prompts, Ye Fan slapped his thigh. Yes. I forgot about this. Although I lived in a coma for 20 days, it still counts as living for more than 20 days. He said directly use it. You used survive for more than 20 days to get a random reward, and the reward was drawn successfully. You have obtained an additional fixed talent opportunity. You have obtained 7-day cumulative golden talent. You can choose the start time. Ye Fan's eyes lit up. They are all good things. The opportunity to fix a talent once more can prevent Ye Fan from having 2 talents he wants to fix in one simulation and being unable to do so, and then consuming another opportunity to save a talent. And the 7-day cumulative golden talent. Last time, Ye Fan drew a special effect king and successfully fixed his spiritual roots. I wonder what golden talent he can come up with this time. Chapter 66. Ye Fan did not use this golden talent will definitely appear after accumulating for 7 days immediately. He will probably be in a coma for the next few days. What if he can survive for more than 20 days every time, and get a few more of these rewards? Turn off the simulator. Ye Fan continued to practice. Another day passed quietly. It was noon again. Tomorrow is the time for the selection. Ye Fan's physical training has improved rapidly, even surpassing the strength that the system simulated, which can only be achieved tomorrow, comparable to the late stage of foundation building. If this continues, on the day of the selection, Ye Fan is confident that he can improve his own strength to the point where he can fight against the peak of foundation building. The number of simulations is refreshed. Ye Fan started the simulation again. At the same time, Chongsheng Peak, the main hall of the sect master, the bedroom. Lang Xuan was wearing a blue gauze skirt, which perfectly outlined her proud figure. Under the gauze skirt, 2 slender, long legs with a bit of plumpness and sexiness were vaguely visible. Her jade feet were as delicate as glass, bare, stepping on the blanket in the bedroom. She looked through the window at the direction of the outer gate spiritual medicine garden, and her phoenix eyes were full of worry. She knew that she was bound to lose the contest, but she was still worried about Ye Fan. If she lost the contest, she lost. But she really wanted to see Ye Fan get a place to enter the secret realm, and then get the opportunity to reshape a similar spiritual vein. If it was under normal circumstances, Ye Fan would have better luck and there would be a chance. But now, she did not announce that Ye Fan participated in the trial selection as her own disciple, but just kept it a secret with the Supreme Elder, saying that her disciple had already participated in the competition, in order to prevent Ye Fan from being directly targeted. But even so, after the news that Ye Fan was going to participate in this duel was spread by someone, almost all the disciples who participated in the selection shouted that they wanted to teach Ye Fan, who was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, a lesson. The inner disciples participating in the competition were no exception. Under such circumstances where almost everyone was targeting him, it was absolutely impossible for Ye Fan, with his strength in the early stage of foundation building, to enter the top 100. Lang Xuan was very regretful now. She regretted why she had to look for so-called legitimate reasons and gave Ye Fan an earth-level skill with such fanfare, which led to him now attracting attention and being targeted by countless people. As she thought about it, Lang Xuan, who was agitated, suddenly had bursts of red light flashing in her eyes. It's broken. She covered her chest fiercely and bit her lips tightly. A blur appeared in her eyes, which instantly magnified infinitely and swallowed up all the clear and bright thoughts. You can choose to extract random talents successfully. Sunflower Manual, purple something disappears, and you get a random earth-level technique. ADC, blue get a ranged weapon. Your attacks are always on target. You will gain the far-sighted eye effect, you are standing too close and I can't see what you look like. Please stand 3 miles away. Gods descend to earth, purple obtain a copy of the earth-level secret technique God Transformation. After activating it, you can temporarily increase your strength. P.S. The cost of activating this technique is to consume your own cultivation. Be careful not to fall back to the initial stage of Qi training. Ginseng, blue immediately obtain a 2nd to 3rd level nourishing blood and Qi elixir. Stepping stone, blue you will be stepped on and become a stepping stone for a genius. After being stepped on, you will get the opportunities left over by the geniuses. Heavenly punishment, purple every time you break through a major realm, you will be struck by thunder. After overcoming it, your strength will be greatly improved. Tank, blue you have gained the attribute of thick skin and strong flesh. P.S. Thick skin and strong flesh, really thick skin and strong flesh. Arrogant, blue you think you are very good and have a unique sense of pride in your heart. Feast your eyes, blue you will always have a sense of the direction where the sisters are bathing. Luxuriant growth, white the amount of hair increases. You are the person with the most hair in the world of immortal cultivation. Hoeing in the field at noon, white when doing farm work, your sweating increases. Extraordinary fertility, blue one shot into the soul, children everywhere. When your bloodline covers 50% of the population in the Xiaoxian world, this talent will be upgraded to gold. Looking at the talent Heavenly Punishment, Ye Fan thought about it briefly, and finally decided to give it a try. You have chosen talents, Heavenly Punishment, purple, Gods descend to earth, purple, Feast for the eyes, blue. Feast for the eyes is a talent that Ye Fan swears is not something wrong with his mind. It's just that other talents have more or less significant side effects. He doesn't want to have children all over the place, making half of the immortal world his bloodline, nor does he want to become a tank, from a handsome young man to a really thick-skinned man, and he doesn't want to. Chapter 67. Fixed Talents, Eagle Eyes, Blue, How to make the elixir, Gold, Photographic Memory, Purple, Stun, Blue, Novice Period, Blue, Tech Master, Gold, Bodybuilding, Purple, King of Miraculous Medicine, Gold, Tea Master, Gold, Active Noise Reduction, Blue, Tiger Always Walks Alone, Purple, Super Warm Man, Purple, Sword Riding the Wind Pro, Purple, Bigu, Blue, Positioning Attack Chicken, Purple, Where the Dream Begins, Blue, Rich Man, Purple, Handicraft Master, Blue, King of Special Effects, Gold, Unsealed Secret Book, Purple, Hidden Root. Great Method, Purple, The Happiness of Heavenly Spiritual Roots You Can't Imagine, Gold, Master of Ancient and Modern Poetry, Blue. Immortal Cultivation Simulation begins. Day 1, your cultivation level has reached the late stage of foundation building. You continue to practice. You need to reach the peak of foundation building before the selection begins. In the evening, your cultivation level has improved again. You have successfully reached the level you want to reach, where you can fight against the peak of foundation building. You are ready to go out and find a place to try your hand, but suddenly you remember that you will faint today, so you start to be careful and feel what is wrong with yourself. You feel that there is nothing wrong with yourself, and wonder if you didn't faint today? Then suddenly your eyes go black, and you faint again. There is nothing wrong with yourself, but you still faint? Does that mean, you fainted not because of yourself, but because of external factors? For example, someone suddenly appeared behind you and attacked you? This possibility seems very likely. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems unlikely. Someone who can appear behind you silently and knock you out must have a high level of cultivation. According to the saying, the master's consciousness is always covering you. If a person with high cultivation level approaches him, it is impossible for him not to be discovered by the sect master, and if someone attacks him by surprise, then why did he faint so many times? But apart from the stickiness of his pants, he was completely unharmed. Strange. So strange. Yafan was puzzled. At night, you woke up and were very surprised, but you didn't have time to care about so much now. You hurried to the small waterfall, ready to try your own strength growth. When you came to the small waterfall, you were ready to leave, but suddenly you heard a sound of water splashing. You turned your head and saw that in the stream, under the reflection of the moonlight, there was a bright and flawless. She was shrouded in fog, but when your eagle eyes were passively triggered, your powerful vision directly saw through the fog and saw everything clearly. Eagle eyes, vision plus 50, the effect is doubled when you peek at your senior sister taking a bath. You saw clearly that the person was the seventh elder of the outer sect who chose to keep you in the sect, Li Feiya. You stared at it with your eyes wide open, and you felt like you were selling blood. At this time, Li Feiya noticed that there seemed to be someone, and looked back. You realized that your life was in danger, your scalp was numb, and you quickly retreated and returned to the spiritual medicine garden. The next day, under the chairmanship of the second Supreme Elder Feng Yin, the selection began. You are very eye-catching, and countless eyes are focused on you, but those eyes are disdainful and contemptuous. The first day of the trial selection tested bone age, and there was no change in spiritual root talent. Yafan was still despised by countless people. At the same time, he also met Liu Ziteng and felt his murderous intention towards him. Then, the content of the first round of the trial changed a little. Luo Menxin appeared. She also met Yafan, so that Yafan and Mu Yingrong's two-person team became a three-person team with Luo Menxin. On the third day, the first round of the trial ended. In the end, with the help of Yafan, Luo Menxin and Mu Yingrong won the 40th and 41st rankings respectively. He himself still topped the list. On the fourth day, the second round began. He advanced in the first round of the second round. Then he touched the fish in the second round and only entered the top 100, and also successfully obtained the qualification to enter the secret realm. And he has not been injured at all. Seeing this, Yafan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it is safer to touch the fish. Day 5, Fairy Sister came, you got the qualification, but she looked happier than you. She gave you a lot of healing and body refining pills. After she left, Zhao Jin came to congratulate you and expressed shock at your cultivation speed. Then, Luo Menxin came. She was happy that you already had such strength, but she was even more sad and felt sorry for you. You comforted her, and her fighting spirit was ignited, and she went back to practice with great effort. Not long after Luo Menxin left, Mu Yingrong came. She also congratulated you and expressed her gratitude, although she did not enter the top 100. She just broke through to the early stage of foundation building. Although relying on her own thunder spirit root and high-level skills, her performance in the second round was much higher than Luo Menxin, but she still could not get a higher ranking. She was in a very low mood, as if she needed to enter the secret realm. You comforted her, and her eyes looked at you more and more softly. The daily interactions in the secret realm changed her perception of you, and she had a faint good impression of you. Chapter 68. Day 6, you continue to practice. Your dragon elephant body tempering technique is close to breaking through the first level, but you are trapped by shackles and it is difficult to make further progress. So you are ready to practice the sky-high divine control technique, but at this moment, your eyes go dark and you faint again. Day 7, you wake up. You are already used to it. You drink a pot of spiritual tea, take Yuan Ling pill, and start practicing Ling Xiao Yushanju. Day 8, your cultivation progress is so terrifying that you are amazed at the power of your natural spiritual roots and shocked by the power of Ling Xiao's divine control technique. Although it is a bit slow to practice, the strength you gain is so powerful that it is totally incomparable to ordinary skills. Day 9, you have broken through to the middle stage of qi refining, and have stabilized your cultivation and laid a solid foundation. The breakthrough would have caused a strange phenomenon in the heaven and earth, but you cancelled it. Day 10, you continue to practice. Day 11, you continue to practice. Day 12, you break through to the late stage of qi refining. The breakthrough would have caused a strange phenomenon in the heaven and earth, so you cancelled it. After taking the few remaining Yuanling pills, you start to stabilize your cultivation again. Day 13, you have stabilized your cultivation and are preparing to refine some Yuanling pills, but at this moment, you faint again. Day 14, you refine the Yuanling pill and continue to practice. At this time, there are still 10 days before leaving for the secret realm. Day 15, your cultivation reached the peak of qi training and was about to cause a strange phenomenon in the world, but you cancelled it. Day 16, after you have stabilized your cultivation, continue practicing. Day 17, you continue to practice and are about to reach the bottleneck of the foundation building period. Day 18, you have touched the bottleneck of the foundation building period. Your attempt to break through has failed. You decide to take a strong medicine. You take a spiritual transformation pill. The terrifying talent of your spiritual roots, with the powerful effect of the medicine, breaks through the shackles in one fell swoop. You break through to the early stage of foundation building. You cancelled the strange phenomena of heaven and earth that would be caused by the breakthrough, but at this time, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and your breakthrough attracted thunder. Someone is going to transcend the tribulation? The whole clan was shocked. After seeing that it was you, everyone was confused again. You fought against the thunder that was thousands of times weaker than the real thunder of the tribulation period. Fortunately, your bodybuilding cultivation has reached the peak of foundation building strength. Although you were seriously injured, you survived. After transcending the tribulation, your injuries were all healed. Your cultivation, physical body, primordial spirit, and soul power all brought about a leap in strength. The clan leader ordered that the news of your transcendence of the tribulation should not be spread. Day 19, Fairy Sister arrives. She is extremely shocked by your tribulation, and at this moment, there are bursts of rumbling noises outside the sect. The Chongsheng Immortal sect is besieged by many forces such as the Daqian dynasty and Tianhuan Valley, demanding you to be handed over, and the news still gets out. Day 20, the Chongsheng Immortal sect vowed to fight to the death, and a war was about to break out. The battle was so fierce that it was dark and gloomy. Half of the sects were flattened. The sect leader was already outnumbered, and was attacked by the traitor of the Grand Elder. He lost his fighting power and was besieged to death. Then, you were offered up by the Grand Elder. The ancestor of Tianhuan Valley was very satisfied and prepared to conduct an in-depth study on you. Damn it! The sect master is gone because of me? Ye Fan was shocked. The power of this heavenly punishment is a bit too great. However, think about it. A little trash in the foundation establishment period, who inexplicably survived a catastrophe, how could he not be coveted by others? What surprised and touched him was that under such circumstances, the sect master did not hand him over, but chose to fight to the death. The Grand Elder attacked the sect master. The news that the sect master ordered not to spread should have been spread by him. All of this is a conspiracy against the sect master by him using me. Ye Fan murmured to himself, and he hated the Grand Elder even more. If there is a chance, he must kill the Grand Elder with his own hands. Then, Ye Fan looked at the content of the previous few days and fell into thought. He didn't expect that his charm was so great that Mu Yingrong actually had a good impression of him. He also didn't expect that after getting that ranking in the first round, Luo Mensin and the other two still didn't qualify. In other words, their results in the second round were all too bad. The second round. Ye Fan stroked his chin and thought, anyway, he was also slacking off in the second round, how about thinking of a way to help them? Please select the talent to be fixed. The system prompt sounded. Ye Fan began to think. Gods descended to earth, it seems good. But just like the annotation, he doesn't want to work hard for a long time to practice, and then his realm shrinks back after a fight. And the talent of heavenly punishment has good benefits. It has the strength of forging the body and the ability to survive the thunder tribulation. It's just that the price it causes is a bit too high. However, it is not unbreakable. He can break through in the sect instead of in the sect, so that he will not be used by the great elders. As for where to break through, he can wait until he goes to the secret realm and look for opportunities. Of course, even if there is no opportunity in the secret realm, he will not break through in a short time without taking the Hualing pill. During this time, he can also find other ways. Select Fixed Talent Sky Punishment, purple. You have selected and fixed the talent Heavenly Punishment, purple, and it has been fixed successfully. Chapter 69. After the fixation was successful, Ye Fan continued to practice. It was just as the simulator simulated. Near dusk, Ye Fan's dragon elephant body forging technique made another step forward, which increased his strength a lot, and he came to the point where he could probably fight with the peak of the foundation building. After the breakthrough, Ye Fan stood up without any hesitation. Since it was not his own fault, he planned to find a place to hide and see if it was an external factor. He deduced that the possibility of external factors was very high. Otherwise, why would he wake up in bed no matter where he fainted? It couldn't be that he climbed onto the bed without realizing it, right? Ye Fan rushed into the spiritual grass and climbed up. With the novice protection period, his cultivation could not be felt. The weak breath could be covered by the spiritual energy of the spiritual medicine. As long as the spiritual consciousness was not particularly strong, like the fairy sister, it would be difficult to detect his existence. After lying in the spiritual medicine bush, Ye Fan held his breath and looked outside intently, ready to see what would happen. Then, his eyes went dark and he fell headfirst into the soil. Behind him, Lang Xuan stood there. Her phoenix eyes were no longer cold, but full of endless confusion. She waved her hand and took Ye Fan with her. The next moment, she was back in the hut. Bang! The door of the hut was repaired but still a little shaky and closed. A barrier was propped up in the house. At night, Ye Fan woke up. Looking at the moonlight outside the window, he sat on the bed and was stunned for a long time. What on earth was going on? He didn't see anyone coming, and he fainted again? Could it be, that it's really because of my own body? But why did I return to bed? Ye Fan patted his head and tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember anything at all. You can't be sleepwalking, right? It's really strange. Still puzzled, Ye Fan shook his head, confused to the extreme. However, he also thought of a way. Wait until the next time he faints. Maybe the truth can be revealed. Then, he stood up and moved the restraints. He still had to find a place to test his own strength. The best place to test is the waterfall. But according to the simulation content, if he goes now, he will run into Li Feiya. Although it doesn't seem to be a bad thing, Ye Fan still decided to go there a little later. He sat cross-legged and continued to practice the dragon elephant body tempering technique. Late at night. It was midnight. Li Feiya should have finished. After all, it has been several hours. If I don't finish washing, I'm afraid I will be soaked in a floating bag. Ye Fan set off and headed towards the back mountain. However, after arriving in front of the waterfall in the back mountain, Ye Fan was stunned. He just walked there. Li Feiya just came out of the stream. There was a layer of mist around her, but in Ye Fan's eyes, it was nothing. Damn it! Ye Fan's old face turned red, and he lay down on the spot quickly, fearing that he would be discovered. He saw so much more than in the simulator. If he was discovered by Li Feiya, it would really be his life. But when he lay down, he made a faint sound, which reached Li Feiya's ears. Who's over there? She raised her eyebrows, cried out delicately, and waved her hand. A red robe flew over, rolled up, and wrapped around her voluptuous figure. She stretched out her hand and grasped the air, and a spiritual sword appeared in her hand. Then, she squinted her eyes and walked step by step towards where Ye Fan was hiding. It's over. This time it's going to cost me my life. A layer of sweat appeared on Ye Fan's forehead. He felt that he had never been so nervous in his life. At the same time, his brain was thinking frantically, what to do. It seems, there is no way. Otherwise, go out and admit your mistake, saying that you didn't mean it. What's the white flower? You didn't see anything. No. No. Ye Fan was not sure how likely it was that Li Feiya would chop him directly with a sword. Although she really chopped him, there was still a bracelet to protect him. But by then, the fairy sister would hear the news and come. At that time, he looked alive. But in fact, he was already dead. Hey! Suddenly, a rabbit came bouncing in front of Ye Fan. Rabbit? No, it's not a rabbit. It's Lord Rabbit. Come here and get you. Ye Fan's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the rabbit's ears without hesitation and threw it out. Lord Rabbit felt dizzy, and when he landed, he didn't know where he was, and looked around in confusion. Rabbit! Seeing a rabbit jump out, Li Fei's solemn expression suddenly relaxed a lot. It seems that she was a little too nervous. Her spiritual sense has been expanding, and she has also set up a fog barrier. Even if someone really avoids her spiritual sense detection, she is shrouded in fog and can't see anything about her. Thinking of this, she put away her sword, squatted down, and stroked the rabbit twice. Ye Fan was spying on the situation outside. Seeing that she was not going to come over anymore, he breathed a sigh of relief. But then, Li Fei, wrapped in a robe, squatted down, and Ye Fan's pupils suddenly froze. Li Fei left. Ye Fan walked to the stream, splashed water, and washed his face twice. The scenes that kept flashing in his mind were finally suppressed. He had a question in his heart. In this kind of scene, according to common sense, shouldn't a novice like me have a nosebleed on the spot? Why is his nose so quiet? He reached out and touched the bridge of his nose, and found that thinking about this kind of problem was really a bit too much. After all, tomorrow is the day when the selection begins, and he has without further delay, I turned my attention to the waterfall. Chapter 70. The Kuiwan secret realm is about to open. Because each faction can only admit 100 disciples, we will conduct a selection test next. From all the disciples under the age of 20 who participated in the selection, we will select the top 100 who will be qualified to enter the secret realm. As for the selection rules, they are very simple. They are divided into 2 stages. The first stage is to enter the trial ground and hunt monsters. The ranking is based on the number of monster cores obtained in one day. The second phase is divided into 2 rounds. In the sect square, the second great elder Feng Yin, a middle-aged man with grey hair on his temples but not old-fashioned, with an elegant appearance, presided over the selection and explained to the disciples what kind of existence the Kuiwan secret realm was, as well as the process and rules of this selection. The square was surrounded by onlookers. In the center, in front of the hall where Feng Yin was standing, countless disciples lined up, numbering about 1,000. These thousands of disciples were the ones who would participate in the selection next, and among them, there were many disciples wearing intersect clothing. At the end of the crowd, a man wearing the clothes of a miscellaneous disciple stood there, somewhat out of tune with the crowd, attracting countless eyes. Is that Ye Fan? It should be. He looks pretty good, but I don't sense any trace of cultivation from him. A miscellaneous disciple who has no cultivation at all actually dares to participate in this selection. It's really hilarious. Where did he get the courage? Did he rely on the earth-level technique given to him by the sect? Or the 10 soul-transforming pills? The problem is that he has ordinary spiritual roots. What's the point of giving him a ground-level technique? Hasn't he even entered the chi refining stage for such a long time? Oh, I don't know what the sect is thinking, but this kid is really lucky. Hey! You can't say that. What if he can also rely on luck to get the qualification to enter the secret realm this time? When he enters the secret realm, if he is lucky enough to reshape his spiritual roots, relying on the earth-level skills, it will probably not take long for his cultivation to rise sharply and enter the inner gate. When we see him at that time, I am afraid we will have to bow to him. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Why don't you say that he had better luck and could have directly reshaped a spiritual vein? Moreover, no one knows how many people will target him this time. No matter how lucky he is, he will not be able to qualify to enter the secret realm. With good luck, it's possible to get the last place. Ha 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 ha. Among the disciples participating in the selection, there were countless eyes secretly looking at Ye Fan. Their eyes were all filled with disdain and contempt. Everyone was determined. After the trial began, if they met, they would be the first to eliminate Ye Fan. A miscellaneous disciple with ordinary spiritual roots, who was lucky enough to obtain a ground-level technique, dared to compete with them on the same stage? It's ridiculous. Listening to the discussions and feeling the hostile eyes, Ye Fan's face was normal. All of this had been simulated many times before, and there was no ripple in his heart. He even wanted to yawn. Feng Yin spoke for a long time, and the Bone Age test finally began. 3 Bone Age stones were moved out. All the disciples who wanted to participate in the selection were divided into 3 teams and stepped forward one by one. Gao Feng, Outer Sect Disciple, Middle Grade Water Spiritual Root, age, 18 years and 3 months, passed. Lu Zhuangxi, Inner Sect Disciple, top grade fire spiritual root, age, 20 years and 1 month, unqualified. Luomen Sin, an outer sect disciple, top grade water spiritual roots, age, 18 years and 5 months. Fei Fi Fei, outer disciple. Ye Fan stood in a team, and soon it was his turn. Ye Fan. Miscellaneous disciple. The testing elder took a look at the jade card representing Ye Fan's identity and thought he had seen it wrong, so he looked at it carefully several times. Ye Fan's name sounded. In an instant, the disciples who were watching, the disciples who had passed the test, the disciples who were still waiting for the test in the team, and even the disciples who failed and were eliminated, all looked over. The testing elder was sure that he had not seen it wrong, and his expression was a little bit surprised. Suddenly he remembered who Ye Fan was, put down the jade card, pointed to the bone age stone, and said, "Press your hand on it." Ye Fan stretched out a palm and pressed it on the bone age stone. A flash of spiritual light flashed on the stone, and then a stream of light floated up, with several lines of handwriting in it. The testing elder read out Ye Fan, miscellaneous disciple, ordinary spiritual root, age, 16 years and 5 months, qualified. As soon as the voice fell, the whole square suddenly burst into laughter. And at the same time, another test elder's voice rang out, Mu Ying Rong, disciple of the third supreme elder Lei Ting, medium grade thunder type special spiritual root, age, 17 years and 10 months, passed. Suddenly, the sect square that was still laughing just now was covered by an uproar. Ye Fan looked back. The current scene was almost exactly the same as the entrance test. But this time, Ye Fan no longer wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but was extremely calm, like an ancient well. Chapter 71. Then, not long after, Lu Ziteng's name was called out. 19 years and 1 month old, with a middle grade sword spirit root, once again caused an uproar in the square, and also made him gain a lot of flattering followers. Lu Ziteng and Mu Yingrong both have middle grade special spirit roots, but no one licks Mu Yingrong. The reason is very simple. Lu Ziteng is famous. And Mu Yingrong is a woman, her face is always indifferent, and it seems that it is not easy to approach. What's more, Lu Ziteng's strength is at the peak of foundation building, and he is the strongest person participating in the selection this time. If they lick well and can become a follower, then maybe they can also get the qualification to enter the secret realm. Soon. The test is over. All the unqualified disciples left the queue. They looked very disappointed, but they could only blame their bad luck. They finally caught up with the secret realm opening, but ended up failing by a month or 2. If possible, they would like to go back and stay for 2 more months. Feng Yin waved his hand, and a huge flowing spell appeared on the ground. All the qualified disciples felt a flash before their eyes, and the next moment, they had arrived in front of an extremely tall gate. Wow! What a big door! Such a huge door, is it for people to walk through? I feel like an ant. The ancient door made all the disciples feel insignificant. The second elder Feng Yin waved his hand again, and the huge door slowly opened. Behind the door was a curtain of light. Feng Yin pointed at the door and said to the disciples, "This is the location of the first stage, the entrance to the trial site. If you get fatally wounded inside, you will not die, but will be teleported out. However, after being teleported out, you can no longer enter. At the end of the day, everyone will be ranked according to the number and grade of the monster cores they obtained." After saying that, his body flashed and disappeared from the spot. At the moment he disappeared, all the disciples rushed to the gate in a line. No one was willing to lag behind, as if they would lose the qualification to enter the secret realm 1 second later. Ye Fan also followed the crowd to the gate. Just as he was about to enter, he saw Lu Ziteng, who was surrounded by a group of disciples not far away. Lu Ziteng was also looking at him. Their eyes met. As expected, just as the system simulated. From Lu Ziteng's eyes, Ye Fan clearly sensed his undisguised murderous intent and greed. Stepping into the light curtain behind the gate, Ye Fan's eyes changed and he came to a deserted desert. Feng Lai like a knife, yellow sand filled the sky. The dazzling sunlight shone, and the flames made the air extremely distorted. The earthen hills eroded by the wind and sand stood one after another. From time to time, some reptiles crawled behind. There were huge footprints on the ground that had not been covered by the wind and sand, which meant that the things that had passed by had not gone far. The air was filled with danger everywhere. Ye Fan was faintly excited. After all, this was the first time he had to fight a living thing after practicing so far. After most of the disciples entered here, they were cautious and explored step by step. After all, there was only one chance. If one misstep led to eternal regret, the qualification that was originally guaranteed to be won would be gone, and then it would be over. On the other hand, Ye Fan. He jumped onto a weathered pillar with only one pillar left. The desert rat was looking for food. Suddenly, it noticed a sound of breaking through the air behind it, and looked back in surprise. However, it saw a person with no cultivation level at all rushing towards it at a speed that an ordinary person should not have. The aggressive look scared the desert rat. But soon, he reacted. He is a second-level monster. He is an ordinary person, what should he be afraid of? It turned its head and faced Ye Fan, its turbid eyes full of excitement. It has been hungry for many days. It was worried about where to find food. But in the end, the food was delivered to its door. It was hard for the rat not to be excited. Seeing that Ye Fan was about to reach it, it backed up and suddenly jumped up, biting Ye Fan's neck with its teeth. However, just when it was about to bite Ye Fan's figure suddenly quickened, and his shoulder slammed into its body. The tremendous force made the desert rat's face suddenly change drastically, but it had been hit and had no chance to dodge. Crack! That was the sound of its bones being smashed into pieces. It fell heavily to the ground. As it was dying, one last thought emerged in its mind. Was it a second level, or was he a second level? Chapter 72. Ye Fan walked up, smashed the rat's skull with a slap, and took out a palm-sized demon beast core. Before coming in, Lang Xuan told him what kind of demon beasts were in there, meaning that he should avoid some high-level ones and only hunt some low-level ones. So Ye Fan knew that this rat, which was bigger than a dog, was a second-level one. A second-level demon beast core was in hand. Ye Fan's mouth curled up a smile. However, the excitement in his eyes had not dissipated at all. Although this rat was a second-level one, it was only in the early stage, which was equivalent to the early stage of foundation building. It was really too hard to fight. Ye Fan rushed straight into the depths of the desert again. After moving forward for a distance, he encountered the second desert rat. The same strength grade, the same one-hit kill. After taking out the core of the second-level early-stage demon beast, Ye Fan saw a cave on a cliff of a loess fault not far away. A long distance away from the cave entrance, a fishy smell floated out in the face, and it was faintly wrapped in a terrifying pressure. There must be a big guy inside. But looking at the pitch-black cave, Ye Fan knew that it was too risky to go in directly. After all, he didn't even know what was inside. He had to think of a way to attract the things inside. Ye Fan thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The mad sandstorm bear was sleeping quietly in the cave. Suddenly, a fragrant smell entered its nostrils. Sniff! It stood up as if it had been hooked, and slowly walked out of the cave following the smell. When it reached the exit of the cave, it saw a figure in hooded clothes, sitting in front of the cave with his back to him, holding an iron chisel from nowhere, wearing a pill, and placed it on the flames on the ground, burning like roasting chicken wings. The fragrance that drew him out of the cave was from the pill that was being roasted at that moment. Second-grade pill. It was indeed a second-grade pill. In this ghost place, there was no natural treasure at all. Seeing that it was indeed a second-grade elixir, and the aura on it seemed to be exactly what he needed to increase his spiritual energy. The crazy sandstorm bear, which had failed to break through the third level several times, had a pair of small eyes that were not proportional to its huge body, and they lit up with greed. It stepped back and scratched, and suddenly kicked a big hole in the ground. Its huge body, like a huge meat cannonball, rushed straight towards the person who was sitting there roasting elixirs. Waste of heaven! What if my elixir is roasted? It raised its huge bear paw and slapped the man. With such a huge force, if it was hit, then even if this person was in the late stage of foundation building, he would be beaten into pieces. But when this slap fell, the man did not move at all, and did not dodge at all. The crazy sandstorm bear was a little surprised. Is this person here to die and give himself benefits? At this moment, before the slap hit, under the whistling palm wind, the person suddenly flew out directly. Flying to one side, it was clearly visible. The so-called person was just a hooded coat propped up by a pile of dry weeds. The iron rod for roasting the elixir was tied to a wooden stick. There was no human figure at all. When the mad sandstorm bear saw this scene, he immediately had a bad feeling. He didn't even dare to pick up the elixir that fell on the ground and was close at hand. He wanted to retreat directly into the cave. However, it was already too late. Crash! A huge wave swept in, which seemed so abrupt in this vast desert. The mad sandstorm bear's face suddenly changed, raised his fist, and a huge yellow bear paw outline blasted out, colliding with the huge wave. Boom! For a moment, the light was bright, the air wave swept, and the sand was flying all over the sky. And at the moment when the light dissipated, in the yellow sand, a figure rushed out like a cannonball. Before the mad sandstorm bear could react, the figure had already arrived in front of him and hit him with a long fist. It quickly raised its heavy bear paw and punched back to collide with the opponent's fist. But just before the collision, the man suddenly put away his fist and changed his moves. The crazy sandstorm bear was shocked, but it was too late to withdraw the power of the punch. He could only punch in the air and watched the man bend his knees slightly, suddenly exert force, and hit his chest with his shoulder. Under the huge force of the collapse, the solid chest of the crazy sandstorm bear caved in. Ye Fan's eyes were stern, and he didn't give the other party any chance to breathe. When the other party was in pain and trance, he smashed a mountain-breaking fist and hit the throat of the crazy sandstorm bear. Crack! An extremely crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. There was a strong sense of unwillingness and regret in the eyes of the crazy sandstorm bear, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 73. Peak of the second stage. A mad sandstorm bear. Ye Fan looked at the huge corpse, his eyes lit up slightly. After digging out the core, he also put the huge bear corpse into the storage ring. After the mad sandstorm bear reaches adulthood, it can break into the third stage. An existence with pure blood can even reach the peak of the third stage, which is considered a rare species of monster. Although this one is only at the peak of the second stage, it can be sold for a good price. Behind Liu Ziteng, there followed two disciples, one fat and one thin, wearing the clothes of the inner sect. The thin one was named Du Chong, and the short and fat one was named Zhou Yun. As soon as they came in, they met Liu Ziteng. The three of them knew each other, so the two of them, who knew that it was very difficult for them to enter the top 100, decisively began to kneel and lick the ground, hoping to get a bite of soup behind Liu Ziteng. Liu Ziteng's peak foundation building cultivation, coupled with the third-level spiritual weapon longsword in his hand, was enough to walk sideways in the secret realm. Now they just hate that the monsters are too scattered, and it is too difficult to find them slowly. Clang! The longsword was unsheathed. With just one sword, it was sheathed again. The sword energy burst out. Not far away, a second-level mid-stage monster ground wolf was directly beheaded. Du Chong and Zhou Yun hurried over, one dug out the core, and the other put away the body. Du Chong held the core in his hand and said sincerely, "Brother Liu is worthy of having the sword spirit root. My uncle has practiced swordsmanship all his life just to get a glimpse of the sword spirit. Brother Liu is only at the peak of foundation building. When he draws the sword, there is already a hint of sword spirit in it." Zhou Yun placed the corpse in front of Liu Ziteng and echoed, "Yes. Brother Liu is truly a genius. In such a short period of time, he has already obtained the cores of 3 second-stage mid-stage monsters. It seems that this time, the top spot in the selection must belong to Brother Liu. Thank you for the compliment, my two junior brothers. I am just an ordinary person. I am just lucky enough to have the honor of worshipping my master as my teacher." Liu Ziteng waved his hand and collected the core and the monster corpse. He spoke modestly, but his expression was extremely proud. "Senior brother Liu is too modest. If it weren't for your amazing talent, then the Grand Elder would never have accepted you as his disciple." Zhou Yun said. "That's right. I just don't know what the sect is thinking. A genius like senior brother Liu doesn't have the qualifications to practice earth-level exercises, but they gave an earth-level technique to a loser instead." Du Chong felt very sorry for Liu Ziteng. Speaking of this, Liu Ziteng's face suddenly darkened. However, he still said calmly, "This is the sect's decision, and you and I should not discuss it. Senior brother Liu is right." Du Chong covered his mouth and nodded quickly. "But," Liu Ziteng said, "with junior brother Yi's spiritual talent, even if he practices earth-level techniques, his speed of practice is indeed a bit slow. Moreover, why did he come to participate in the selection with such a cultivation level? Is he here to play hide and seek?" He sneered. "It's really hard to figure it out." "Ha ha ha ha." Liu Ziteng's words fell. Zhou Yun and Du Chong both burst into laughter. Du Chong laughed and said he is not only slow in cultivation, he has no cultivation at all. It is almost impossible for him to cultivate. Zhou Yun couldn't stop laughing. Hide and seek, this statement is really appropriate. Who knows, junior brother Ye might be hiding in some corner right now, hoping to find the corpses of some monsters that were hunted to death by other monsters and dig out some cores. Ha 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 ha. After he said this, Du Chong laughed even louder, and he himself laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Liu Ziteng also smiled a little. He curled the corners of his mouth, narrowed his eyes, and said, if that's the case, then this junior brother Ye should like to play hide and seek very much. In this case, as senior brothers, there is no reason for us not to help him. The number of monsters here is a bit sparse, and it is too easy for him to hide, so it is boring to play. Let us help him and make it more difficult. As he spoke, Liu Ziteng's eyes were filled with teasing and coldness. Zhou Yun and Du Chong felt a chill down their spines, and their smiles froze slightly. Chapter 74. A Second Order Peak Core. A Second Stage Late Kernel. 3 Second Order Early Cores. After hunting the crazy sandstorm bear, Ye Fan did not stop. Not long after, at a barrier on the cliff, he turned a corner and met 3 ground wolves, including a wolf king. After seeing Ye Fan, the 3 wolves were very excited. And seeing them, Ye Fan was also very excited. Obviously. The one who was excited to the end was Ye Fan. After digging out the cores and counting them, Ye Fan knew that at this time period and this number, the number of cores he now had was enough to rank first, and far ahead. This was before the good show that made him occupy the top spot in this link had begun. After collecting the corpses of the 3 ground wolves of the monster beast, Ye Fan continued to look for monster beasts to hunt. The number of simulations for today has been refreshed, but Ye Fan did not rush to simulate and chose to leave it until tomorrow. After walking forward for a distance, suddenly, a gust of wind blew up. Ye Fan looked in the direction of the wind, and the sandstorm in the sky, covering the sky and the earth, swept over in darkness. He frowned and thought of what the fairy sister told him. If you encounter a sandstorm, you must give up everything and run away immediately. But now, he knew why Lang Xuan said that. The sandstorm was still very far away. The strong wind carried the sand and gravel and hit his face, which was as painful as a knife. If Ye Fan was not a physical cultivator with a tough body, he would have been covered with scars at this moment. But even if Ye Fan was a physical cultivator, if he was swallowed by the sandstorm, he would still be swept to pieces, leaving nothing behind, and be eliminated directly. Without hesitation, Ye Fan ran in the opposite direction of the sandstorm. But the speed of the sandstorm was really amazing. Ye Fan was already very fast, but the distance was getting closer and closer. His clothes on the back had been cut into many large holes. But Ye Fan was not panicked at all. Because he was running in the direction he came from. Soon, the sandstorm was close at hand. And at the critical moment, Ye Fan jumped into the cave where the crazy sandstorm bear had just lived. Outside, sand and rocks were flying, and the vast yellow sand was so thick that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. In the whistling wind, one could hear the wailing of many disciples who were swept away. Ye Fan was about 10 meters inside the cave entrance, and was not affected at all. He lay down comfortably with his head raised. It took a few quarters of an hour for the sandstorm to finally pass. Ye Fan stuck his head out and looked outside. After making sure that there was no danger, he walked out of the cave. Soon, he saw that many monsters gathered from the direction where the sandstorm swept. The sandstorm killed countless things, and the ground was full of broken meat. These monsters seemed to know this, chasing after the sandstorm and picking up these godsend foods. Looking at these monsters, Ye Fan's eyes were shining. There must be good fortune after surviving a great disaster. This is true. In the sect square, countless rays of light flashed, and many disciples appeared one after another. They were basically the disciples who were buried in the sandstorm and eliminated. After landing, some of them continued to cry out in pain. After a while, they realized that they were not dead and had been teleported out. They all breathed a sigh of relief. What happened to you? Seeing so many disciples being eliminated in batches, the second elder Feng Yin frowned and asked in confusion. Reporting to the second supreme elder, we encountered a sandstorm. It was so scary. The moment I was swallowed by the sandstorm, I clearly saw my body being shredded into a pool of minced meat. I thought I was dead, what is going on? The disciples who were teleported out heard the question and suddenly became noisy. In the master's hall, in the bedroom, Lang Xuan, who was secretly paying attention to all this, heard that a sandstorm had appeared, and her heart was instantly tightened. Her life experience covered the entire square, and she was trying to find out whether Ye Fan would also be eliminated by the sandstorm. After waiting for a long time, no more disciples were teleported out, and she was a little relieved, but her worry about Ye Fan in her heart still did not reduce at all. Chapter 75. Night was approaching. The sky gradually darkened. Following the direction of the sandstorm, Ye Fan killed more than a dozen monsters along the way. Most of them were in the early and middle stages of the second stage. Ye Fan had 15 middle stage second stage cores and 10 early stage second stage cores. The storage ring is almost full. We still have to find a way to get a bigger one. After collecting the corpse of the monster, there was almost no room in the storage ring. Ye Fan said to himself and prepared to move forward. Suddenly, not far to his right, a huge strange sound came faintly. It seemed that something was roaring, and the ground was shaking with it. He frowned in surprise and decided to go and see. He groped over, hid on the back slope of a dirt hill, and looked in that direction. Although he was very confident in his strength, it was better to be a little cautious before confirming what it was. After all, he was strong and confident, not sick. Looking over, Ye Fan saw. The sound was made by a giant silver scorpion. It was extremely fast and was chasing a slender woman. The speed of its many legs was so fast that it was blurred. A pair of pincers, following the huge scorpion stinger on the tail, kept falling down, causing the ground to tremble continuously. A late-stage second-order monster, the bright silver poisonous scorpion. At that time, Lang Xuan specifically reminded Ye Fan that the most important monster in the desert to be wary of is this bright silver poisonous scorpion. If you encounter one, you must avoid it no matter what. Because this kind of thing, although not as high level as the wild sandstorm bear, there are many of them, and it is easy to encounter it. Moreover, this bright silver poisonous scorpion, even opponents of the same level will often suffer fatal injuries when facing it. Especially the scorpion tail sting, which carries an extremely terrifying poison. Once stung, you will definitely die. The woman who was being chased by the bright silver poisonous scorpion kept rolling left and right, avoiding one fatal attack after another, and looked extremely embarrassed. With the addition of eagle eyes, Ye Fan has excellent eyesight. Even if it is far away and turbulent, he can still see roughly. The woman's face, coupled with the flashes of lightning on her body from time to time, there is no doubt. The one being hunted is Lei Lingan's sister, Mu Yingrong. And at this moment, on the path of Mu Yingrong's escape, bang! A huge bright silver figure emerged from under the sand, and it was another bright silver poisonous scorpion. Mu Yingrong's face changed drastically. Ye Fan bent his knees deeply and rushed out like a cannonball. The huge leverage caused the small earth hill to collapse. Behind, the huge tail of the chasing bright silver poisonous scorpion stabbed towards Mu Yingrong. Mu Yingrong quickly turned over and dodged. But then, another scorpion sting whistled down. Mu Yingrong was still in the air, and it was too late to dodge. Her face turned pale. Snap! The scorpion sting immediately pierced Mu Yingrong. Suddenly, there was a huge wave hitting over. Snap! With a crisp sound, the scorpion sting was turned in a different direction, avoiding her. She landed steadily and turned her head in the direction of the huge wave in surprise. But she saw. Ye Fan rushed over like a cannonball, rushed to the front of the bright silver poisonous scorpion that had just been hit by the huge wave on the tail and was almost turned over. He jumped high and punched it. Boom! The huge force made the bright silver poisonous scorpion's legs unable to support it, and it fell down with a bang. Its head carapace was cracked by this punch. It was like a meteorite fell from the sky and hit its head. After falling to the ground with a bang, the bright silver poisonous scorpion struggled a few more times, and then it was completely silent. It was actually killed by one blow. Stepping on the carapace of this bright silver poisonous scorpion, Ye Fan flew up and rushed towards another bright silver poisonous scorpion. The bright silver poisonous scorpion raised its huge scorpion tail and stabbed Ye Fan in the air at a very fast speed. Ye Fan twisted his body in the air, avoiding the stinger, and punched the joint of the scorpion's tail. At the same time, he borrowed a downward force, fell rapidly, and hit the back of the bright silver poisonous scorpion with a shoulder collision. Boom! This blow was even more shocking. The carapace on the back of the bright silver poisonous scorpion was almost completely cracked. The huge body was deeply smashed into the sand. There was a green viscous liquid erupting from every joint and spilling all over the ground. Looking at the scorpion's back, Ye Fan stood there, heroic and unparalleled, like a demon descending from the sky. Mu Yingrong raised her hand to cover her cherry lips, and her beautiful eyes were rounder than ever before. Chapter 76. After jumping down from the scorpion's back, Ye Fan prepared to dig out the 2 second-stage late-stage cores. But looking at the green juice all over the ground, he didn't know where to start, so he turned to look at Mu Yingrong. "Senior Sister Mu, do you have any sharp weapons? Lend me some." Mu Yingrong nodded blankly and took out a second-grade top-grade spiritual sword from her storage ring. Yet, Fan took it and quickly performed a craniotomy on the bodies of the 2 bright silver poisonous scorpions, took out the 2 cores, and returned the spiritual sword to Mu Yingrong. "Thank you." I should thank you." Mu Yingrong swallowed her saliva. She looked at Ye Fan, the shock in her eyes had not dissipated for a long time. She took a deep breath and said, "Junior brother Ye Fan, thank you for saving me. Otherwise, she would have been eliminated just now. That would be troublesome. Senior Sister Mu, you are too polite. If Senior Sister Mu hadn't taken me with her, I would not have been able to reach the Chongsheng Immortal Sect." Ye Fan grinned and said, "Besides, I also ate so many meals along the way, which is much more valuable than favors. Let's put things one way and thank you very much anyway. After we get out, if there is anything you can do for me, junior brother Ye Fan, just let me know and I will help you at the risk of my life." Mu Yingrong's every move, every word and every demeanor gave people a sense of gentleness. She was like a well-educated and well-mannered lady from a big family. After she finished speaking, she bowed to Ye Fan. This greeting was not a bow, but a bow. It was a bit like the kind of greeting that the concubines and princesses in the palace did in ancient TV shows in the previous life. Ye Fan's eyebrows moved slightly, and he was a little surprised. "Junior brother, time is limited, I'm leaving first. You should also continue to hunt monsters and get the core as soon as possible." Mu Yingrong bowed again, said goodbye, and prepared to leave. But before she turned around, Ye Fan stopped her. "Why do you have to walk alone, senior sister? If we walk together, won't we have someone to look after us? Let's go together." Mu Yingrong frowned slightly, shook her head gently, and said softly, "But, junior brother Ye Fan, if we go together, the monsters we encounter will overlap. At that time, you are likely to be implicated by me and will not be able to enter the top 100. She never expected Ye Fan to invite her to go with him. After all, with the strength Ye Fan showed now, if she went with him, she would only hinder Ye Fan. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Fan waved his hand. With a crash, a large pile of cores appeared on the ground. "Good, that's a lot of cores. Second stage, middle stage, second stage, late stage, even second stage peak." Mu Yingrong covered her mouth again. Of course. Ye Fan didn't help Mu Yingrong for no reason. It wasn't because he saw the simulation content and thought Mu Yingrong would have a good impression of him later that he decided to help her. On the way here, Ye Fan could be said to have gone through thousands of hardships. The most difficult and fatal thing was that there was no food to eat. Ye Fan had to dig wild vegetables and eat tree bark. Fortunately, Mu Yingrong and the beautiful woman who escorted her helped him. After hearing that the destination was the same, they took the initiative to take him along to avoid any danger on the road. Moreover, along the way, they also took care of Ye Fan's meals. You know. At that time, the food was not food. A meal was Ye Fan's life. As Ye Fan said, just eating is more valuable than any favor. Not to mention, it also avoids the dangers that Ye Fan might encounter along the way. In the first simulation, Ye Fan helped Mu Yingrong, and I think it was for this reason. I never thought that you, junior brother Ye Fan, would actually transform into a cultivation body, and it is growing so fast. Mu Yingrong walked side by side with Ye Fan. She was wearing the uniform of a disciple of the main sect, with her hair tied up, a lotus hairpin swaying gently with her steps, her hands clenched together, hanging in front of her, and her cherry lips opened slightly and said, "I haven't switched to physical cultivation is just a side job." Yet. Fan shook his head and said, "Physical training is just a side job? What does that mean?" Mu Yingrong looked at Ye Fan in surprise. Are you planning to practice both the mind and the body? I guess so. Ye Fan did not comment, and turned to look at Mu Yingrong, saying after all, my spiritual roots are very good. This is not false. Hee. Hearing this, Mu Yingrong thought Ye Fan was teasing her, and she covered her face and laughed. Night had fallen. After the two of them hunted more than a dozen monsters, it was midnight. The temperature in the desert dropped to a terrifying level. That chill. Even the foundation building period cultivation could not resist it at all, making people want to shiver uncontrollably, and their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Although it had no effect on Ye Fan, who was a physical cultivator. But at this temperature, even the monsters would not come out, and they searched for a long time without finding another monster. Ye Fan discussed with Mu Yingrong, walked up a blade ridge formed by airflow, found a slope leeward, started a fire, and prepared to take a rest. The fire had just started, and they hadn't even sat down yet. One person and one monster, chasing each other, bumped into the sight of Ye Fan and Mu Yingrong. The chasing monster was not big in size, and seemed to be a cat. Most of its hair was black, mixed with white patterns. Flat-headed beast. Lang Xuan also told Ye Fan about this thing. This kind of monster only reaches the middle stage of the second stage when it matures. But they hold grudges very well. Once you provoke them, if you can't defeat them, they will chase you to the ends of the earth even if they are exhausted. And the person being chased? Ye Fan looked at her carefully. She was wearing the clothes of an outer sect disciple, but it couldn't hide her slender figure. She was as slender as a willow on the Zhengtai terrace. Who else could it be but Luo Mensin? Senior Sister Luo. Ye Fan rushed forward. Luo Mensin heard the shout and looked in the direction of the sound. But after seeing Ye Fan, she was not happy at all. Junior brother Ye Fan, don't come over here, don't worry about me, go away. She didn't want Ye Fan to be implicated by her, so she shouted to Ye Fan. And just as she was distracted, the flat-headed beast behind her got closer to her. Seeing that it was about to bite her skirt fluttering in the wind, Luo Mensin's back was numb to the extreme. But at this critical moment, a punch hit the flat-headed beast on the head, hitting it directly in the air for countless circles, flying sideways and falling out. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. It was very angry, and it got up and wanted to find out who had attacked it, but before it could see clearly, Ye Fan had already pounced on it again, knocked it down with a punch, and smashed its throat with a mountain-breaking punch. Crack! Instantly killed. Seeing the flat-headed beast that had been chasing her for who knows how long just stopped moving. Luo Mensin was stunned. She looked at Ye Fan in disbelief. Body training? Junior brother, you turned your body to practice. Ye Fan shook his head. I haven't practiced body cultivation yet. I accidentally got a book on body refining exercises. I'll practice it first. He looked Luo Mensin up and down, and saw that except for her dirty clothes and a somewhat disheveled appearance, she didn't have any skin injuries. He breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked, Senior Sister Luo, are you okay? Here, those who are fatally injured will be teleported out. But if you are slightly injured, before leaving here, the pain will be exactly the same as when you are in the outside world. There is still some time before you can get out. If you are injured, then Luo Mensin will be in pain during this period. Hearing Ye Fan's concerned questions, Luo Mensin couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved, and her eyes were a little red. She shook her head. I'm not hurt. It's good that you're not injured, but why are you being chased by this thing? Ye Fan asked. Luo Meng thought to himself after entering here, I was lucky enough to encounter and kill a second-grade initial stage demon beast. But as soon as I took out the core, it came to fight for it. I just drove it away, and it chased me for a whole day. Seeing her biting her lips and looking more and more aggrieved and angry, Ye Fan hugged her in his arms and whispered in her ear, Sister, it's okay. I have avenged you. Feeling the warmth of Ye Fan's chest and the heat of his breath, Luo Mensin, whose lips were a little purple from the cold, blushed slightly, and felt her whole body warm up. But then, her low voice came from Ye Fan's chest. I can't enter the top 100. I'm sorry, junior brother Ye, I'm sorry for your spiritual tea, sorry for the elixir you gave me, and even more sorry for your expectations. Ye Fan stroked the back of her head and said with a smile, who said you can't enter the top 100? But I have only got one kernel so far. Luo Mensin took out a core, which was from a second stage monster. So what if there is only one? The trial is not over yet, it is too early to say anything now. Yet. Fan chuckled. Hearing this, Luo Mensin suddenly raised her head. Her eyes gradually filled with determination. She looked at Ye Fan and said, yes. Now everything has not been finalized, so there is still a chance. Even if the hope is slim, we must try. Junior brother Yet, I am leaving. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. She said firmly, left Ye Fan's arms, turned around and left. Ye Fan pulled her back. She looked at Ye Fan in surprise. Ye Fan said, I'm not telling you to figure it out yourself. What I mean is, I will help you, senior sister, to get into the top 100. Junior brother, can you help me? Luo Mensin frowned slightly. She was concerned about exactly the same thing as Mu Yingrong just now. But if that happens, I will be a drag on you, junior brother. What if I delay you as well? Don't worry. Ye Fan raised his lips. Since I said so, I am sure. Luo Mensin looked at Ye Fan's confident look and still hesitated. But Ye Fan took her hand without saying anything and walked towards the sheltered place. He saw everything. Mu Yingrong looked at Ye Fan pulling Luo Mensin over, pursed her lips lightly, her beautiful eyes moved slightly, as if she was thinking about something, and after a while, she turned around and walked back. She brought Luo Mensin to the sheltered place. After seeing Mu Yingrong, Luo Mensin was a little surprised. After all, Mu Yingrong was such a beautiful girl, and she would actually be with Ye Fan. Ye Fan introduced the two girls to each other. Soon, the two girls became familiar with each other. They got along well and soon called each other senior sister and junior sister. Luo Mensin was the senior sister. Although Mu Yingrong was a direct disciple of the third elder, she was much younger than Luo Mensin in both entrance age and age. After the coldest time of the night, the temperature gradually rose. Suddenly, Mu Yingrong stood up. She looked at Ye Fan and said softly, Junior brother Ye Fan, since you already have senior sister Mensin, I won't bother you here anymore. With your ability, it should be no problem to lead one person into the top 100, but it would be too much for you to lead two of us. I mean, could you please share some of the kernels we got while traveling together? It's too late. I really need the qualification to enter the secret realm this time. Mu Yingrong was a little embarrassed to say the second half of the sentence, and her face turned red after she finished speaking. No one knew better than her that the monsters she had hunted along the way had nothing to do with her at all, and they were all killed by Ye Fan alone. But she had no choice, she really needed the qualification to enter the secret realm this time, even if she couldn't say it anymore, she still gritted her teeth and said it. Looking at Mu Yingrong, Ye Fan raised his sword eyebrows slightly, but before he could speak, Luo Mensin stood up. She looked at Mu Yingrong guiltily, shook her head and said, Junior sister Yingrong, I'd better leave. Things have to be sorted by first come first served. I came later, so there's no reason to let you go. Mu Yingrong shook her head and chuckled, Senior sister Mensin, you don't have to do this. It's me. Okay. Ye Fan spoke, interrupting the two girls. He glanced at them left and right, shook his head and said, Who said that some of you should leave? Junior brother, with your strength, it is a sure thing for you to enter the top 100. We can't hold you back. Yes. If you lose the qualification to enter the secret realm because of us. Ye Fan shook his head and interrupted them. He said softly, Since I said yes, then I must be sure. Just be at ease. As he spoke, Ye Fan's mouth curled up. If we do it well tomorrow, not to mention the top 100, it's entirely possible to be in the top 10. Confident. Luo Mensin and Mu Yingrong looked at each other. Chapter 77. The sky was bright. After the sun appeared, the whole desert gradually regained its dryness and heat. From the end of the night till now, Ye Fan and his team had not encountered many monsters, so naturally they had not obtained many cores. This made the two women a little anxious. More than half of the time had passed since the end of the selection in the trial area. Brother Lake Wang. Look, that guy in grey over there, isn't that Ye Fan? Lu Tian pointed to the three figures of a man and two women in the distance and said to the burly Lake Wang beside him. Lake Wang squinted his eyes. It was too far away, and the desert was already starting to heat up, so he couldn't see clearly. But he thought it was probably Ye Fan. Among the disciples participating in the competition this time, Ye Fan was the only miscellaneous disciple wearing grey clothes. The two looked at each other, then looked to the side, at a thin man who looked a little cunning, had a goatee before he was 20, and his age was a little hard to guess. Brother Feng Xing, should we take action? Lei Guang asked. Feng Xing raised his eyebrows, smiled noncommittally and said, do it. Of course we have to take action. Senior brother Lu announced that whoever can find Ye Fan and eliminate him will receive a second-level mid-grade spiritual weapon. We are so lucky that we met Ye Fan just after dawn. How can we not take action? And we have to act fast. As fast as possible. Otherwise, if someone grabs it first, you will have to watch helplessly as the spiritual weapon you got is lost again. He finished his words. Ha 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 ha. The three looked at each other and laughed. Then, they moved together and quietly moved towards Ye Fan and the other two. The three were wearing inner sect clothes. There was no doubt that they were all inner sect disciples. In front of a slope, Feng Xing stretched out his hand. The three of them all stopped. Do you know who is with Ye Fan? Seeing that there were two people beside Ye Fan, Feng Xing asked cautiously. Lei Guang and Lu Tian both squinted their eyes and looked carefully. Lu Tian said the outer disciple on the left should be called Luo Menxin. She was the one who caused a sensation in the alchemy contest with Lin Feiyun. Judging from her aura, she should have just broken through the foundation building stage not long ago. Lei Guang took a breath and said the other one is the new disciple of the third elder, Mu Yingrong. Her aura is not strong either. It is estimated that she has just broken through the foundation building stage not long ago, but her identity was very tricky. What if she caused trouble for them after she got out? They couldn't afford to offend a disciple of the Supreme Elder, and the only disciple. Lei Guang didn't say this. But after revealing Mu Yingrong's identity, everyone realized this. What should we do? Should we take action? Lu Tian asked. Lei Guang turned to look at Feng Xing. Brother Feng Xing, what do you think? Feng Xing narrowed his eyes and looked at the backs of Ye Fan and the other two. A genius with a special middle-grade spiritual root, a disciple of the third Supreme Elder. A piece of trash with ordinary spiritual roots, doing the chores of growing vegetables. They were traveling together, so it was probably an accidental encounter. As long as we didn't touch the disciples of the third Grand Elder and only touched Ye Fan, she wouldn't say anything. After all, her strength is not that strong, and she probably doesn't want to be eliminated. After listening to Feng Xing's words, Lei Guang and Lu Tian nodded in agreement. What are you waiting for? Get started. Although we have a lot of core players, if we have only 3 of them, we still have a long way to go to advance. After walking a long distance, they still didn't encounter any monsters. The two girls' worries became more and more intense. As they walked, Luo Menxin pursed her lips and said, how about this, I won't distinguish between the cores at that time. Anyway, even if I enter the top 100 in this stage, I will hardly be able to get any ranking in the next stage. Sister Menxin, how can that be possible? Mu Yingrong looked conflicted, but she still gritted her teeth and said, okay. Ye Fan interrupted their conversation on this topic again, grinned confidently and said, isn't there still time? Believe me. Believe him. The two girls looked at each other and nodded. But in fact, they have made up their minds in their hearts. If there is really no other way, they will choose to give up, even Mu Yingrong who has to enter the trial ground for a reason. Junior brother Ye Fan. What a coincidence. At this time, a laugh sounded. Feng Xing and the other two jumped over and came not far from Ye Fan and the other two. Seeing them, Ye Fan's mouth curled up with a smile. Is this coming? Who are you? Mu Yingrong asked with a frown on her face. Luo Menxin had already drawn out her sword and held it in her hand. The 3 of them were undoubtedly here with bad intentions. 2 junior sisters, don't be so nervous. This trial ground is too dangerous, we are just here to send junior brother Ye Fan off in advance. Feng Xing said, his tone suddenly became heavier, and he rushed towards Ye Fan. Lei Guang and Lu Tian looked at Mu Yingrong and Luo Menxin to prevent them from interfering. But what surprised them was that the 2 women had no intention of helping Ye Fan resist Feng Xing. What senior brother Feng Xing said was indeed true. They just met by chance, and there was no need to save Ye Fan at the risk of being eliminated early. Haha. I didn't expect that it would be so simple. I got a second-level spiritual weapon right away. Lu Tian and Lei Guang both breathed a sigh of relief and began to talk and laugh in a low voice. They really didn't want to fight with Mu Yingrong. After all, she was the disciple of the third elder. What they didn't know was that the two girls didn't go up to help, and it had nothing to do with what they thought. They knew Ye Fan's strength. They knew that if they went up to help, they would only hinder Ye Fan. Junior brother Ye, your trial journey is over. My name is Feng Xing. You must remember my name. Feng Xing didn't even use his spiritual weapon sword. To read the novel, go to Follow Novel Network. In his opinion, he could easily kill someone like Ye Fan. He didn't need a butcher knife to kill a chicken. He put his two fingers together and pointed at Ye Fan's forehead with a sharp sword energy. However, just as he flew in front of Ye Fan, a palm, ignoring the sharp sword energy, grabbed his sword finger. What? Feng Xing's face suddenly changed, and he tried to pull himself away. But the next moment, two crisp sounds were heard. That was the sound of his sword fingers being broken. Feeling Ye Fan's powerful strength and the severe pain from his fingers, Feng Xing's face changed drastically. He endured the pain and pulled himself away again, trying to forcibly pull out the fingers that were being held and get out first. But Ye Fan's hand holding his fingers was like an iron clamp. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't pull it out at all. You two, what are you still standing there for? He's a physical cultivator, come together. Feng Xing shouted with gritted teeth. On the side, Lei Guang and Lu Tian, who had been stunned for a long time, heard the shout and came back to their senses. They each took out their own weapons and went straight to kill Ye Fan. Ye Fan raised his foot and kicked Feng Xing in the stomach, kicking him so hard that his intestines were twisted. After lying on the ground unable to move, he dodged the two long swords stabbing at him sideways, and knocked them all to the ground with one punch each. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were lying in a row. They were still shouting just now, but they lay down now. It was really funny. Ye Fan squatted in front of them and said, "Senior brothers, is my trial journey over, or is your trial journey over?" The faces of the three were all extremely pale, looking at Ye Fan in disbelief. They never thought that Ye Fan would be a physical cultivator, and his strength was so powerful. "We are doomed, what are you going to do?" Feng Xing gritted his teeth and asked. Ye Fan did not eliminate them directly, but talked nonsense with them here. There must be a reason. This senior brother is very smart. Ye Fan nodded, raised the corner of his mouth, chuckled and asked, "Why did you attack me?" "Just because I obtained a local level technique from you, which made you dislike me." At that time, during the simulation, this point made Ye Fan a little puzzled. These disciples disliked him, and they should have attacked him after seeing him. After all, this is a selection trial. In comparison, it is obviously more important to obtain the core and improve the ranking. In the simulation, those disciples are almost carpet searching to eliminate him. This is very unreasonable. Feng Xing narrowed his eyes, but still said truthfully, "Not only do they dislike you, but also because senior brother Lu has released the news that whoever kills you will be able to obtain a second-level spiritual weapon after going out." Lu Zitang spread the news, and it spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. So far, 70% to 80% of the disciples in the trial ground have all known the news. While hunting monsters, they are also searching for Ye Fan. Some disciples who feel that they have no hope of obtaining the qualifications have even begun to give up hunting monsters and concentrate on looking for Ye Fan. Ye Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, "So that's it. So this is how he got the first place." A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I wonder if Lu Zitang would be so angry if he knew that Ye Fan had taken away his first place because of him. Looking at the three people again, Ye Fan said, "If you want to kill me and eliminate me, this will be a mortal feud. But, I am not like you." Ye Fan smiled lightly, "I am very kind and willing to give people a chance. Take out half of your core and swear to the heavens that you will not reveal anything about what you have seen here, and I will let you go. It's still early to the end, you can still go hunt more monsters and get more cores." 930. Either you are eliminated now, and you will definitely have no hope of making the top 100, or you hand over the core and continue to stay in the trial ground. I will give you 10 breaths of time to consider this. Hand over half of the core. The three of them looked at each other. Just as Ye Fan said, no monsters were hunted at night. The monster cores they had were all obtained during the day yesterday. There was still a lot of time left, not much less than during the day yesterday. They did have a chance to get more cores. "I hand over half." Feng Xing gritted his teeth and said, with a wave of his hand, more than 20 cores appeared on the ground in front of him, most of which were early and middle second level, and there was only one second level top grade. Then, he pointed his sword to the sky and said word by word, I, Feng Xing, swear to the heaven that I will never reveal anything about what I saw junior brother Ye in the secret realm. If I violate it, I will be struck by lightning. Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction, and turned to look at the other two. Lei Guang and Lu Tian saw that Feng Xing had taken out the core. Although hesitant, they still took it out. Then they spoke in unison and swore an oath. Before they left, Ye Fan suddenly thought of something and asked them to swear another oath. That is, after they left, they would spread Ye Fan's location to anyone they met. Lei Guang and Lu Tian didn't understand. But Feng Xing seemed to understand something, and his pupils shrank. The three of them fled away. Luo Mensin and Mu Yingrong came up. Looking at the more than 60 cores on the ground, they were not happy, but more worried. Brother Ye, this is troublesome. Hunting monsters is already extremely difficult, and now the other disciples in the secret realm are eyeing you and want to harm you. Junior brother, please don't share the kernel with us, the number of cores you have is definitely enough for you to successfully advance. Yes. Looking at the two girls talking to each other, Ye Fan smiled and shook his head. This is indeed a problem, but if you look at it from another angle. Ye Fan smiled and said this is the solution. Method. The two girls were stunned, with doubts on their faces. Ye Fan pointed to the core on the ground and smiled without saying anything. When they looked down in the direction of Ye Fan's finger, they all understood something and their eyes widened. At the same time, they also understood instantly. Ye Fan had just asked the three of them to swear that they would spread the news of their location when they met people. Chapter 78. Ye Fan is over there. Over here, over here. Get the hell out of the way, let me do it. Similar to the news spread by Liu Ziteng, the news of Ye Fan's location also spread quickly from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Countless disciples flocked to the scene, almost rushing to come. Then, they were all beaten up by Ye Fan. Not only did he rob half of the cores, but he also ordered them to swear not to reveal anything about seeing him in the secret realm, and to continue to spread the news of his presence after they went out. The reason for the oath was obvious. To prevent them from reporting him after they went out. Although they wanted to surround and eliminate Ye Fan, this was the result, and losing the core was also their own fault. But after all, more and more people will be robbed. At that time, the public anger will be difficult to calm down, which is also troublesome. Ye Fan asked the robbed people to spread the news of his location, which was beyond the simulation content. Therefore, more disciples came to surround and kill him, and they came faster. Not long after, a small mountain of cores was piled up in Ye Fan's storage ring. The astonishing number made the two women who had been worried for a long time all smile. In the master's hall, Lang Xuan, wearing a light blue star-shaped gauze skirt, sat on the throne of the sect leader. Under her frosty face, her gently clenched palms were already sweating. She was almost praying in her heart, hoping that Ye Fan would be in the top 100. Below, the 5 supreme elders who had gathered had different expressions. The second elder Feng Yin sipped his tea lightly, with a look of indifference on his face. The third elder Lei Ting, a hot and charming mature woman, had beautiful eyes that kept moving, as if she was worried. The fourth elder Feng Duo and the fifth elder Lu Feng were talking to the first elder Tian Hong, and the three of them looked very close. Ha ha ha! Feng Duo stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, the first round of the trial is almost over. In this trial, the one with the strongest cultivation and the highest talent is none other than junior brother Lu. It seems that the top spot this time has been reserved. Special spiritual roots are extremely rare. Sword spiritual roots are even rarer. Lu Feng shook his head and said with emotion, if I can get the opportunity to reshape and strengthen my spiritual veins in the secret realm, then junior brother Lu will definitely soar to the sky. Yes. Feng Duo echoed, moreover, junior brother Lu has already begun to glimpse the secrets of sword intent. Perhaps he can successfully comprehend sword intent in the golden core stage. Such a terrifying talent is really jaw-dropping. The disciple is better than the master. Great elder, you really have a good disciple. The supreme elder Tianhong listened to what the two said, smiled, and said modestly, the two elders are too kind. My disciple is just an ordinary disciple. He is not what you two said. Please don't embarrass me. He said so. But his eyes turned to look at Lang Xuan from time to time, with a strong provocation. Lang Xuan's face became even colder, and at the same time, a deep sadness flashed across her face. This is why she can't do anything to Tianhong. Among the 5 supreme elders, except Tianhong, the other 4. 2 have a close relationship with Tianhong. The other 2 watched coldly. It's time. Suddenly, Feng Yin put down his teacup and said, and waved his hand. A white light curtain appeared in the hall. Not only the hall, but also a larger light curtain floated out in the sect square. After seeing the light curtain, the disciples guarding the square became noisy. What's this? It seems to be a list. The first stage should be over. I don't know who will get first place. I think it should be Brother Lu, the direct disciple of the Grand Elder. Junior Brother Lu's talent is not that strong. What a pity. He was born at the wrong time. If I could be born 10 years later, this first place would definitely be mine, and the opportunity in the secret realm would definitely be mine too. A disciple in plain clothes looked up at the light curtain and said with emotion. He carried a rusty iron sword on his back, had a scruffy beard and a resolute face. Brother, are you still asleep? I think he must have drunk too much. Someone pointed at the wine gourd hanging on his waist and said. Seems. If I had one more peanut, I wouldn't have ended up drinking like this. Listening to the disciple's doubts about him, the sword-carrying disciple shook his head, his face indifferent, not wanting to argue at all. The moment the light curtain appeared, all the cores obtained by the disciples from the trial ground disappeared. Soon, the first name appeared on the light curtain. It was not a good thing for the name to appear first on the list, because this list was counted backwards. Number 1430, Lu Qing, obtained the core, none. Number 1429, Ning Ji, obtained the core, none. No 1428. In the square, there were cries of grief and indignation. Why? Why are they all without cores, and I am the last one? Yes. Why should I be the last one to be photographed when they are all coreless? It's not fair. Yeah, it's not fair. At this time, a line of white words floated out from below the list. Those with the same scores will be ranked according to the time they survived in the trial ground. Seeing this line of handwriting, the disciples who shouted that it was unfair were speechless. They were indeed killed as soon as they landed. But, that's not right. Shouldn't the name at the bottom be Yafan? Why has his name not appeared until the 1000th place, and the cores obtained have reached the middle stage of the second order? Could it be that he was lucky in there and also obtained a middle stage of the second order monster core? In the trial ground, a huge light curtain also appeared. The monsters have disappeared, and everyone looked up at the light curtain, praying that their names would not come out too early, and every second late would count. Looking at the ranking that has appeared in the top 700, Zhou Yun and Du Chong both bowed to Lu Ziteng. Senior brother Lu, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, the two of us would have appeared on the list now. Lu Ziteng shook his head, smiled and patted the two on the shoulders. Why are you so polite, my two junior brothers? If you follow me, you will definitely benefit from it. Don't worry, senior brother Lu. We too will definitely follow your lead in the future. The two bowed again and said. Lu Ziteng nodded, then looked up at the light curtain, seeing that there were already more than 500 people, he raised his eyebrows and said, did you see junior brother Yefan's name? No. I didn't see it either. The two shook their heads. Zhou Yun said, maybe it has passed, and we just didn't see it. Du Chong nodded, most likely, the current ranking already requires 5 second stage midterm cores. Even if Yafan is lucky, he can't get 5 second stage midterm cores. Lu Ziteng was silent for a moment and nodded. The light curtain is rolling. The names that have passed will disappear. They didn't pay much attention to it just now. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Yefan's name has passed, which is normal. Soon, the names on the light curtain have appeared in more than 100. It's almost the top 100. Everyone held their breath. Pray that their names will not appear. After all, if they don't appear now, it means that they have already confirmed that they can enter the top 100. In the main hall of the sect master, the palm of Langshuan's slender hand was completely wet. Number 109. No 108. Number 101. Yefan's name still didn't appear. Hey! Instantly, Langshuan breathed a sigh of relief. Not only her. In the hall, the third supreme elder Lei Ting also breathed a sigh of relief. In the trial ground, Countless people showed joyful expressions. Entering the top 100. It's worth their hard work for so long. Number 99, Jo Yoon, 8 second stage late stage monster cores, 22nd stage mid stage monster cores. Number 98, Du Chong, 8 second stage late stage monster cores, 21 second stage mid stage monster cores. Even though they had already confirmed it, they were still excited when they saw their names. After expressing their loyalty to Liu Ziteng, they began to flatter him. Just giving us some cores will allow us to enter the top 100. This time, senior brother Liu will not only be able to top the list, but the number of cores he wins will also make everyone stunned and drop their jaws. Yes. By then, I am afraid that the sect master will regret why he did not rush to accept you, senior brother Liu, as his disciple. Listening to the two's words, Liu Ziteng seemed calm, but a hint of expectation had already appeared on the corner of his mouth. Number 50, Lu Mengyuan, 9 second stage late stage monster cores, 25 second stage mid stage monster cores. Number 49, Sun Hao, 10 second stage late stage monster cores, 26 second stage mid stage monster cores. No 30. Seeing this, Lei Ting frowned slightly. She knew the level of her apprentice. It was very unexpected that she entered the top 100. But now she was in the top 30, and her name had not appeared yet? Could it be that Mu Yingrong's name had already appeared in the front, but she just didn't see it? Thinking of this, her heart tightened again. Apart from this, she couldn't think of any other possibility. Lang Xuan clenched her fists again, and her heart tightened again. Her idea was exactly the same as Lei Ting's. Was it Ye Fan's name that had appeared a long time ago? And she just missed it. Although she looked very carefully, this possibility was not very high. But compared to Ye Fan's name still in the front, this possibility is undoubtedly more likely. No 20. No 19. No 10. In the blink of an eye, they were already in the top 10. Number 9, Lin Jianli, 22nd grade top grade pills, and 64 second grade mid grade pills. Number 8, Cao Gan, 21 second grade top quality pills, and 68 second grade mid quality pills. No 7. Still no. Lei Ting and Lang Xuan were both in despair. In the face of such an absolute gap in strength, a miracle was impossible. The name they wanted to see would never appear in the higher rankings. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Feng Duo suddenly patted his butt and was about to leave. Fourth elder, where are you going? Lu Feng asked in surprise when he saw him leaving. Feng Duo waved his hand and said, there is no need to watch anymore. Anyway, the first choice is already set in stone. It is really boring to watch people fight for the second place. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. His words made Lang Xuan, whose heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley, clench her fists even more tightly. The corners of the mouth of the Supreme Elder Tianhong curled up with a smile. He was very satisfied with Feng Duo's invisible, paid, help to him to pretend. Very satisfied. Ha ha ha. Lu Feng also stood up. What the fourth elder said makes sense. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. Let's go together. As he said that, he also stood up. Feng Yin looked at the two of them, hammered the tea leaves in the teacup, and shook his head slightly as if watching a joke. At this time, the light screen had already appeared in the front 5. Number 5, Hua Yingxiang, 44 second level high quality cores. Number 4, Liu Ziteng, 108 top grade cores. Seeing Liu Ziteng's name appearing as the 4th place, Lu Feng and Feng Duo, who were about to leave, almost popped their eyes out. Tianhong's smile froze completely, and he stood up from his chair. How is this possible? Feng Yin, who was drinking from the teacup, also froze in his action. He squinted his eyes. 108 second level high quality cores, this number is already very amazing, but it's only the 4th. What on earth happened in the trial ground? The sect square was instantly in an uproar. Senior brother Liu is only 4th. Are you kidding? Who are the top 3? In the trial ground, seeing that he was ranked 4th, Liu Ziteng narrowed his eyes deeply, and his face suddenly darkened. How is it possible? How could senior brother Liu be the 4th? Zhou Yun and Du Chong both exclaimed that it was impossible. Then, they felt a sense of oppression. The two of them suddenly felt a little numb. They knew that it was Liu Ziteng's dissatisfaction with them. If it was because of the cores given to them that caused Liu Ziteng to become the fourth, then the two of them would be in big trouble. Chapter 79. Number 3, Luo Menxin, 202 Second Order Midterm Cores. Soon, the third person showed up. Seeing the number of her cores, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, even with the cores of the two of them, it was still far behind. Liu Ziteng's oppression on them disappeared. Instead, he was deeply surprised. He narrowed his eyes, his jaw muscles kept twitching, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Who is Luo Menxin? 202? How is this possible?" The same question was echoing throughout the sect. Who is Luo Menxin? 202 top-grade pills. Are you crazy? Could he be the prodigy among the core disciples? This is unlikely, right? How could there be anyone under the age of 20 among the core disciples? What core? This is an outer disciple. Her competition with Lin Fiyun in refining Yunling pill some time ago caused a sensation in the entire sect. Have you forgotten? Outer sect? Are you kidding me? An outer sect disciple can get more than 200 cores? This is much higher than senior brother Liu. It is indeed unbelievable, but she is indeed an outer disciple, and as expected, she had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage before the selection began. Just broke through the foundation? Damn! Am I still asleep? Pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. Damn it, is this cheating? The disciples were talking in a group, but no one noticed. In the crowd, some people listened to them, looked at the third place and the astonishing number of cores, and wanted to cry but had no tears. This third place, at least the cores that were improved by 2 places, were filled by themselves. Who is Luo Menxin? Looking at Luo Menxin's name, Lu Fang frowned and murmured. Have no idea. Feng Duo narrowed his eyes and shook his head. They looked at Tianhong. Tianhong's eyes were fixed on the light screen, with no expression at all. Luo Menxin. It seems, it's her. Lang Xuan frowned slightly and murmured. Her consciousness had sensed Luo Menxin's visit to Yefan's medicine garden, so she asked 367 to check and found out the name Luo Menxin. At this time, a white light flashed. The name of the second place slowly emerged. Second place, Mu Yingrong, 203 Second Order Midterm Cores. Bang! The beautiful woman Lei Ting, who was sitting there, was surprised by Luo Menxin and sighed because Mu Yingrong was not on the list. She stood up suddenly, and lightning surged around her body, causing the chair under her to shatter into powder in an instant. Seeing the name of the second place, it was her apprentice Mu Yingrong. Lei Ting's eyes, which were always proud like a queen, were filled with deep shock. How can it be? How is this possible? In the face of an absolute gap in strength, miracles are impossible. She knew very well the gap between her disciple and Liu Ziteng. But, a miracle actually happened? What happened on earth? The whole sect was in an uproar again. Mu Yingrong, a genius with thunder spirit roots, the direct disciple of the third elder, but her strength is only at the initial stage of foundation building. Liu Ziteng, who is at the peak of foundation building, is only fourth, and the two of them, who are at the initial stage of foundation building, got the second and third place. Could it be that the monsters in the trial land saw that they were good-looking, and all lined up in front of them to die? After seeing Mu Yingrong's name, Lu Fang's eyes suddenly turned to look at Lei Ting. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Third elder, fair competition, isn't it a bit too much for you to help your disciples cheat?" Looking at Mu Yingrong's name in the second place in astonishment, Lei Ting's heart gradually surged with ecstasy. No matter how Mu Yingrong did it, it was a great thing to get this ranking. And when she heard Lu Fang's words, she narrowed her eyes suddenly. At that moment, a violent pressure of the early stage of distraction suddenly swept around her, making her dress that outlined her fiery and explosive figure to the fullest rustle. With electric light surging around her, she asked in a deep voice, "Cheating? Fifth elder, which eye of yours saw me helping my disciples cheat? There is a price to pay for talking nonsense." Lu Fang regretted that he spoke too quickly. After all, it was not his business. He didn't need to provoke Lei Ting to help the elder. Lei Ting's temper was even more explosive than her figure. If she was angered, she would attack him right here. Although they were both in the middle stage of distraction, his mixed spiritual root was no match for Lei Ting's thunder spiritual root. "Third elder, don't be so angry. The main reason is that this situation is really strange. It is normal for the fifth elder to have some doubts. Feng Duo spoke up to help Lu Fang out. Lei Ting snorted coldly and put away his pressure, but the hostility in his eyes was still extremely strong. Feng Yin took a sip of tea and said faintly the trial site was left by the old sect master. When settling accounts, only the cores obtained in this time can be counted. Therefore, there is no possibility of cheating. They don't care about the trial site, so they don't understand these things, and look at Tianhong. Tianhong didn't say anything, but just closed his eyes without comment. The meaning is self-evident. And at this moment, on the white light curtain, there was another stream of light change. The name of the first place appeared. First place, Yefan, 1 second level peak monster core, 190 second level late stage monster cores, 320 second level mid stage monster cores. The entire sect was in uproar instantly. The first place is Yefan? Are you kidding? Is this cheating? A peak second order core. More than 100 late second order cores, he has no cultivation at all. How did he do this? Cheating. It must be cheating. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Except for some people who were robbed by Yefan, all of them showed resentful expressions. Yefan? How could it be Yefan? Isn't everyone hunting Yefan? Why didn't he get eliminated and took first place? Lu Ziteng's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and a murderous intent burst out, almost roaring. Luo Mensin and Mu Yingrong were pressing on his head. He didn't know who they were, so although he was angry, he could still accept it. But when he saw Yefan's name, he couldn't help it anymore. A waste of ordinary spiritual roots was actually pressing on his head? He was shrouded by the pressure of Lu Ziteng, who was at the peak of foundation building and wrapped in sharp sword energy. Zhou Yun and Du Chong both broke out in a cold sweat. Senior brother Lu, please don't be angry. Let's wait and see what the situation is. What if Yefan cheated? Yes, senior brother Lu, the sect will definitely give us an explanation. Besides, isn't there also the Grand Elder, your master? He will definitely not let such an injustice happen. Hearing what the two said, Lu Ziteng's aura of oppression gradually faded, but his gloomy and angry expression remained. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Yefan. If you are really cheating, then you are asking for trouble, don't blame me. In the Chongsheng Hall, after seeing Yefan's name, Lang Xuan's pupils suddenly shrank, her clenched palms, and her nails suddenly pierced into the flesh of her palms. She almost acted like Lei Ting just now. But she still forced herself to hold back. After all, Mu Yingrong was Lei Ting's disciple, and Yefan had nothing to do with her on the surface. If she was too excited, it would be very likely that Tianhong would guess that Yefan was her so-called disciple. At that time, Yefan's troubles would become countless. Seeing Yefan's name, the faces of the other supreme elders in the hall also changed. The matter of rewarding the earth-level exercises made the whole sect buzz. How could they not know the name Yefan? A disciple with ordinary spiritual roots and no cultivation. In more than a day of assessment time, he hunted so many monsters and got so many cores, and among them there was a core of a second-level peak monster. You know, the strength of monsters is higher than that of human cultivators of the same level. A peak second-level cultivator, an ordinary peak foundation cultivator, is definitely not a match. Although a genius with sword spiritual roots like Lu Ziteng can probably defeat him, it will take a lot of effort to kill him. And an ordinary person with ordinary spiritual roots and no cultivation, seeing the name Yefan. The Grand Elder Tianhong immediately turned his head to look at Lang Xuan. But after seeing Lang Xuan's surprised expression, his old brows were deeply furrowed. He originally thought that this was Lang Xuan's idea. She found a way to cheat. She would find someone to get the qualification first, and then find a way later. But after seeing her shocked expression that was not pretended at all, Tianhong felt that this theory was a bit far-fetched. Even if she found someone to get the qualification, she shouldn't have found Yefan. After all, even if he passed the first round, he would definitely not be able to pass the second round with his strength. Could it be Luo Mensin? Yefan was just a cover hanging high up? Tianhong thought of this and still shook his head. Even if it was Luo Mensin, it would be impossible for him to pass the second round. Moreover, just as Feng Yin said just now, the trial ground left by the old master has its own unique operating rules. Unless you reach the tribulation period, you can change this rule. Otherwise, it is impossible to cheat. But, this theory doesn't work, so what's going on? How did Ye Fan, Luo Menxin, and Mu Yingrong get so many cores? And who is the disciple Lang Xuan mentioned? Tianhong was puzzled and closed his eyes deeply, looking at Ye Fan's name. After a long while, Lu Fang and Feng Duo turned to look at Feng Yin, who was also extremely surprised and shocked. Second Elder, are you sure that there is no cheating in the trial ground? Feng Yin narrowed his eyes and came back to his senses from the shock. He took a deep breath and said, I am sure. How did Ye Fan get so many cores? I don't know. But it is impossible to cheat, and this cannot be changed, no matter who it is. But if there is no cheating, isn't this a joke, Lu? Fang wanted to say something else. Okay. The great elder Tianhong, who had his eyes closed, interrupted him. He said without even raising his eyelids, cheating is indeed impossible. We don't need to worry about how they did it for now, and we don't need to ask too much. Everything will depend on the second round. If their results in the second round are completely opposite to the first round, then it won't be too late for us to ask them how they did it. The great elder spoke without even raising his eyes. Everyone nodded. However, Lang Xuan was worried. She understood what Tianhong meant. Let's look at the second round first. If they don't show the right strength in the second round, then the result of the first round will be fatal to them. In the sect square, the trial is over. All the disciples in the trial area were teleported out. In the entire square, all the disciples were looking for Ye Fan, and waiting for the sect to explain everything to them. Feng Yin's figure appeared above the stairs in front of the square hall. But he did not explain about Ye Fan as everyone expected, but directly said the first stage is over, those outside the top 1000 will enter the second stage. As soon as he finished speaking, rays of light flashed on the square. All the 1000 disciples at the back disappeared in the queue and were teleported outside the square. Then, Feng Yin waved his hand. Several huge arenas appeared. The first round of the second stage, the winning battle, began. The top 500 will advance to the second round. Seeing this scene, the disciples became confused. No explanation. What the hell? This is the second round. There won't be any shady dealings, right? I think it is very likely that the last time it was a ground-level technique, and this time it was a weird ranking. Stop talking nonsense. What kind of backer does Ye Fan have? If he had one, how could he still be a miscellaneous disciple in the spiritual medicine garden? So what is going on? This? I'm not sure either. Let's just keep reading. The sect did not give any explanation, which rekindled Liu Ziteng's anger. At this moment, a voice came into his mind. Listening to the words of his master, Liu Ziteng's eyes gradually lit up, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 80. Ye Fan. The elders have doubts about your ranking. If you don't get a similar score in the second round, you may be in trouble. You must try your best. Ye Fan also heard Lang Xuan's voice transmission. Will there be trouble if I can't get a similar score? Ye Fan narrowed his eyebrows slightly. I don't know what, it's a good score. The second round began. He didn't play for the time being. Taking advantage of this gap, he turned on the system and started the simulation. There was no simulation yesterday, and the number of simulations today has been refreshed. He has 2 simulation opportunities. Ye Fan's mind moved slightly, and he planned to try it out. With his current strength, if he wants to get the first place in the second round, what will happen? The first simulation. It returned to the previous state. Ye Fan was directly injured, and after fainting, he never woke up again. A talent called Bodybuilding Master, Purple, was fixed, and the pain during bodybuilding will be reduced. Ye Fan continued to start the second simulation. You can choose to extract random talents successfully. Dinosaur Pajamas, White. You get a set of dinosaur pajamas with good material. Sword God, Gold. Full talent in swordsmanship. Ever since I held the sword at a young age, I knew that I would be the leader in swordsmanship and the best in the world of immortal cultivation. Leap, Blue. You jump very high. Handsome and stunning, White. You are already handsome enough, this talent is not of much use to you. Smiling Tiger, White. Your smile makes people feel dangerous. Fearless against the wind. Sword God. Ye Fan's eyes lit up. He chose this talent without hesitation, and after comparing it to the other two talents, Immortal Cultivation Simulation begins. Day 1, in the first round of the second stage of the Secret Realm selection, you won 10 games in a row and successfully advanced. People were surprised to find that you were actually a personal cultivator, but they still didn't believe that you could get such a result in the first round. In the second round, you occupied a ring, and all the people you robbed came to challenge you like crazy. You won every battle. At the same time, you also helped Luo Mensen and Mu Yingrong. The whole sect was shocked to find out how powerful you were. But after the round-robin battle, you were still exhausted. Although you still hadn't lost, you gradually began to get hurt. Mu Yingrong won enough games and threw her spirit sword to you. You held the spirit sword. Obviously, you had no sword skills, but the moment you held the sword energy rushed to the sky. One person and one sword, you once again defeated hundreds of people, and no one dared to jump onto your ring. In the 2 stages, you won the first place in both stages, and you deserved the first place. Liu Ziteng and the Great Elder looked very ugly and left. You heard the words of the sect disciples who were conquered by you. Except for your spiritual roots, all other aspects of your combat power are top-notch. Day 2, Cold Frost Moon arrives. The following content is basically the same as the last time. It's just that the people who came one after another were more shocked than last time. In the end, Ye Fan did not go through the tribulation again, which resulted in the sect master being killed by himself. The result of this simulation made Ye Fan feel relieved, and at the same time he was a little impressed by his luck. At this critical moment, he drew a golden talent. Moreover, it was such a powerful golden talent that could directly change the simulation results. Fixed directly. Then, a sharp flash flashed in Ye Fan's eyes. The sword heart is clear. And at the moment when he fixed the talent, the arena assigned to them was far away, and Liu Ziteng, who couldn't see each other, suddenly flashed a palpitation. It was like a first-level spiritual sword encountering a fifth-level spiritual sword. The oppression and involuntary surrender brought about by the terrifying gap. What is this feeling? To read exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Liu Ziteng covered his chest and squinted his eyes, recalling the fleeting feeling, and was extremely surprised. Soon, it was Liu Ziteng's turn to go on the stage. He shook his head and no longer cared about the feeling he had just had. He just regarded it as an illusion, put away his thoughts, and jumped onto the stage. In the last round, Ye Fan and his 3 friends stole the limelight. In this round, in front of everyone, let's see how you can cheat and how you can steal. Liu Ziteng's strength is the strongest among all the participating disciples, without a doubt. The disciples who were drawn to play against Liu Ziteng were all outer disciples who were not very strong. They all surrendered before they even started fighting. Anyway, they couldn't win in a fight, so they might as well save their energy and focus on the remaining games in order to advance to the second round. Just like that, after 10 battles, Liu Ziteng won without a single blow. He won a complete victory, which drew rounds of praise from the disciples. Amid the praises, he raised his head, smiled defiantly, and walked down the stage. After he got off the stage, he did not return to his original position, but walked around the crowd and headed to one side. He finally stopped when he saw the stage where Ye Fan, who had just entered, was. Ye Fan's opponent was an early-stage foundation building. He was not strong. But everyone was waiting to see Ye Fan's joke. They were waiting to see how Ye Fan, who won the first stage, was defeated by an early-stage foundation building opponent. However, Ye Fan surprised everyone. The opponent drew out his long sword, and a sword move came whistling with sword energy, but Ye Fan slapped the long sword away with a backhand slap, and punched him out of the stage. Instantly, everyone in the room was shocked. What? One punch knocked him flying. Isn't he an ordinary person? Physical training. He seems to be a physical cultivator. Someone saw Ye Fan's clues and exclaimed. Physical cultivator? Liu Ziteng frowned and stared at Ye Fan for a long time, confirming this statement. You are indeed a personal cultivator. I really underestimated you. But even if you are a physical cultivator, how strong can you be after such a short time of learning? Can it really prove that you didn't cheat? Wait. Dare to cheat in the secret realm selection. Be prepared to pay a heavy price. Looking at Ye Fan's back, he sneered and shook his head, feeling that it was boring to watch any further, so he turned and left. Ye Fan tilted his head to glance at his departing back, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and continued to turn his head and look at his second opponent. Chapter 81. Another opponent in the early stage of foundation building. Isn't Ye Fan's luck too good? Damn, what a lucky player. I finally saw one. This luck is really jaw-dropping. Ye Fan had very good luck in this round. All of his 10 opponents were in the early stage of foundation building. He became the second person after Liu Zitang to win 10 games without any effort. The disciples watching couldn't help but shout out. What they didn't know was that for Ye Fan's current strength, no matter who he met, he could be said to be lucky. Soon, the first round ended. The top 500 winners advanced to the second round of the second stage, which was the ring match where the ranking was generated. Luo Mensin and Mu Yingrong both successfully advanced, which had been shown in the simulation, so Ye Fan was not worried. He just needed to wait and help them later. After the short extra game, the ring match officially began. Feng Yin waved his hand, and countless small rings appeared in the entire sex square. The fastest way to win is to occupy a ring, but it is also the most dangerous, because after defending the ring, it is no longer you who can choose your opponent and pick the soft persimmon, but your opponent will choose you. It is completely unknown what kind of opponent you may encounter. Ye Fan jumped directly onto a ring. This move undoubtedly made all the disciples stunned. He wants to defend his title? Is he crazy? Do you think that you can rely on luck to continue encountering cheap opponents with weaker skills while defending the title? Haha, he is still defending the ring. I'm afraid he will meet someone in the middle stage of foundation building, who will be able to knock him down. Where are the brothers who are in the middle stage of foundation building? Come on. Go. Beat him up. I am in the middle stage of foundation building. I will go. Ye Fan had just jumped onto the stage when a burly man jumped up with a loud shout. Junior brother Ye Fan, my name is Tian Meng, I'm in the middle stage of foundation building, I want to ask for your advice. He clasped his fists towards Ye Fan, and the next moment, he rushed towards Ye Fan without saying anything. In the Chongsheng Hall, everyone was sitting here, but their consciousness was capturing Ye Fan at the same time. After seeing that Ye Fan was a physical cultivator, everyone couldn't help but say in their hearts that it was no wonder. But the doubts in their hearts were still not alleviated. Even if it was a physical cultivator who had reached the strength of foundation building, it would be impossible to win the first place in the first round with such a result. After seeing that Ye Fan actually chose to defend the ring, Lu Fang couldn't help but sneered. Lang Xuan had a blank expression on her face, but her fist, which had never been loosened from beginning to end, clenched a little tighter. Tian Meng was burly, but extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he kicked the ground with his toes. He rushed in front of Ye Fan and punched him. Ye Fan did not dodge or evade the punch, but raised his hand and punched Tian Meng's fist. At this moment, everyone thought that Ye Fan was crazy. Tian Meng specialized in the way of strength and ferocity. People with the same level of cultivation did not dare to take this punch head-on, but Ye Fan tried to block it with such a light punch. People seemed to have expected the scene of Ye Fan's arm breaking. Crack! Sure enough, as expected, a crisp sound was heard, not loud, not like a broken bone, as if it was just dislocated. But it was completely different from what people expected. After the sound, the person who covered his fist and arm was not Ye Fan, but Tian Meng. You! Tian Meng looked at Ye Fan in astonishment. Find someone to reset it, it won't affect your next game. Ye Fan said. To read the exciting novel, go to Novel Network. Tian Meng's pupil shrank, and then he clasped his fists and said, Junior brother Ye Fan, thank you very much. After that, he jumped off the ring. Seeing this scene, the disciples watching were all dumbfounded. What's happening here? It seems that senior brother Tian Meng lost. And it seems that Ye Fan even showed mercy. Senior brother Tian Meng lost? Are you kidding? He is in the middle stage of foundation building. Could it be that Ye Fan actually also has the strength of the middle stage of foundation building or even higher? How is this possible? The pain and difficulty of body refining, and it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to gain some strength. How long has he been in the door? He has such a strong body refining strength. Ye Fan's ability to have the body refining strength of the initial stage of foundation building has already shocked them. But now it seems that his strength is not only the initial stage of foundation building, but the middle stage of foundation building or even higher. This body refining, middle stage of foundation building. Everyone was a little surprised to see that Ye Fan's strength once again refreshed people's cognition. In the Chongsheng Hall, Feng Duo frowned. Lu Feng couldn't laugh anymore. There was a deep surprise in Lang Xuan's beautiful eyes. Obviously, she didn't expect that Ye Fan's strength would have a breakthrough again in such a short time. At the same time, there were obviously more surprises. After so many rounds of elimination, the remaining disciples were basically in the foundation building stage. In the early stage of foundation building, it is absolutely impossible to get a promotion ranking. But if it is the strength of the middle stage of foundation building, then there is a chance. By 190, Ye Fan will be able to enter the top 100. Tianhong and others wanted to speak, and she could also open her mouth to block their mouths. After Tianmeng jumped off the stage, another disciple jumped up. He faced Ye Fan and said coldly, "Junior brother Ye Fan, my name is Lu Xian, and my strength is also in the middle stage of foundation building, but my middle stage of foundation building is different from that waist of Tianmeng. I." Every word he said was full of style. But before he could finish his words, Ye Fan dodged and punched him in the face. He didn't even have time to react and was directly knocked out of the ring. The whole room was shocked. Just as Lu Xian said, he had a special spiritual root. Although it was only a low-grade one, it was not comparable to Tianmeng. But in the end, he was directly knocked off the ring by Ye Fan's punch. "You talk too much nonsense." Ye Fan glanced at him, then a smile appeared on his lips. He turned his head and looked around at the disciples who were surrounding his arena, and chuckled, "My fellow disciples, don't you dislike me? Now I'm standing here, what are you still doing?" As soon as these words came out, half of the sect square near Ye Fan's arena was in an uproar. Chapter 82. Damn, how dare he say such a thing? It's crazy. Just because you knock down a few pieces of trash, do you think you are so high? Brothers, get him. As soon as these words came out, they almost aroused the anger of the crowd. Especially in the crowd, there were many disciples whose cores were snatched by Ye Fan at that time, and they hated Ye Fan to the core. Another disciple in the middle stage of foundation building jumped up. But with another punch, he was directly knocked off the stage by Ye Fan. Before Ye Fan could catch his breath, the second opponent had already jumped onto the stage and rushed to Ye Fan angrily. This Ye Fan, he still doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After seeing this scene, Lu Fang was very surprised and soon sneered again. Or maybe, it's because he's skilled and brave. Feng Duo raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Lang Xuan saw that Ye Fan actually chose to do this, and her face suddenly turned pale. One after another, Ye Fan's opponents jumped onto the stage. But 4 consecutive mid-stage foundation building were all knocked off the stage by Ye Fan. "I'll do it." A late foundation building disciple burst out with pressure, and after jumping onto the stage, he directly wrestled with Ye Fan. However, after fighting with Ye Fan for a few moves, this late foundation building disciple gradually fell into a disadvantage. The senior brother who is in the late stage of foundation building actually. Ye Fan's strength is at the late stage of foundation building. How is this possible? Late stage of foundation building. Ye Fan's strength once again overturned people's cognition. In the Chongsheng Hall, Lu Feng, who was just laughing at Ye Fan, suddenly sank again. Feng Duo also squinted his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Maybe he is sure? His sarcastic words just now turned out to be right? He only felt that his cheeks were extremely painful. This time, even the elder who had been closing his eyes to rest, frowned slightly without being noticed. Lang Xuan's beautiful eyes were full of shock. She asked Ye Fan last time. Ye Fan's strength had just reached the early stage of foundation building. How long has it been now? Reaching the middle stage of foundation building is already jaw-dropping. But in the end, he actually has the strength of the late stage of foundation building? How did he do it? Lang Xuan was pleasantly surprised and also extremely surprised. After defeating the opponent in the late stage of foundation building, there was a short vacuum period, and no one dared to jump onto Ye Fan's stage. What's there to be afraid of? With so many of us, even if he is at the peak of the foundation building stage, he would have been exhausted sooner or later. Brothers, I will lead the charge first, everyone come on. Until someone shouted. That person was Feng Xing, one of the first victims whose core was robbed in the trial ground. After shouting, he jumped up first. Then, he was defeated. Yes. There are so many of us, how can we be afraid of him? Go! Another person jumped up. I come. Come on. Even if you lose, we will make you spend more energy to see how much strength you have to deal with so many of us. As the fight went on, people were already getting angry. Facing one opponent after another, although Ye Fan was still invincible, his physical energy consumption was particularly huge. After defeating the 50th opponent, he was already on the verge of exhaustion. At the same time, he was also secretly helping Mu Yingrong and Luo Menxin. Is he helping Yingrong? Realizing this, Lei Ting frowned. To read the most exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Could it be that he also helped with Yingrong's ranking in the first round? But how did he do it? Even if he is at the late stage of foundation building. No. He is not at the late stage of foundation building. Lei Ting's eyes suddenly widened. Because just now, Ye Fan defeated an inner sect disciple at the peak of foundation building. Although the disciple at the peak of foundation building was much weaker than Liu Ziteng, it was said that he took medicine before the selection, but he was also a real peak of foundation building, not comparable to the late stage of foundation building. The peak of foundation building. Lu Feng and Feng Duo both stood up. Tianhong finally opened his eyes. From the gap between his eyes, endless gloomy coldness could not be suppressed and poured out. Even Lang Xuan could not hold it back this time and stood up in astonishment. She was shocked. She was completely shocked. In just a few days, Ye Fan actually raised his strength from the initial stage of foundation building to the peak of foundation building. This. Suddenly, Lang Xuan thought of the secrets of Ye Fan that could not exist. He was full of miracles. And now, there was one more miracle. What if he is at the peak of foundation building? He is already exhausted. Go. Brothers, come on. Kill him. Ye Fan's body was stained with blood, some of which were his own wounds, and some were his opponent's blood. He was already on the verge of exhaustion. The disciples saw how hard he was working, and continued to fight him one after another. Ye Fan, your wins are enough to enter the top 100, don't continue. If you continue like this, you will overdraw your body's strength and damage your essence. Your performance is enough to prove that you did not cheat in the first round. No matter what the Grand Elder says, the sect master has something to say. Lang Xuan's voice transmission rang in Ye Fan's ears. Has it been confirmed that he has entered the top 100? Qian Li's is enough to prove that there is no cheating. Does the sect master have anything to say? Ye Fan shook his head. No. This is far from enough. He wants to make the Grand Elder speechless. After getting the results that can confirm that he can enter the top 100, Mu Yingrong and Luo Menxin came to the side of Ye Fan's ring. Looking at the bloody Ye Fan, they all worried about Ye Fan. That's enough wins, Song. It's enough to enter the top 100, there's no need to work so hard. They wanted to remind Ye Fan, but the crowd was noisy and they didn't know how to transmit sound. At this time, Ye Fan looked at them and shouted, Senior sister. Lend me your sword. Mu Yingrong sacrificed her second-grade high-quality spiritual weapon sword without hesitation, and flew the sword into Ye Fan's hand. And at the moment when Ye Fan grabbed the sword, clang! The swords will soared into the sky. Chapter 83. Ye Fan stood with his sword in hand. The sword energy soared into the sky, making everyone's ears buzz. What's this? So strong, even stronger than senior brother Liu. Is he a swordsman? How is it possible? He is a physical cultivator, how can he cultivate swordsmanship? Shocked. All the disciples were shocked. In the Chongsheng Hall, the great elder stood up suddenly. He squinted his eyes tightly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't figure it out. How could Ye Fan, a disciple with ordinary spiritual roots, have such a higher swordsmanship talent than his disciple, Liu Ziteng, who had sword spiritual roots? After the sword energy burst out, Ye Fan, who was holding the sword, was a little clumsy. It was obvious at a glance that he had never practiced swordsmanship. He is already at the end of his strength and is just bluffing. Everyone, don't be afraid of him, keep going. Go. The disciples continued to charge at Ye Fan. By now, their eyes were red with anger. They were determined to defeat Ye Fan regardless of everything. Tianhong saw how awkwardly Ye Fan held the sword, as if he had never practiced sword fighting before, and he frowned deeply. Bluffing! Lu Feng said disdainfully. Holding the long sword, Facing the first opponent, Ye Fan's fight was difficult. But gradually, his sword became more and more skillful in his hand, as if it were an arm, and there was no sword move at all, but one sword after another. It was not inferior to the sword move at all. Lu Fang's smile froze again. Tian Hong frowned. Was he pretending to be awkward just now? No. Ye Fan's appearance just now showed that he had never touched a sword before. Then why did he become so proficient in such a short time? Lang Xuan and Tian Hong's pupils shrank at the same time. Because Ye Fan's talent in swordsmanship is extremely terrifying. It is so terrifying that it is shocking. Sword Chi whistled. One after another, the disciples jumped onto the stage, and were defeated in an instant. 100 battles and 100 wins. 200 battles, 200 wins. A total of 500 people. 200 people were defeated by Ye Fan. Everyone was just stunned, looking at Ye Fan covered in blood. No one dared to jump onto the stage again. Ye Fan held the sword and stood proudly. At this moment, all the disciples who disdained Ye Fan, envied Ye Fan's good luck, and thought that Ye Fan was not worthy of that local level, BDDB, technique, all shut their mouths. Conquered. They were convinced. Conquered by Ye Fan. They all found out. Ye Fan, whom they looked down on, was actually in a much higher position than them. Even though Ye Fan was an ordinary spiritual root. But apart from the spiritual root, Ye Fan was a peerless genius in all other aspects. Not long after, the second round of rankings appeared. Ye Fan, riding away from the dust, took the top spot again. Looking at his name on the second place, Lu Ziteng's face was extremely gloomy. Especially after seeing Ye Fan's strong kendo talent. He also had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Double first place, without a doubt, Ye Fan is the first in this selection. After looking around at everyone, Ye Fan's eyes fell on Lu Ziteng, who was not far away. The two faced each other from a distance, and Ye Fan said loudly, "Brother Lu. I won the battle for the top spot. I also want to thank you, senior brother Lu, for spreading the news and letting all the disciples surround and kill me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get so many cores. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. There won't be so many disciples who hate me and want to seek revenge on me this round, so that I won so many victories." Ye Fan's words made Lu Ziteng's mouth twitch, and the anger in his eyes burned to the extreme. Just as Ye Fan expected. After knowing that all this was caused by him, Lu Ziteng's anger reached its peak. He now wanted to take action directly and kill Ye Fan with a sword. Although the trial is over, it is useless to say these things. Yet, Fan raised his lips and said, "But senior brother Lu, the contest between you and me is far from over." As he said that, Ye Fan's expression suddenly became solemn. He said word by word, "I, Ye Fan, as the sect master's disciple, will accept the bet with the Grand Elder." As soon as these words came out, the whole sect was in an uproar. The master's disciple? Are you kidding me? It turns out that Ye Fan is the sect master's disciple. No wonder. No wonder he is so strong. In the Chongsheng Palace, the 5 elders all turned their eyes to Lang Xuan, who was sitting on the seat of the sect leader. No wonder. Tianhong narrowed his eyes, the sect master really found a good disciple. Lang Xuan heard Ye Fan's words. She felt her eyes sore and she felt like tears were about to well up. She took a deep breath, suppressed the feeling, stood up and stood proudly. Who said she didn't have a disciple? Who said she would lose this bet? The identity of the sect master's disciple? Lu Ziteng's pupil shrank, and he gritted his teeth. So that's it. But, Ye Fan, don't be complacent too early. The real battle has just begun. It is still unknown who will win in the end. After saying this, he waved his hand and left on his sword. The number of disciples entering the secret realm was determined. The selection competition was officially declared over. And Ye Fan's name once again spread throughout the sect. Unlike the last time, this time, he was the sect master's disciple, and had a great reputation of winning 200 battles. In the Chongsheng Hall, Tianhong's face was as black as ink. After saying something perfunctorily, he left in a huff. Lu Feng and Feng Duo followed closely behind. Feng Yin shook his head, and he and Lei Ting also bowed to Lang Xuan, and left the hall together. Lang Xuan had wanted them to leave a long time ago. She couldn't wait to see Ye Fan now. After returning the sword to Mu Yingrong, before she had time to say a few words, she received a voice transmission from Lei Ting, bowed to Ye Fan and left on her sword. Master! Lei Fei Feng! Main Hall! Flying over on a sword, Mu Yingrong saluted Lei Ting with a fist. Wronger! Lei Ting looked down at her, a rare softness flashed in her eyes. You did it. Yes, Master, I did it. Hearing Lei Ting's words, Mu Yingrong's eyes moistened and she almost burst into tears. She really needed this opportunity to enter the secret realm. At the same time, Ye Fan's face appeared in her mind. If it weren't for Ye Fan, it would be difficult for her to obtain this qualification. Chapter 84. With this thought in mind, Mu Yingrong said truthfully, my disciple was able to obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm, all thanks to the help of junior brother Ye Fan. Ye Fan? Lei Ting asked in confusion. Why would he help you? How did you get the results in the first round? Mu Yingrong recalled for a moment and said, at that time, I was being chased by 2 bright silver poisonous scorpions, and I happened to meet junior brother Ye Fan. He saved me and killed the 2 poisonous scorpions. When we came to the sect, he came with us. I was kind enough to do him a favor, so he invited me to come with him and even helped me achieve results. Things were not going so smoothly at first, but senior brother Liu Ziteng spread the news that if anyone could eliminate junior brother Ye Fan, he would be rewarded with a second-level spiritual sword. As a result, most of the disciples in the secret realm began to surround and kill junior brother Ye Fan. Therefore, Ye Fan decided to take advantage of the fact that no one knew his true strength. She spoke slowly and leisurely. After hearing that Ye Fan had used the same trick against him, robbed the disciples, and spread the news about his location, Lei Ting suddenly understood everything. She couldn't help but admire Ye Fan's wisdom in her heart, and at the same time sneered. Liu Ziteng failed to steal the chicken and ended up shooting himself in the foot. She asked Mu Yingrong to go down and rest. Then, lightning flashed around her, and she came to the window in a flash. Looking at the Chongsheng Peak, which was shrouded in mist and fairy clouds, her charming eyes moved slightly, as if thinking about something. Ye Fan returned to the spiritual medicine garden. Found out. Lang Xuan had been here for a long time, waiting for a long time. After seeing Ye Fan, she ran up quickly, her expression extremely excited, but when she really wanted to say something, she opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. In front of Ye Fan, she was just her, not the sect master. The sect master asked me to say thank you to you for her. After a moment of silence, she looked at Ye Fan and said. Ye Fan chuckled and shook his head, saying, what are you thanking me for? Since I have agreed to your commission, fairy sister, then it is only natural for me to do these things. His light words made Lang Xuan's beautiful eyes tremble. Agreed to her commission. Was it herself? Ye Fan invited her into the house, and the two chatted for a while. Lang Xuan, whose thoughts were always turbulent and unstable, asked Ye Fan how he did it. Ye Fan recounted everything that happened in the trial ground. After hearing that Liu Ziteng was shooting himself in the foot, she smiled slightly. At the same time, a hint of murderous intent flashed across her eyes at what Liu Ziteng had done. If Ye Fan did not have the strength he has now, and his strength was only in the initial stage of foundation building. By then, let alone the top 100. I am afraid that he will only be at the bottom and become a laughing stock in the sect. And thinking of this, she was surprised at Ye Fan's cultivation again. Your cultivation strength was only at the initial stage of foundation building some time ago, how come it was raised to the peak of foundation building in such a short time? She looked at Ye Fan and asked solemnly, you didn't use any secret method that would hurt your origin but could improve your cultivation in a short time, right? Ye Fan shook his head. How is it possible? Although the situation is urgent, I am not stupid enough to put the cart before the horse. It's just that the last time you asked me, my martial arts was on the verge of a breakthrough, and it has only just broken through recently. Lang Xuan nodded suddenly. But then, she frowned again. What kind of martial arts breakthrough can directly increase the strength from the early stage of foundation building to the peak of foundation building? Ye Fan smiled and said, it's the body refining method I practice, called the dragon elephant body refining technique. Because it is too difficult to practice, the grade is mid-earth grade, but it is said that the actual grade is top grade earth grade. Whether it is true or not, I am not sure. Mid-earth grade? Top grade earth grade? Didn't you say last time that the level of the martial arts was not high, just enough? Lang Xuan stared at Ye Fan with her beautiful eyes wide open, with shock in her eyes. You where are you from? To read the most exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. She wanted to ask Ye Fan. But she suddenly remembered the series of things that Ye Fan had done that shocked her, and her voice stopped abruptly. Tianhua Peak was surrounded by clouds and mist, and a few cranes were circling in the sky, which was a fairyland on earth. In the ancient hall, Tianhong sat upright in his seat, his eyes slightly closed, his face expressionless. Your Highness! Lu Zitang knelt there, lowered his head, clenched his teeth tightly, and his face was extremely gloomy. Master, I underestimated the enemy. I didn't expect that Ye Fan was actually a physical cultivator, and had such a strong physical training ability. As a result, my murderous intention to eliminate him turned into helping him win the first place. Tianhong slowly opened his eyes. No problem. His voice was calm and composed, it's just a selection test. The current first one can't bring anything. Everything depends on the Kuiwan secret realm. Lu Zitang clasped his fists and said, Master, don't worry, in the Kuiwan secret realm, I will definitely. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Tianhong waved his hand and interrupted him. Regarding the Kuiwan secret realm, the master has already made a plan. Here is a top-grade third-level condensed essence pill. During this period, you retreated and tried to condense the elixir and break into the golden elixir stage. At that time, in the secret realm, you only need to do your best to obtain the opportunity to reshape the spirit vein. As for Ye Fan, someone will deal with him. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the pill floated in front of Lu Zitang. A top-grade third-level condensation pill. Thank you, Master. I will definitely live up to your trust. Before the secret realm begins, I will successfully condense the pill. Lu Zitang took the pill, his face was overjoyed, and he said with a bow. Then, he asked again, Master, I wonder if the method you mentioned to deal with Ye Fan is. He hasn't finished talking yet. Go down. Tianhong closed his eyes again. Yes. Disciple, I'm leaving. Lu Zitang held the pill in his hand excitedly and bowed to leave. After leaving the hall, a deep gloom flashed across Lu Zitang's face. Ye Fan. Once you enter the Kuiwan secret realm, you will die. Chapter 85. In the spiritual medicine garden. After Lang Xuan left yesterday, Ye Fan continued to practice. Today, Zhao Jin, Luo Menxin, and Mu Yingrong also arrived one after another. The former walked in shouting. The latter two expressed their gratitude and affection to Ye Fan. Especially Luo Menxin. She gave Ye Fan another sweet kiss, and then she lowered her head and fled shyly. After everyone left, Ye Fan continued to practice the dragon elephant body tempering technique. There are still 20 days before the secret realm opens. In the simulation, as long as Ye Fan practices normally, it is enough to practice the dragon elephant body tempering technique to the peak of the first level, and improve his own cultivation to the peak of qi refining. While practicing, Ye Fan turned on the system. During this period, he survived the 557 20 days 3 times, so he received 3 survival rewards again. You have survived for 20 days in the simulation and received the survival reward, talent replacement times +1. You have survived for 20 days in the simulation and received a survival bonus, simulation times +1. You have survived for 20 days in the simulation and received a survival reward, luck +100, which lasts for half an hour. 3 reminder sounds rang out. Looking at these 3 rewards, Ye Fan's eyes lit up. Replacement of talents. Isn't this a way out? When the thunder penalty is really unbearable in the future, just replace the thunder penalty talent. And the simulation times +1, and luck +100. Are undoubtedly just in time. Luck increased by 100, and the number of simulations just happened to be increased. There is only half an hour left. Without hesitation, Ye Fan began the simulation. Selectable talent extraction success. God of Forging, Gold the God of Forging. No matter what, it can be forged under your hammer. Colorful Tiger, Blue you will become a 3rd-level tiger monster. Nocturnal Beast, Blue when acting at night, speed and strength are greatly improved, humanity -50, animality +50. Black Skin, White Alien. Super Gene Evolution, Purple you may become Avatar, or you may become Godzilla. Poseidon, Gold you are the same in the water as you are on land, and your body will not mutate. You are the one and only king of the sea, and all existence will bow down to you. Family Decline, Blue family background -20, children from poor families have to grow up early. When the family background is -50, you may have an adventure. Beauty massage master. Ye Fan, who was practicing the dragon elephant body tempering art while drawing the lottery, suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from his cross-legged position. 2 golds? 2 golds in one wave. This. Ye Fan was shocked. Is this the horror of luck plus 100? Without hesitation, he selected 2 gold talents, along with a small talent, and started the simulation. Both talents are gold, but they did not bring any benefits in a short period of time. Therefore, the simulation content did not change much and was roughly the same as last time. Then, Ye Fan chose to use the number of times he could fix the talent once last time without hesitation, and directly fixed both gold talents. Because he survived for 20 days this time. So, Ye Fan got another reward this time. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. You have survived for 20 days in the simulation and received the survival reward, simulation times +1. Another simulation times +1. The time limit of luck plus 100 has not yet ended. Ye Fan directly started the second simulation. Selectable talent extraction success. ADC, blue get a ranged weapon. Your attacks are always on target. You will gain the far-sighted eye effect. You are standing too close and I can't see what you look like. Please stand 3 miles away. Tyrannosaurus Rex, blue you will become a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but be careful and beware of being mistaken for a monster. Charger, blue your body comes with 220V household electricity, which can be used to connect all electrical appliances. Confucian Sage, gold a Confucian Sage has a bit of noble spirit in his heart that can swallow up the heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Wolfberry, white when you reach middle age, you have no choice but to soak wolfberry in a thermos cup. After the age of 40, your physical fitness will drop to -50. Flying over the eaves and walls, white. In this simulation, golden talent appeared again. One day, he drew 3 golds. Ye Fan's mood was beyond description. He started the simulation again. However, the talent of Confucian Sage still did not change in the past 20 days. Ye Fan fixed it directly. This time, the survival reward was another additional fixed talent. Then, Ye Fan started the third simulation of the day. What he didn't know was that at the moment when he fixed the talent of Confucian Sage, the entire world of immortal cultivation was in shock. The closest Dacian dynasty. The huge statue enshrined in Zulu Academy, holding a bamboo slip in his left hand, a brush in his right hand, wearing a Confucian hat, with a straight waist, like an unyielding character, suddenly emitted bursts of golden light. In the entire Zulu Academy, after seeing this scene, all the Confucian and Taoist disciples knelt down and performed the ceremony of kneeling. This is above the statue of the Confucian saint. A voice sounded. Several figures of old scholars appeared above the huge statue. Dean, this. The great scholar Chen Silai pointed at the huge statue, his lips trembling constantly, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. Dean Kong Yuanfeng looked at the statue, his pupils dilated to the extreme, squinting his eyes tightly, and he said in a trembling voice, Confucian saint. This is the return of another Confucian saint to the world. The Confucian saint has returned to the world. Kong Yuanfeng's words were like a bomb thrown into the crowd. The Confucian and Taoist disciples kneeling on the ground all had different expressions, some were happy, some were crazy, and some looked up and laughed. After 500,000 years, has the Confucian saint finally returned to the world? Ha 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 ha! Confucianism should flourish. Confucianism should flourish. Dean, I don't know where the Confucian saint has landed. Even if my legs are broken, I will go to see him. The saint said. Chapter 86. At the same time as the Confucian and Taoist monks were in turmoil. Outside the continent, the originally calm Wuivang Sea also set off waves and turbulent waves. Countless terrifying marine creatures kept trembling. That was the look of surrender and trembling. In the deepest part of Wuivang Sea, there is an existence that looks like an underwater dragon palace. The glass is transparent, up and down, and it is extremely magnificent. In the palace, a huge old turtle suddenly turned into a human form. A touch of red light was surging in the water. The next moment, a red koi appeared. The red light was shining. The red koi also turned into a human form. It turned into a mermaid with a human body and a fish tail. Her red tail, red scales covering her front, and long red wavy hair, are extremely beautiful. Old turtle. She looked up in one direction and murmured, "Our emperor is coming." Ye Fan had no idea what was going on. He continued to simulate. The third 13 simulation began. Talent random extraction successful. Athlete's foot, blue you have athlete's foot. Dairy farm, blue you get a dairy farm, the entire sect. Seeking the demon, blue become a brutal and inhumane demon cultivator, and all aspects will be greatly improved. Gout, white you don't drink alcohol because you have gout. Extraordinary fertility, blue one shot into the soul, children everywhere. When your bloodline covers 50% of the population in the Xioxian world, this talent will be upgraded to gold. Ultimate filling, gold you get a chance to fill in the missing skills. PS, this is a very precious ability. All levels of skills can be filled. Don't fill in some useless skills. 4 consecutive golds. There were only a few minutes left before the end of half an hour. Ye Fan had already given up all hope. But in the end, another gold appeared. 3 simulations, 4 golden talents. Ye Fan's mood was already indescribable. Moreover, this talent actually completed a set of skills. Ye Fan couldn't help but think of his own Earth-level skills, Ling Xiao Yu Shenju. There was only one level, which was an Earth-level skill. What if it was completed? What level of skills would it be? Ye Fan's heart was already full of expectations. You have chosen talents, ultimate filling, gold, extraordinary fertility, blue, dairy farm. Fixed talents, eagle eyes, blue, how to make elixir, gold, photographic memory, purple, stun, blue, novice, blue, tech master, gold, bodybuilding, purple, king of elixirs, gold, tea master, gold. Immortal cultivation simulation begins. Day 1, you try to complete the Ling Xiao Yu Shenju technique. You succeed in completing the missing part, and you actually find that the complete version of Ling Xiao Yu Shenju is an immortal technique. Before you can react, a beam of immortal light rises into the sky. You secretly think it's not good. The next moment, an unprecedented terrifying aura descends. It turns out that it is an old monster who has crossed the tribulation and tore through the void. The terrifying pressure caused the entire Chongsheng Xianzong to fall apart. The next moment, the old monster who has crossed the tribulation appeared in front of you. He waved his hand, and Ling Xiao Yu Shenju appeared in his hand. Your consciousness gradually dissipated in the terrifying pressure, and you died. Ye Fan's eyes widened, as if he saw a ghost in broad daylight. Then, his expression turned into an indescribable ecstasy. Although he died on the first day, this is not the point. He can choose not to complete the missing part first. The important thing is, this technique is really an immortal technique. Please select the talent that will be fixed. Choose talent, ultimate filling, gold, dot. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. You have chosen the talent, ultimate filling, gold, and it has been fixed successfully. The moment the talent was fixed, a prompt appeared in Ye Fan's mind. The ultimate gap filling can be used. Please select the skill to use. Already have the incomplete skills Ling Xiao Yu Shenju. You can choose not to fill the vacancy temporarily. There will be no vacancies for the time being. Yet. Fan said directly. As soon as the words fell, the prompt disappeared. Then. A new prompt appeared. Fixed, how to make the elixir, gold, tech master, gold, king of elixir, gold, master of tea art, gold, king of special effects, gold, the happiness of the natural spiritual root is beyond your imagination, gold, sword god, gold, god of forging, gold, Confucian sage, gold, sea king, gold, ultimate supplement, gold. You have secured 10 golden talents and reached the saturation stage. The system is upgrading. System upgrade? Ye Fan looked at the prompt box with some surprise. Soon. Update successed. Simulation mechanics changes. Changed from 1 simulation per day to cooling down the simulation according to the number of simulated survival days. The current maximum simulation time limit is 20 days, and the maximum cooling time is 20 days. The probability of obtaining advanced talents through simulation is increased. Gold talent plus 15% probability, purple talent plus 25% probability, blue talent plus 35% probability. The simulation cooldown time has increased, but the explosion rate has increased. Ye Fan understood. This has both advantages and disadvantages. But Ye Fan didn't care. His current talents were enough. A simulation every 20 days, knowing all the dangers in advance, even if there are changes, he can deal with it completely. After all, he is him. His thoughts and emotions will change. And the him in the simulation is just him with fixed thoughts. Everything is ready. Next, just wait to go to the secret realm, break through, complete the skills, and then soar into the sky. Looking at the simulation that has entered the 20-day cooldown, Ye Fan couldn't help but curse inwardly, doing it so fast, at least next time. He shook his head, walked out of the house, walked to the corner of the spiritual medicine garden, dug a hole, and planted another seed. This seed was what he had just obtained. Counting this one, he has planted 4 spiritual medicines. In addition to the seeds, he has also obtained 2 cans of spiritual tea recently. Now he has 6 kinds of spiritual tea. According to the effects, they are nourishing the soul, improving spiritual root talent, strengthening the body, increasing the speed of cultivation, nourishing the soul obtained in the past few days, and healing. The effects of the 6 kinds of spiritual tea are all amazing. If they were put outside, it would definitely be enough to make people fight for them until their heads were broken and bloody. Chapter 87. Among the 6 kinds of spiritual tea, the one for bodybuilding was the most consumed. Half a box had already been consumed. Another pot was brewed. Then, Ye Fan continued to practice the dragon elephant bodybuilding technique. After taking the last few bodybuilding pills one by one, he began to compress the medicinal effects of the bodybuilding pills and the spiritual tea. Just now, the dragon elephant bodybuilding technique had reached a bottleneck. Next, he would make a concerted effort to directly break through the peak of the first level of the dragon elephant bodybuilding technique. All the medicinal effects were compressed into a ball. A terrifying aura emanated from Ye Fan's body, and in his body, the compressed medicinal effects were even more terrifying. If there was no spiritual tea to blend, Ye Fan would be directly killed by this terrifying bodybuilding force. But Ye Fan had spiritual tea. That was why he dared to make such a bold move. The medicinal effects were constantly compressed, and compressed again. Until it was compressed to the extreme, compressed to the size of a pill, Ye Fan manipulated the compression force of the dragon elephant bodybuilding technique to withdraw. In an instant, the drug effect exploded in Ye Fan's body instantly. The extreme pain made Ye Fan a little dazed for a moment. He endured the pain and urged the dragon elephant body forging technique to the extreme, enveloping all the terrifying drug effects, washing every part of his body inch by inch. Boom! I don't know how long it took. The earthy yellow light covering Ye Fan's body gradually turned into golden light. After all of it turned into golden light, it was pounding, and only a vast golden light was left in the illuminated hut. In the golden light, Ye Fan's body was changing rapidly. All impurities were completely cleared away. Every inch of skin became more and more delicate visibly. And this delicacy was just an appearance. Under this fat-like skin, there was an invincible terrifying power of the foundation building realm, and at the same time, it was as tough as a second-level high-grade defensive spiritual weapon. The sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, the golden light on the surface of Ye Fan's body was all retracted into his body in an instant. Everything returned to silence. Breakthrough success. Ye Fan opened his eyes. A golden light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists and felt Long Xiang's body that had reached the peak of the first level of cultivation. That was a nearly perfect body. It was only a hair's breadth away from perfection. Just now, he also touched it out of common sense to see if he could try to touch the barrier of breaking through the second level. But it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to grasp this hair's breadth. This is the bottleneck mentioned in the simulation. Ye Fan knew. To break through this line, what is needed is not some high-level bodybuilding elixir, nor is it hard practice. Instead, it requires an opportunity. However, Ye Fan is not in a hurry. His current strength can already be said to be invincible in the foundation building stage. If he encounters the golden elixir stage, he can't beat him, but he can run. After all, there is a natural gap between the golden elixir stage and the foundation building stage. The foundation building stage is just a transformation and laying the foundation. And the golden elixir stage has already taken the first step on the long road of cultivating immortals. The body refining has entered a bottleneck. Ye Fan took out the Ling Xiao Yushanju. But he was waiting for something to happen, so he didn't practice, but just looked at the spell, thinking. A fairy spell. Although it was incomplete. But why did it end up in the world of immortals? Could it be that some immortal died in the lower world? Ye Fan shook his head. Although it was just a boring fantasy, it was too much to think about it now. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. And at this moment, Ye Fan suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Finally here. After this last thought appeared in his mind, he completely lost consciousness. Behind her, Lang Xuan, with red eyes, bit her lips tightly, and endured the last bit of clarity. She gently picked up the unconscious Ye Fan. Her cold cheeks were full of red clouds. Her eyes were obviously cold, but at this moment they were charming. Before the last clarity in her red eyes disappeared, a barrier enveloped the hut. And outside the hut, a full moon hung high in the night sky. At the same time, in a luxurious hall on Tianhua Peak, Lu Zitang had made all preparations, took the Ning Yuan pill, and began to break through. And behind him, there were 3 outer sect elders sat cross-legged to help him digest the medicine. After waking up, Ye Fan didn't even care how he fainted last night. He directly made a pot of spiritual tea to increase the speed of cultivation and began to practice Ling Xiao Yushanju. In the inner hall of Chongsheng Peak, Lang Xuan sat cross-legged, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, and a trace of fatigue flashed in the corners of her eyes. The poison in her body has become more and more intense, and it is more and more difficult to fade away. This time, she stayed in the hut for twice as long as usual before successfully dissolving it. She knew. If it goes on like this, I am afraid that she will eventually be completely controlled by the poison. By then, she may be dissolving the poison all the time. Lang Xuan found it hard to imagine what she would look like then, but her cheeks were already red, as if she was slightly drunk. We need to find a way to refine the Qingshuang pill as soon as possible. Lang Xuan shook her head and murmured. She had already gathered all the materials for refining Qingshuang pill, except for Tianshuang Xianko. Now she also had Tianshuang Hanko. Everything was ready. However, there was only one batch of medicinal materials. There were very few people who could refine the top-grade Qingshuang pill. At this time, outside Qian Zhao's door, the voice of the serving disciple sounded. Sect Master. All the great elders are here. Got it. Lang Xuan came back to her senses from her thoughts, and her face suddenly turned cold again. In addition to refining the Qingshuang pill, she now has another problem. Who will lead the team to the secret realm? She wants to go there herself. After all, she doesn't know when the poison will break out again. She wants to follow Ye Fan, the antidote, but it will definitely not be approved. And if a few supreme elders lead the team, Feng Yin and Lei Ting will go. But the 2 of them will not take the initiative to volunteer if they don't get involved in this matter. If it's Tian Hong, or Lu Fang and Feng Duo, then Ye Fan will be in danger. With a gloomy face and an extremely cold expression, Lang Xuan turned into a stream of light and came to the hall outside. Chapter 88. In the Chongsheng Hall, the 5 great elders were all present. After seeing Lang Xuan's flowing light descend and sit on the throne of the sect leader, Tian Hong glanced at Lu Fang and Feng Duo on the side without making any expression. The latter had no expression, but he had understood. Meet the master. Sect Master. 5 people stood up at the same time and bowed to Lang Xuan. Lang Xuan nodded. The 5 people stood up. Then, Feng Yin, who was in charge of this matter, said, Sect Master, the candidates for entering the secret realm have been determined. It won't be long before the secret realm opens. Who will lead the team to the secret realm, please decide. After he finished speaking, he took a step back. His face was full of indifference and aloofness. His reaction was expected by everyone. Then, Feng Duo and Lu Fang stepped out together and volunteered, Sect Master, I am willing to make this trip. I am willing to. Looking at the 2 of them. Looking at Tian Hong, who had no expression on his face but was vaguely confident. Lang Xuan's face became even colder. 110 She had already smelled a strong conspiracy, but there was no way to crack it. What to do? She clenched her fists. Seeing her like this, Lu Fang and the other 2 below sneered. Just as Lang Xuan expected. That's what they planned. Their own people led the team. By then, it would be easy for the people of the Daqian dynasty to kill Ye Fan. They could also find a reason to blame Ye Fan's death on himself, leaving Lang Xuan helpless. The hall fell into deep silence. Feng Yin was drinking tea in the crowd, not caring at all. But at this moment, Lei Ting suddenly stood up. She bowed and said, "Master, although elders Feng Duo and Lu Feng are both in the early stage of distraction, their strength is not too strong, not enough to deal with the danger that other forces may take action, so let me go." Suddenly, Tianhong frowned deeply. Lu Feng and Feng Duo's faces also changed, and they looked at Lei Ting in surprise. Feng Yin took a sip of tea, raised his eyebrows slightly, and his face was full of surprise. Lang Xuan seemed to be more surprised than them. Lei Ting actually asked to help her out and volunteered to go? Her beautiful eyes stared at Lei Ting. And Lei Ting also looked up at her. The two of them met eyes. From Lei Ting's eyes, Lang Xuan felt kindness. Could it be? Lang Xuan remembered everything that Ye Fan said about what happened in the secret realm, her beautiful eyes widened, and she suddenly understood the reason. She nodded without hesitation. "Okay. Then Elder Lei Ting will lead the team. Thank you for your hard work." Lei Ting bowed and shook his head. "It's just my job, there's no need to be polite, sect master." At this time, Tianhong frowned, clasped his hands and said in a deep voice, "If we talk about strength to deal with danger, then sect master, I will go first. After all, the third elder is only in the early stage of distraction, and I am in the late stage of distraction." Lang Xuan sneered after hearing his words. "In that case, I'd better go there myself. After all, I am at the peak of the spirit-severing realm. Great Elder Tianhong, what do you think?" Tianhong clenched his teeth tightly, but still had nothing to say, so he had to give up and said that it was all up to the master to arrange, and said nothing more. After deciding on the candidate to go, Lang Xuan's face was twitched with a smile. In an instant, it was as if the glaciers melted and spring flowers bloomed, and after returning to Tianhua Peak, Tianhong's fingers became virtual, and he wrote a line of words in the air. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The plan failed, Lei Ting led the team to BDFF, then, he waved his hand, and the line of words turned into a stream of light that shot straight into the sky, out of the range of the Chongsheng Xianzong, and disappeared. 1. And Tianhong stood there, squinting his eyes tightly, and did not move for a long time. He didn't know whether Lei Ting asked to help Lang Xuan to repay a favor or to stand in the same line with Lang Xuan intentionally. If it was the former, then everything would be fine. But if it was the latter, Lang Xuan, who was in a very good mood, came to the spiritual medicine garden to find Ye Fan. After all, who led the team to go? This point was solved. There was still one thing that was not solved. Ye Fan left. What if her poison recurred? When she arrived outside the hut, she found that Ye Fan was practicing. She paced outside the door for a while, but still chose not to go in and disturb him. At this moment, Ye Fan practiced Ling Xiao Yushanju, and his cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of qi refining. In a few days, from the initial stage of qi refining, he broke through to the middle stage of qi refining. Being called a waste with ordinary spiritual roots, he has such a speed of cultivation. If he were put in an outside sect, it would be enough to make countless disciples dumbfounded and ashamed. In cultivation, time passed in a flash. Ye Fan broke through to the late stage of qi training. After consolidating his cultivation, he finally opened his eyes. At this moment, there are only 10 days left before the secret realm is opened. After breaking through and consolidating the realm, Ye Fan did not rush to get up. In these 10 days, he would faint as soon as he stopped practicing. He thought that this time should be no exception. Sure enough, not long after stopping practicing, Ye Fan's eyes went black, and he no longer had any consciousness. The moon was on the willow branches. The barrier in the hut has not dissipated yet. Lang Xuan's face was pressed against Ye Fan's chest, and her beautiful eyes were full of pity and hope. She raised her eyes, stroked Ye Fan's face, which was sleeping very deeply, with her fingertips, and murmured, "You must cheer up. This is the only chance to rebuild my spiritual roots. If the remodeling is successful, you won't have to endure the pain of bodybuilding anymore." During this period, she had been checking Ye Fan. Ye Fan was undoubtedly practicing the cultivation method. But after practicing for so many days, there was no effect at all, no trace of cultivation aura, and he had not even entered the qi refining stage. And he was still persevering, which was really too distressing. She didn't know. In fact, Ye Fan's cultivation progress was fast enough to make her stunned. It's just that Ye Fan is now protected by the novice period. Before he leaves the qi refining stage, no one can see his cultivation. Moreover, Ye Fan's body training is not a helpless practice. He is just pursuing the ultimate strength. Chapter 89. It was daybreak. Ye Fan finally woke up. That night, he was no longer unconscious. He had a dream. An indescribable dream. It was a fairy. The one he met in the stream. The dream seemed real. But he still couldn't see her face clearly. How did I dream of this, dash? This is me, lonely. Ye Fan scratched his head, puzzled. After getting up from the bed, Ye Fan walked towards the corner of the spiritual medicine garden. In the corner, the Tianchuang fairy grass had already matured and was waiting to be picked. The pure fire lotus had also grown a lot taller. The third spiritual medicine was already half a meter tall, but it was like a cornstalk, ordinary and unremarkable. Of course, even if it was not ordinary, Ye Fan still couldn't tell what it was. The seed planted 10 days ago had sprouted at this moment, and it was as tall as a finger. Grow well. Ye Fan patted them one by one, then took out another seed from the storage ring and placed it beside the 4 spiritual medicines. In the past 10 days, he obtained another seed and 2 boxes of spiritual tea. Although the 2 boxes of spiritual tea were the same as before, for strengthening the body and nourishing the soul, Ye Fan was relieved. He was really afraid that there would be no duplicates. When he finished drinking it, he would be numb. After watering all the spiritual medicines with the spiritual liquid, Ye Fan picked a batch of medicinal materials for refining Yunling Dan and prepared to refine a wave. But at this moment, he turned his head suddenly and looked at the corner. The second spiritual medicine. Mature. So fast. Just now. He felt. The second spiritual medicine, the pure fire lotus, was mature. He walked to the corner. The ordinary spiritual medicine, a burst of light flowed, and returned to its original appearance. At this moment, the lotus burning with glazed flames, the glazed flames have reached their peak, which is a sign of maturity. It is indeed mature. Ye Fan was delighted. This is undoubtedly very good news. If he can really take this pure fire lotus as Lang Xuan said, and use this glazed pure fire for his own use, then this time in the secret realm, Ye Fan will be able to have one more trump card. He squatted in front of the pure fire lotus and asked, "I eat you, you have no objection, right?" The pure fire lotus hummed, as if saying, "It is my honor for you to eat me." Ye Fan understood what it meant, and asked again, "Then if I eat you, will your attached glazed pure fire resist being absorbed by me and then hurt me?" The pure fire lotus hummed again, as if to say, "How could it possibly hurt you? It is its honor that you have successfully absorbed the glazed pure fire." Hearing this answer, Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction, and at the same time, he was relieved. Then, he pulled out the pure fire lotus. Buzz buzz buzz. The pure fire lotus kept trembling, expressing excitement. The other spiritual medicines also trembled, that is, they envied the pure fire lotus that Ye Fan could eat. Back to the hut. Ye Fan sat cross-legged, picked the pure fire lotus, and put it directly into his mouth. Then, Ye Fan noticed. A glazed warm current flowed into his dantian, occupying a small position in his dantian. To read the violent novel, go to Philonovel Network. Is that the end? I haven't absorbed it yet. If the old monster who has not been able to absorb it until now saw this scene of such harmonious absorption, he would definitely be so angry that his soul would collapse and die on the spot. Even Ye Fan himself was a little dumbfounded. He tried to control the glazed flame in his dantian, and then found that it was also very easy to control. He waved his hand. A ray of jumping glazed sparks appeared in his hand. Boom! The temperature in the hut instantly climbed to a terrifying level. It was really terrifying. This time, Ye Fan finally felt the horror of this glazed pure fire. Put away the glazed pure fire. Ye Fan continued to practice. He planned to stop until he reached the peak of qi refining and was only one step away from breaking through the foundation. Then the number of simulations would probably be refreshed. He simulated what would happen if he survived the Thunder Tribulation in the secret realm. If the Thunder Tribulation still caused big problems, or if he could not survive the tribulation, then Ye Fan would decisively replace the talent of Thunder Punishment without hesitation. And before he could brew the spiritual tea to help practice. Lang Xuan, here it comes. So Ye Fan thought about it, and then took out the spiritual tea that nourishes the Yuan Shen. Judging from the performance of the previous 2 times, although Lang Xuan was very shocked by the amount of spiritual tea, she preferred the spiritual tea that nourishes the Yuan Shen for the first time. Lang Xuan had just left when the sky was slightly bright. But that was when Ye Fan fainted. So, she came here for the first time today. The purpose of her coming here is naturally for the poison. Seeing that the time for Ye Fan to go to the secret realm is getting closer and closer. If a solution is not found as soon as possible, it will be troublesome at that time. After she sat down, picked up the teacup that Ye Fan had just placed next to her and took a sip. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened a few points. This spiritual tea that nourishes the Yuan Shen can make her Yuan Shen full. If she can drink it every day, she will be sure that she can suppress the poison until Ye Fan returns from the secret realm. Although this spiritual tea is very rare, it seems to be the only way at the moment. Lang Xuan gritted her teeth and said, "Can you give me some of this spiritual tea?" She was clearly at the peak of the spirit-severing realm, but after she said this, she seemed to have lost all her strength. Moreover, after she finished speaking, she became extremely nervous. She was not afraid that Ye Fan would refuse. She was just afraid that Ye Fan would have some opinion of her because she asked for something. However, what she never expected was that after she finished speaking, Ye Fan slapped the table and a wooden box was placed on it. He then pushed it in front of Lang Xuan. "This is..." Lang Xuan picked up the box in surprise and opened it to take a look. When she saw it, her eyes suddenly widened and she covered her lips with her other hand. Chapter 90. Lang Xuan knew that if she asked for spiritual tea, it was unlikely that Ye Fan would refuse her. But she never expected that Ye Fan would give her a whole box of spiritual tea. "This..." Lang Xuan shook her head and said, "This is too much. I only need enough to last for 10 days. Just take it." Ye Fan smiled and said, "I still have a lot of spiritual tea with this effect. After you finish drinking it, come to me again, fairy sister. There are still a lot." Lang Xuan felt her heart tremble. This kind of thing with a heaven-defying effect has given her so much, and he still has a lot? "This..." Ye Fan said so. Lang Xuan did not shirk. After all, this spiritual tea can solve the 850 hidden danger that Ye Fan could not deal with when the poison attacked when he was not around. After Lang Xuan left, Ye Fan continued to practice. There are only 10 days left before the secret realm begins. About 4 days later, Ye Fan successfully broke through to the late stage of qi refining. After Ye Fan cancelled the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth that was to be triggered, he did not stop for a moment and started to stabilize his cultivation. Although it was cancelled, but Ye Fan really wanted to see what would the so-called strange phenomenon of heaven and earth triggered by the breakthrough look like. However, curiosity can only be curiosity. Once this thing is triggered, it can really take your life. Time flies, and 4 years have passed. Ye Fan's cultivation has broken through again, reaching the peak of qi refining, and has stabilized his cultivation. And after breaking through to after reaching the peak of qi refining, Ye Fan immediately stopped his cultivation. He couldn't make further progress. He had to stay a little further away from the barrier. Otherwise, if he couldn't hold it back, it would be troublesome. After stopping his cultivation, Ye Fan began to study how to better control the glazed pure fire in his body. He thought of a point in his previous life, and decided to give it a try. But the result? I don't know how long it took. A bright glazed lotus appeared in Ye Fan's palm. The flower is beautiful, but the terrifying power contained in it makes people's scalps numb and their backs cold. There is only 1 day left before the secret realm is opened. Early in the morning, the entire Chongsheng Xian zone was filled with mist. Figures transformed by streams of light stood in the air. They were the elders of countless mountains. Hundreds of disciples going to the secret realm, including Ye Fan, stood in the square. A huge flying boat appeared. Lei Ting stood on the bow of the flying boat, waved her hand, and a purple light flashed. All the disciples boarded the flying boat. "Farewell, third elder." All the other disciples in the square and the elders standing in the air all bowed. And above Chongsheng Peak, watching the flying boat leave the sect protection formation and disappear, Lang Xuan's pretty face was filled with worry. "You must come back safely." She wanted Ye Fan to be able to reshape his spiritual veins. But Ye Fan really left. She was so anxious for no reason that she only wanted Ye Fan to come back safely. Everyone, go back and rest, and concentrate on dealing with this secret realm. Being able to participate is already a rare opportunity for you. Lei Ting said to all the disciples on the flying boat. Yes, Grand Elder. The disciples all bowed and walked back to the room inside the flying boat. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Soon, there was only one disciple left on the deck of the flying boat. Mu Yingrong. Looking at Lei Ting's back, she bowed and said, Master. You are the one leading the team this time. Is it because you want to repay Ye Fan's favor on behalf of your disciples? Actually, you don't have to. I can repay my own favor. You have done enough for me. Before she finished her words, Lei Ting turned around and looked at her. Looking at her only disciple in her life, who was also her sister's only child, Lei Ting's eyes flashed with deep pity. Her strength was too heartbreaking. In a flash, Lei Ting appeared in front of Mu Yingrong. She reached out and stroked her head. She was known for her hot temper, but at this moment, her expression was extremely gentle. The reason I did this was not just to repay your favor. The result of this secret realm will affect the future structure of the section. Being on the sea, it is impossible to watch the fire from the other side of the shore. Sooner or later, you have to make a choice, so. Listening to Lei Ting's words, Mu Yingrong's eyes gradually turned red. How could she not know? This choice was not made by Lei Ting, but by herself. And she had been holding back her emotions since she joined the sect. But at this moment, she could no longer hold back and threw herself into Lei Ting's arms, sobbing and crying. Auntie, Rangier is so tired. Rangier misses mother, misses father. Lei Ting gently stroked the back of her head, her eyes actually reddened, and comforted her. If you are tired, just let it go, be yourself, and live well. Mu Yingrong raised her head. Her eyes were tearful, but they were filled with determination. She bit her lips lightly, tears welling up in her eyes, but she shook her head firmly and said, No. I must take back what they took from my father and mother, including my life. I must. At the same time, the flying boat passed over Tianyuan City. Looking at the huge flying boat, countless people below exclaimed in amazement. Flying boat. This should also go to the secret realm, right? The people coming from that direction should be from the Chongsheng Immortal Sect. It is indeed a grand event that only happens once every 100 years. With so many superpowers, it is simply jaw-dropping. It is a pity that we are too far away from the city of Lingluo where the secret realm is opened. Otherwise, I must go and join in the fun. In the crowd, a figure saw the flying boat of the immortal sect of Immortality and quietly took out a jade slip from his arms. He immersed himself in it and left a line of words in the jade slip. The people from the Chongsheng Immortal Sect have already passed through Tianyuan City. Not long after, another line of writing appeared in the jade slip. This line of writing only had 3 words. Got it. At the same time, in a snowy forest, countless people dressed in Dakian dynasty costumes were hiding in the dark. The old man in the lead was holding a jade slip in his hand with a cold face. Chapter 91. They are the people of the Dakian dynasty who are going to enter the secret realm this time. The old man leading the team is the King Jing of the Dakian dynasty, Huang Fuchao. He is the uncle of the current emperor and the younger brother of the ancestor of the Dakian dynasty. His cultivation is in the late stage of distraction. Before entering the secret realm, they have to do one thing first. That is to ambush the team of the Chongsheng Immortal Sect. Of course, they don't want to tear their faces with the Chongsheng Immortal Sect directly to the point of death. They are ambushing this time. There is only one person to kill. Ye Fan. In the room of the flying boat, Ye Fan sat cross-legged, continued to consolidate his cultivation, and turned on the system. The 20-day cooling period has ended. The number of simulations has been refreshed. Selectable talent random success. The wind is blowing, purple. You will get a special wind spiritual root. Random grade. P.S. Attention! This wind spiritual root will replace your existing spiritual root. Lamb, white. You will become a white lamb. Your meat is delicious, especially for hot pot. 1-3. Sunflower manual, purple. Something disappears, and you get a random earth level technique. Tianchen childlike fairy, purple. Forever fixed in the appearance of an 8-year-old, with the cultivation base of the nascent soul stage, an old monster with a childlike face. You deserve it. Destiny child, gold. Luck is justice. Extreme luck, maybe you are God's biological son. Beauty massage master, Blue, your technique is very professional, and my senior sisters all said it's good. 10 talents, most of them are purple and blue, and there is also a gold one. The explosion rate has indeed increased a lot. Ye Fan sighed, and then his eyes fell on the one about the Child of Destiny. Extreme luck? How extreme is it? He couldn't wait to choose this talent. Then, Immortal Cultivation Simulation begins. Day 1, you and your sect arrived at the Blizzard Mountains where the secret realm is located, but as soon as you entered the mountains, you were ambushed. The other party is from the Dacian dynasty, led by a late-stage distraction master. Their target is you. Lei Ting held up the late-stage distraction master, but there was still a nascent soul master. He rushed straight at you, and no one could resist him. You condensed a glazed fire lotus and repelled him briefly. When he rushed up again, for some reason, he slipped and fell down even though he was flying in the air. You seized this opportunity and ran away, but the other party was in the nascent soul stage after all, and your speed of flying the sword was too slow, so you were caught up in the blink of an eye. You cursed loudly, which caused a strange phenomenon in the world, making the other party afraid to take action for a while. You pretended to be a big wolf and even scared the other party away. But at this time, the late-stage master of the spiritual dispersion realm, while fighting Lei Ting, sacrificed a flying sword to stab you. Lei Ting was shocked, but the realm was so different that she was already exhausted from resisting an old man, and she had no time to help you resist. At the critical moment, Mu Yingrong jumped out from nowhere, blocked in front of you, and blocked the flying sword for you, but she died in your arms with blood at the corner of her mouth and regret in her eyes. Lei Ting was extremely angry and used the skill of burning life to exchange her life with the late-stage master of the spiritual dispersion realm, and both died. But the nascent soul realm master still couldn't solve it. The old man in the late-stage spiritual dispersion realm was his father. Seeing his father's death, he was completely red-eyed and attacked the disciples of the Chongsheng Xianzong regardless of everything. You risked your life to fight with him, relying on the 4th-grade defensive spiritual weapon to support him for a short time, buying time for his fellow disciples to escape. You found that Liu Zitang was slacking off the whole time. Before his disciples could fight their way out of the encirclement of the people who were going to participate in the secret realm, led by the 14th prince of the Dacian dynasty, they were completely defeated because of the disparity in strength. They were hit in the chest by a palm from the nascent soul strongman, and you died. Ye Fan opened his eyes suddenly. He could make his opponent fall in the air. The Son of Destiny was indeed terrifying. There was also the King of Special Effects. If used well, it was enough to intimidate opponents of many higher levels. But, this was not the point. The point was that the Dacian dynasty set up an ambush and was targeting him. If it wasn't for Mu Yingrong blocking a sword for him, he would have died suddenly. Mu Yingrong's move surprised Ye Fan and moved him at the same time. Mu Yingrong's death also led to Lei Ting's desperate resistance, and eventually she died. The entire Chongsheng Xianzong disciples who came to the secret realm and who would become the mainstay of the sect in the future were wiped out. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. No. Ye Fan jumped up and walked out of the outer room. There was no way to win this ambush. So no matter what, we must find a way to avoid it. After arriving on the deck, Mu Yingrong's emotions had stabilized. She stood on the bow with Lei Ting, looking down at the fleeting scenery below. Noticing someone walking out, Lei Ting turned her head first, her brows slightly furrowed. After seeing that it was Ye Fan, her expression relaxed again. Ye Fan. 633 Mu Yingrong nodded to Ye Fan. Lei Ting asked junior brother Ye Fan, why don't you take a good rest? Is there something wrong with you coming out? Ye Fan said that he was the disciple of the sect master. So he deserved to be called the nephew. 3rd Grand Elder, Senior Sister Mu. Ye Fan bowed, then he glanced at the corridor behind him where the disciples were. Lei Ting understood and waved her hand to set up a barrier. No one can hear our conversation now, so junior brother Ye Fan, just speak frankly. Ye Fan nodded. Although it was impossible for anyone's consciousness to penetrate the walls of the room of this spiritual weapon flying boat and sense the outside, it still had to be guarded against. He said, does the 3rd Grand Elder know that I exposed the secret chess piece planted in the sect by the Dacian dynasty? Lei Ting nodded. I heard a little about it. Ye Fan nodded and said, this time in the secret realm, my visit as the sect master's disciple caused a lot of noise, and it must have spread to the Dacian dynasty. Although I am just a little disciple. But after breaking the Dacian dynasty's plan for so long, they must be eager to eat me alive. So I concluded. This time, we are very likely to encounter an ambush. Chapter 92. Ambush. After hearing Ye Fan's words, Lei Ting frowned, looking thoughtful. She found that what Ye Fan said was very likely. After all, they passed through the territory of the Dacian dynasty along the way. If they were watched by spies and knew their location, then ambushing them would be easy. But what Ye Fan said was the motive of the people of the Dacian dynasty to ambush them. Although Ye Fan did make them hate him, was it really enough for them to do so? After all, the secret realm is about to begin. Once they fight and both suffer losses, no one will get any benefits. Looking at Lei Ting's appearance, Ye Fan had almost anticipated what she was thinking. He laughed and said, "Doesn't the third elder think that even if I eliminate the secret chess piece planted in our sect by the Dacian dynasty, they would be eager to eat me alive, and it is unlikely that they will take the risk of ambush us when the secret realm is about to open?" Lei Ting looked at Ye Fan, without commenting. "But what if the other party knew that you, the third supreme elder, were the leader of the team, and sent a strong man with a higher cultivation than you?" Yet, Fan continued. Hearing this, Lei Ting frowned. "No? How is it possible?" At that time, only a few of them knew about the high-level discussions of the sect. It has only been a day since the departure. No matter how fast the news spreads, it is impossible for it to reach the ears of the Dacian dynasty so quickly. Even if it spreads, it is too late for them to deploy an ambush. Ye Fan smiled again. "What if someone doesn't want to see me win this bet, and wants me to fail before I even enter the secret realm?" This time, Lei Ting's eyes suddenly widened, and her pupils shrank sharply. "You mean?" Ye Fan grinned and said, "I don't believe that if there is no one on top, so many hidden chess pieces of the Dacian dynasty can be planted in the section. Third Grand Elder, what do you think?" Lei Ting thought for a moment, narrowed her eyes, and her expression became extremely gloomy. "I know." She suddenly understood everything. At the same time, she also understood why Ye Fan asked her to set up a soundproof barrier. She looked at Ye Fan again and asked, "If it is according to what you said, then how should we avoid the ambush?" Ye Fan smiled knowingly. "This is simple. Since it is an ambush, the enemy will definitely choose a favorable terrain. So I infer they should ambush us in the mountains where the secret realm is opened. What we have to do is also very simple. Bypass the direct route into the mountains and enter the mountains from another direction. After all, by then, countless forces will rush to. No one can conclude that the person who made the flying boat belongs to our Chongsheng zone." Lei Ting nodded and agreed with this statement. Their current location is not far from the Blizzard Mountains where the secret realm is opened. She controlled the direction of the flying boat slightly with her spiritual sense, and gradually deviated from the original route, and talked with Mu Yingrong for a few more words. Ye Fan set out to return to his room. And in the corridor, Ye Fan met Lu Zitang, who walked out of the room. Lu Zitang looked a little sneaky, full of guilty conscience. It seemed that he wanted to go to the deck to see where they were now. After seeing Ye Fan head-on, his face suddenly became gloomy. The two passed by each other. No one spoke to each other. But just after passing by, Lu Zitang suddenly stopped. To read the raging novel, go to Philonovel Network. He didn't even turn his head, and said in a joking voice, "Junior brother Yat, you must work hard when you enter the secret realm this time. After all, you are the first in the selection and the hope of our sect. Brother Lu, please don't worry about it." Ye Fan did not stop, and answered without turning his head, and walked back to his room. He turned his head suddenly and looked at Ye Fan's back. Feeling the contempt, Lu Zitang's face flashed with a thick gloom. "Be arrogant. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Unfortunately, my mission is to focus on reshaping the spirit veins. Otherwise, I will kill you with my own hands. Let you have a taste of the power of the golden stage." Looking at their approximate location, it seems that they have arrived in the Blizzard Mountains. He went back to his room directly. Now, what he has to do is wait. Wait until he sees Ye Fan being killed with his own eyes, and die without a burial place. However, he waited and waited. A long time passed. There was still no movement. He was stunned. Why hasn't he come yet? He has also been to the Blizzard Mountains once. According to the flying speed of the flying boat, they should have reached the depths of the mountains by now. Logically speaking, they should have arrived long ago. Could it be that the people of the Dacian dynasty regretted it? No. They also hate Ye Fan to the bone. It is impossible to regret it. Moreover, they cooperated with the master, and the master gave them a lot of benefits. They have no reason to regret it. Then why is there no movement until now? Haven't arrived at the ambush place yet? It should be. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. It is Ye Fan's death. He was still thinking. Suddenly, Lei Ting's voice transmission spread to the ears of all the disciples. The entrance to the secret realm has appeared. All disciples, Zhao Hao, prepare to enter the secret realm. The secret realm is already open. Are we going to go in and play right now? What on earth is going on? At this time, at the entrance of the Blizzard Mountains, the people of the Dacian dynasty are still waiting here. Father, why haven't you come yet? Could it be that the great elder of the Chongsheng immortal sect is teasing us again? Huangfu Long walked behind Huangfu Chao and asked in surprise. Huangfu Chao narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Impossible, teasing us will not benefit the old guy at all. I came here in person, he would like us to leave those disciples, even their third elder Lei Ting, here. Then why haven't they come yet? The secret realm is about to be opened. Huangfu Long said in a serious tone. Huangfu Chao looked at the empty front and said maybe Lei Ting's spirit power is too weak and she flies too slowly. Wait a little longer. Chapter 93. Flying too slowly? Huangfu Long nodded. It was indeed possible. And at this moment... Boom! In the Blizzard Mountains, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Report. A soldier in golden armor came forward, knelt on one knee and said, Prince, little prince, the secret realm has been opened. The secret realm has been opened. Of course they have seen it. Dad, what is going on? Huangfu Long asked in a serious tone. The secret realm has been opened. Even if the people from the Chongsheng Xianzong are slow, they should have arrived. Huangfu Chao's brows furrowed even deeper. Maybe, we were delayed by something on the road. But he still said, in any case, Tianhong will never play tricks on us, let's wait a little longer. Huangfu Long hesitated, but still did not say anything, and continued to stand beside Huangfu Chao and waited. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Now, a young man in a purple and gold python robe in the crowd couldn't sit still. He walked out and bowed to Huangfu Chao and said, Uncle Huang, we have been delayed for a long time. If this goes on, I am afraid that the progress after entering the secret realm will be delayed. This young man is the leader of the team to participate in the secret realm this time, the 14th prince of the Dacian dynasty, the half-brother of the 6th prince Huangfu Hao, Huangfu Ran. Ranner, even if your strength is a little slower, it is a foregone conclusion that you will get the opportunity. Just be patient and wait a little longer. Huangfu Chao's brows were already furrowed, but he still said so. Until then. Another golden-armored soldier came forward and knelt on one knee. Report. Your Majesty. It was discovered that the people of the Chongsheng immortal sect have entered the secret realm. Huangfu Chao's face suddenly changed, and the gloomy pressure suddenly spread. What did you say? The golden-armored soldier was knocked to the ground by the surging pressure. He gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, please spare my life. This is the news from the front. I just brought the letter here. Are you sure? Huangfu Chao asked. The golden-armored soldier replied, they said that they were definitely not mistaken. In front of the entrance to the secret realm, they did see a group of disciples dressed in the clothes of the Chongsheng immortal sect, and they had already entered the secret realm. Puff! The golden-armored soldier was beaten into a pile of rotten meat under the pressure, and blood gushed out from under the armor. Huangfu Chao gritted his teeth and said word by word, Old dog Tianhong, how dare you make fun of me? The entrance to the secret realm. Two towering pillars stand tall, with a hazy glow rising into the sky, like a gate to heaven. Disciples from countless forces poured in one after another and sank into the light curtain. After entering the light curtain, everything in front of everyone changed drastically. It was a world under a vast sea of stars, with ruins, deserts, and terrifying monster nests. Disciples from all forces would disperse after entering the secret realm. The secret realm is so large that it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to meet a fellow disciple. Liu Ziteng appeared in a sea of forests. He still hasn't figured out what's going on. Why did they enter the secret realm before the ambush? But now that they have come in, they have no time to think too much. As for who will win or lose in the bet, Liu Ziteng is not worried at all. He has already formed a pill and entered the golden pill stage. Even if Ye Fan's body refining strength is strong, it is only the foundation building stage strength after all, which is completely incomparable. Fair enough. I will have the chance to kill you with my own hands. Liu Ziteng's mouth curled up into a gloomy smile, muttered a few words in a cold voice, and began to look for opportunities. In the secret realm, in addition to various spiritual herbs and medicines, natural treasures, lost secret treasures, and secret methods, there is also a kind of spiritual beast. This spiritual beast is similar to a demon beast. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. But after killing it, you can gain a special kind of spiritual energy. This special spiritual energy is the key to the final link of the secret realm and the reshaping of the spiritual roots. Therefore, as soon as he entered the secret realm, he entered the dense forest. Liu Ziteng was very happy. According to those who have entered the secret realm before, the dense forest is a demon beast. One of many places. The happy Liu Ziteng didn't know. At this moment, Ye Fan was in a dilapidated ruins. The magnificent palace was a little damaged, but you could still see the shadow of its terrifying vastness. In front of the entrance of the palace, dust-covered pillars stood one after another. Ye Fan walked while carefully looking around. He didn't find any danger, but on the contrary, he found some words on the pillars. He stepped forward in confusion, took a deep breath, and blew away all the thick dust on one of the pillars. Found that there were many incomprehensible ancient characters on it. But although it looked like ghost paintings, but it was blowing in your face. And it gave Ye Fan a deep and mysterious aura. Could this be some secret book? Ye Fan exclaimed in surprise, and read through it word by word, memorizing all the words in his mind without missing a word. Then, he went to another pillar. Sure enough, there were words on all the other pillars. He memorized all the words on all the pillars. Ye Fan swooped up the steps and rushed into the hall. The door of the hall was open. It was a little dark inside, and only the general outline could be seen. Ye Fan stepped into it. Suddenly, the dark hall suddenly became extremely bright. It was all golden, so magnificent. In the deepest part of the hall, there was a desk. On it, there were three things. A crystal clear bead, a rusty sword, a jade slip. Ye Fan walked up carefully step by step. Looking at the three things on the desk, he found that there were notes under each thing, and a long paragraph of text was written on the side. The handwriting was also like a ghost painting. But this time, Ye Fan's mind actually understood what was written. Of course, it was not Ye Fan's fault. It was the handwriting. I am the sword master Ling Xian. Because I coveted the earth veins, I tried to change my fate by force. I was trapped here for thousands of years and could not get out. I died in depression. These three things are my three most precious treasures. I give them to the destined person who can come here. Chapter 94. Give it to the destined person who comes here? What a joke! After reading these lines, Ye Fan's first reaction was, I don't believe it. There must be a trick in the pie in the sky. Maybe something is lurking in a place where he can't detect it. Once he picks up these things, the next moment, he will be directly hit by a fatal blow, or blocked by a defensive spiritual weapon, or the defensive spiritual weapon can't even block it, and he will be directly teleported out of the secret realm. He continued to read. There are also several lines of handwriting under each thing. First, the jade slip. Blue Lotus Sword Song, a mid-level heavenly rank sword art. It is impossible to practice it without a sword spiritual root. Of course, if you have an earth spiritual root or even a heaven spiritual root, you can practice it as the original body. Then, it was the colored glaze bead. All my lifelong insights from sword training are engraved into this bead. Finally, it is the sword. The 7th grade ultimate spiritual sword, Long Xiang, is my best friend, but because of me, it has been covered in dust. I hope that in the hands of the destined person, it can shine again with its former glory. The 7th grade ultimate spiritual sword, the heavenly grade middle grade sword technique, the lifelong sword enlightenment of a terrifying sword cultivator who is very likely to be in the tribulation period or even higher. Damn! This is too tempting. Ye Fan took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. Everything is a performance. Everything is a temptation. Don't be fooled. He took a deep breath and turned away. But at this moment, an old man with white hair and beard appeared in front of Ye Fan. He stroked his beard and looked at Ye Fan with admiration in his eyes. Good. Not blinded by greed, very good. On this desk, I have set a ban. If you take it with greed, you will be sent out of this secret place. Boy, you passed my test. These things are all yours. As he said that, the three things flew up by themselves and floated into Ye Fan's hands. This, looking at the things in his hand. Ye Fan was a little dumbfounded. Such a treasure, he passed the test so easily and got it in his hands? Ye Fan felt very, very unreal. But these things were indeed in his hands, and at this moment, the figure of the old man gradually became more and more transparent and gradually disappeared. In my early years, I obtained a strange ancient book. What is recorded in it may be a shocking opportunity. I have engraved it on the pillar outside. You can take it as well. After waiting for so many years, my mission is finally over. I can go with peace of mind. Ye Fan bowed deeply to the white-haired old man, of which only a transparent outline remained, and said, "Farewell, Senior. Don't let this heavenly sword technique and this dragon elephant be covered in dust." The figure completely disappeared. Only these words were left echoing in the hall. Ye Fan stood up. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, the rusty sword in the scabbard, and the bead, he didn't know if he could pull it out. He murmured, "I will." Ye Fan tried to pull out the sword. The moment he grasped the hilt, a sword energy spread out. The terrifying sharp breath made the air turbulent. The dragon elephant sword hummed, as if it was satisfied with its new owner. But it was as if it was rusted to death, and there was no way to draw the sword. Ye Fan knew. To read the violent novel, go to Novel Network. This is because his sword talent has been satisfied, but his strength has not been recognized. The magic sword has spirit. The 7th grade spiritual weapon is enough to be called a magic sword in this world of immortal cultivation. He put the dragon elephant sword into the storage ring, and then his consciousness sank into the jade slips and beads. Ye Fan's terrifying sword talent allowed him to understand the sword tactics of the middle grade of the heavenly rank after only reading it once. Coupled with the memory in the beads, in just a moment, he had already touched the threshold, and after walking out of this relic palace, Ye Fan discovered one thing. That is, this relic palace is full of nests on all sides. Once you pass by, you will definitely attract attention and be besieged. But Ye Fan is not worried. In fact, he is a little happy. Before coming, Lang Xuan naturally told him about the conditions for reshaping the spirit veins. Hunting spirit beasts to obtain special spiritual energy. Although he does not need to reshape any spirit veins. But the more of this kind of thing, the better. Without hesitation, he stepped directly into the area of the nests. Then, countless two-legged creatures like ostriches and velociraptors crawled out of the nests and swarmed towards Ye Fan. Ye Fan also rushed out and killed these spirit beasts. All spirit beasts, all of them have the strength of the late stage of foundation building, and there are also many at the peak of foundation building. But in front of Ye Fan, these spirit beasts are all like rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs. Ye Fan punched them one by one, just like chopping melons and vegetables, smashing the heads of these spirit beasts. And every time the head of a spirit beast was smashed, a ray of blue light would swirl around Ye Fan, which was the special spiritual energy. Not long after, the light around Ye Fan had become extremely rich, like a light film shield, covering his body. And gradually, Ye Fan got tired of killing. He began to transform his fists into sword fingers, and his fingers into swords, and took the opportunity to practice the heavenly grade middle grade sword art, the Green Lotus Sword Song, which he had already begun to understand. Slowly, Ye Fan's body, from nothing to something, began to have sharp sword energy overflowing into the sky and spreading in all directions. Not long after, Ye Fan took out the rusty sword in the scabbard. The sword energy soaring into the sky spread again. The sword was not unsheathed. But the terrifying sword energy was still sharp and unparalleled. Just when those spirit beasts were about to be killed, suddenly, the sword energy soaring into the sky on Ye Fan's body rose sharply again like a blowout. He successfully stepped into the early stage of the first level. A heavenly middle-grade sword technique was comprehended in the blink of an eye and entered the first level. If this were to be spread out, I don't know how many people would be shocked. Moreover, Ye Fan has vaguely touched the threshold of sword intent. If Liu Zitang knew this, he would definitely be ashamed and angry. After all, he has been comprehending for so many years and has just reached this level, while Ye Fan only took such a short time. Knife. Chapter 95. With the long sword in hand, he could manipulate it as easily as with his arm. Every move was full of artistic conception. Ye Fan closed his eyes and felt the embryonic form of the sword intent, and his realm in his heart was also growing rapidly. The location where Luo Mensin teleported was not very good. She searched for a long time by a small river, and finally encountered the first spirit beast. Fortunately, her luck was pretty good afterwards. In half a day, she hunted more than 20 spirit beasts. The amount of special spiritual energy around her body was already slightly strong. And the manifestation of this special spiritual energy can be controlled and hidden by herself. Every time after hunting a spirit beast, she would immediately hide this special spiritual energy. But even so, she still attracted people's attention. Junior sister. Are you a disciple of the Chongshengxian zone? After killing a spirit beast with a little effort, she was ready to take a recovery pill and recuperate before continuing. After all, this spirit beast is not only in the early stage of foundation building, she can't always be so lucky. But she just took out the pill and hasn't taken it yet. A voice sounded from one side. The voice was very teasing. From the direction it came from, a skinny man in fiery red clothes walked over. And the flame patterns on his body really represent his identity as a disciple of Tianhuan Valley. And his strength, in the middle stage of foundation building. Luo Mensin's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Forcing herself to remain calm, she said, "Senior brother from Tianhuan Valley, do you have anything to do?" "It's nothing. I will eliminate you if you don't want to, don't blame me for being rude. Come to rob." As expected. Robbing is undoubtedly the easiest way to get more special spiritual energy. A person may have more than 10 or 20 special spiritual energy. As long as you get rid of one person, you can get them all, saving a lot of effort. What to do? Luo Mensin's brain was working fast, weighing the pros and cons. At this time, Ye Fan's figure flashed in her mind. If it was Ye Fan, what would he do? Thinking of this, her mood gradually calmed down. She looked at the skinny disciple and asked, "Do you dare to swear that if I give you the special spiritual energy, you will definitely let me go?" "Swear? Ha 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 ha." The skinny disciple laughed when he heard this. "I was just considering it, didn't you hear me clearly, junior sister? Of course, if you, junior sister, serve me well, then I will swear this oath for you without hesitation." He hadn't finished speaking when suddenly a sound of breaking air came straight at his face. His face changed, and he used his spiritual weapon, a long sword, to chop it hard, only to see that a pill was split in half. And Luo Mensin had already escaped. "You still dare to escape? Let's see where you can escape to." He snorted coldly, and with a sound of air explosion, he suddenly moved and chased in the direction where Luo Mensin fled. As soon as Mu Yingrong entered the secret realm, she was deep in a bush of flowers. Before she could react, all the flowers came to life and launched intensive attacks on her. She fought her way out and suffered some minor injuries, but fortunately it was not serious. Moreover, there is a little good news. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. She gained a lot of special spiritual energy while fighting her way out. After recuperating for a while, just when she was thinking about whether to go back and continue killing those flowers, a crystal clear flower not far away attracted her attention. "Is this a 4th level spiritual herb?" Mu Yingrong's eyes lit up, ready to eliminate the danger, and then set out to pick. But she hadn't stood up yet. A figure in white gorgeous clothes, elegant to the extreme, and invaluable, rushed over to her. After seeing this figure, Mu Yingrong's pupils shrank sharply, and her face turned extremely pale in an instant. I don't know how many spirit beasts he killed. Not only did Ye Fan's swordsmanship progress rapidly, but the special spiritual energy on his body was also extremely rich. He left the scope of the ruins palace. And after he left, the palace collapsed with a bang. Outside the scope of the ruins palace, there is a dense forest. And Ye Fan had just stepped into the dense forest for a few steps. An arrow shot at him. Ye Fan grabbed the arrow with his bare hands, his eyes moved, locked a direction, and jumped out suddenly. The next moment, the arrowhead had already hovered in front of a golden armored soldier. Looking at the arrow tip that was only a finger away from his eyeballs and Ye Fan who was so close, the golden armored soldier almost peed directly. He even completely forgot that here, after death, he would just be teleported out. Which faction are you from? Ye Fan asked in a serious tone. I am from the Dacian dynasty. The golden armored soldier answered truthfully. Dacian dynasty. Ye Fan frowned. Do people from the Dacian dynasty dress like you? No, there were only about 90 people from the royal family who came to participate in the secret realm, so we were selected to assist in the secret realm, the golden armored soldier replied. Why did you shoot me? Ye Fan asked. Before we entered the secret realm, the latest order we received was to search for the disciples of the Chongsheng immortal sect in the secret realm and kill them. The golden armored soldier answered, and then he hurriedly said, that's all I know, please, let me go. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Puff 2.6 sizzle. The arrow suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes. He screamed and covered his eyes tightly. But after screaming for a long time, he suddenly realized, it didn't seem to hurt. He loosened his hands covering his eye sockets, and everything in front of him, was surprisingly back to the Blizzard Mountains. He finally remembered that if he was killed, he would be teleported out. He lay limp in the snow and breathed a long sigh of relief. After the golden armored soldier was eliminated, the few pitiful special spiritual energies on it were transferred to Ye Fan's body. Ye Fan dropped the arrow, and his eyes gradually became cold. Since the Dacian dynasty wants to hunt and eliminate them, then he can also hunt down the people of the Dacian dynasty. Chapter 96. 14th Prince. We have lost the jade token of one of our men. He should no longer be in the secret realm. A soldier in golden armor came forward and said to Huang Furan with a bow. Eliminated so quickly. Huang Furan shook his head and snorted coldly. What a waste. Time is limited. Gather everyone together quickly. Everything is based on rebuilding the spirit vein. The soldier in golden armor bowed. Yes, 14th Prince. In the forest, after killing the golden armored soldier, Ye Fan rushed towards the depths of the dense forest. But not too far ahead. Ye Fan suddenly felt a sense of resonance. He looked in the direction of the feeling. But he saw a spiritual herb growing there. It was humming faintly, as if calling Ye Fan to come and pick it. Ye Fan didn't know what kind of spiritual herb it was. But no matter what it is, take it away first. Putting it away directly, Ye Fan couldn't help but sigh that his luck was really good. He is worthy of being the son of destiny. Just as Ye Fan picked the spiritual medicine and prepared to continue hunting spiritual beasts and looking for Mu Yingrong and Luo Mensin, he heard a sound of chasing. 13. Junior sister, you run really fast. But it doesn't matter, just run slowly, there will come a time when you can't run anymore. Not only your special aura. And you. When the time comes, I will make you wish you were dead. You can't even get eliminated. Ha 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 ha. Ye Fan stepped forward and saw a man in a red robe chasing a woman. The woman was wearing the clothing of the Chongsheng immortal sect, with a nimble figure and a soft profile. Who else could it be but Luo Mensin? Damn it! Luo Mensin's pretty face was extremely pale. Her spiritual energy was almost exhausted and she was a little weak. If she continued like this, she would really be caught up in no time, just as the Tianhuan Valley disciples chasing her said. What should I do? A thought flashed through Luo Mensin's mind. Suicide. If she committed suicide now, she could leave the secret realm directly, so as not to be caught up later. Her thought gradually became stronger, and she had the urge to use her long sword. At this moment, she saw a figure in white clothes in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat at first. But then, she felt a sense of familiarity, and after seeing that familiar face, her vision suddenly became blurred. That was the tears that filled her eyes. Junior brother yet. She threw herself into the man's arms, tears no longer under control, falling like beads from a broken string. Ye Fan held her willow waist with his backhand and patted her back gently. I'm here, senior sister, it's okay. Behind. The disciple of Huan Valley that day saw this scene and stopped chasing. He squinted at Ye Fan and sneered. It turns out to be another junior brother of the Chongsheng Xian Zone. To read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. My junior sister, you ran so fast. I thought you were such a chaste and virtuous woman, but I didn't expect that you already had a lover. In that case, I will be even more rude. Not only will I be rude, I will also do this in front of your little mistress. Little mistress? No, junior brother, you have no objection, right? Ha 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 ha. Ye Fan ignored him and asked Luo Mensin in his arms softly, "Senior sister, what's going on?" "He wanted to steal my special spiritual energy, so I ran away." "Later, he wanted," Luo Mensin said with red eyes. "I understand." Yet, Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Being ignored, the disciple of Tianhuan Valley suddenly looked gloomy and gritted his teeth and said, "You are simply looking for death." After that, he rushed towards the two of them. He grabbed a rope out of thin air in his hand. "This is my spiritual weapon, the soul-binding rope." After being locked up by this rope, he could no longer use any spiritual energy at all, and he couldn't even commit suicide and leave. "You two, I'm going to play you into a pulp." He didn't quite understand Ye Fan's strength. He looked like an ordinary person, but he didn't care. After all, Luo Mensin was just in the initial stage of foundation building. How could her junior brother have such strong strength? As he spoke, he swung the rope in his hand, as if he had eyes, and rushed towards Ye Fan and the other two. He wanted to tie them up separately, and then play a very pleasant game. Of course, the only person who would be happy was himself. Thinking of this, a deep evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, just when his rope reached the two and was about to tie them up, Ye Fan suddenly stretched out his hand like lightning and grabbed the rope. The Tianhuan Valley disciple was shocked and subconsciously retracted his strength. But his strength did not pull the rope out of Ye Fan's hand. Instead, he pulled him towards Ye Fan in the air. He was shocked and tried to withdraw his strength, but at this time, Ye Fan on the other end of the rope suddenly exerted force, and he couldn't control himself and moved forward again. At the same time, Ye Fan rushed up like a cannonball, and came in front of him in the blink of an eye, and punched him in the face. This punch made the Tianhuan Valley disciple dizzy and dazed. He couldn't believe it and said, "How is it possible? How can you be so strong?" The only thing that answered his question was Ye Fan's next punch. Crack! This time, you can clearly hear the sound of the disciple's nose bridge being broken. He was hit in the air by this punch. Then, countless punches followed. The punches avoided the vital points, making him suffer terribly but not hurting his life at all. "Damn it!" The painful disciple yelled, and the qi in his body was flowing, and he was about to self-destruct. Of course, he was not really going to die. He could not bear this kind of pain, and wanted to end his life by self-destruction, give up the next opportunity, and leave the secret realm. By the way, he also took Ye Fan out with him. However, what he never expected was that when he just showed signs of self-destruction, Ye Fan directly picked up the rope, tied him up in a few seconds, and tied a knot. Under the suppressing effect of this bundle of spiritual ropes, the spiritual energy in his body that was about to self-destruct suddenly subsided. Chapter 97. No, how could this happen? No. The disciple was completely panicked. He knew too well what would happen to him after being tied up by the soul-binding rope. Just as he had just said to Ye Fan and the others. He could neither live nor die. But, this person had become himself. Ye Fan crushed his ankle with one foot. There was a crack. The sound of broken bones was heard. Then, the disciple of Tianhuan Valley screamed to the sky. "Ah!" The screams echoed in the air above the forest. After hearing it, many people nearby all silently distanced themselves from him. Then, Ye Fan stepped on his left ankle again, breaking it. "Ah!" The disciple's expression was extremely distorted, and he shouted hysterically, "Give me a quick death, give me a quick death." Looking at him, Ye Fan smiled. "Didn't you just say that you wanted to slowly turn the two of us into mud? If we were the ones begging for mercy here, would you give us a quick death?" Speaking of this, Ye Fan looked at Luo Mensin. "Senior sister, how is your swordsmanship?" "My swordsmanship is average," Luo Mensin replied. "Can you do it if you hit it more accurately?" "Yet?" Fan asked. "Of course you can." Luo Mensin nodded. Ye Fan raised the corner of his mouth and sneered next, "You have to listen to me, senior sister. You have to stab wherever I tell you to stab, and you have to cut wherever I tell you to cut. I guarantee that even if all his skin and flesh are cut off, his life will not be in danger." Seeing Ye Fan's devilish smile, the mental defense of the disciples of Tianhuan Valley completely collapsed. No, I was wrong, please, forgive me. Ah! I am a disciple of Tianhuan Valley. I am from the Chongsheng Immortal Sect. Just wait. When we get out, I will make you pay the price. Ah, please, stop cutting, kill me. After an unknown amount of time, a figure appeared outside the secret realm. His eyes were dull, and he was filled with pain and had no spirit at all. The leader of the Tianhuan Valley found him and went forward to check on him. However, he found that although he was not dead, his will had been completely wiped out. In other words, he had now become a walking corpse. How can this be? What happened? Captain Tianhuan Valley narrowed his eyes tightly and turned to look at the entrance to the secret realm that looked like a gate in the sky. Then, his gaze turned back to the disciple who was already as good as dead. This is bad. This man is the only grandson of the younger brother of the Tianhuan Valley ancestor, Huanlin. It is precisely because of this identity. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, it would be difficult for him to obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm even in the Chongsheng Immortal Sect, let alone in the more powerful Tianhuan Valley. And now he has become this living dead. This time, the trouble is a bit big. In the secret realm, a beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the starry night sky for the most part. It was extremely conspicuous and instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the secret realm. What is that? I know. When I came here, I heard the great elder say that there is a treasure about to be born in the secret realm. A treasure has been born? Why don't you hurry up? If you go too late, there will be no soup left. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. No, we won't go. Let's take this opportunity now to kill more spiritual beasts. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Treasures are born, let's get more spirit beasts. Otherwise, what? People from a small power like us would die if we went there. It would be better to kill more spirit beasts. When we rebuild our spirit veins later, we will have a chance to improve more. It seems so. Forget it, let's hurry up and hunt the spirit beasts. The geniuses of countless forces set out together and rushed towards the direction where the pillar of light appeared. And near the pillar of light, several groups of forces have already started fighting. The battle was extremely dangerous, and there was constant flashing of light, which was the light of those who were eliminated after being killed. And this time, Ye Fan's luck was still as good as before. The pillar of light was not far from where he and Luo Mensen were. Ye Fan was not in a hurry to explore what the light curtain was, but found a place to hide and observe secretly first. After observing for a while, Ye Fan found Mu Yingrong's figure observing secretly in a corner. Her hiding skills were indeed a bit worrying. Fortunately, they were at this angle, otherwise. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air was heard. Mu Yingrong was carefully watching the battle at the light column. The sudden sound made her scalp numb instantly, and there was a burst of lightning flashing around her body. But after she found that it was a pill flying over, she suddenly retracted the lightning that was about to explode, and caught the pill in her backhand. A top-grade Yuanling pill? Mu Yingrong was stunned. Who would use this thing as a hidden weapon? When she looked up, she saw Ye Fan sticking his head out of the dense canopy of a towering tree and waving at her. For some reason, the moment she saw Ye Fan, the tense heartstrings in her heart were instantly released, and a sense of security filled her heart for no reason. She moved without hesitation, her figure turned into a flash of lightning, and swept towards the big tree. Junior. Sister Mu. Luo Mensin greeted her happily. Senior sister Luo, junior brother Yet. Mu Yingrong nodded to the two, King Zhao. Senior sister Mu's concealment method needs some improvement. Ye Fan said. Mu Yingrong nodded awkwardly, and thought that if the people here were not Ye Fan and his group, but someone else, she would be in trouble. I know the end. Ye Fan pushed aside the leaves and continued to look outside. Seeing this, the two girls also continued to watch the show. After changing to another place and having two more people around her, Mu Yingrong looked outside, no longer tense all the time, and began to relax and watch. Which forces are these two groups from? Do you know, senior sisters? Ye Fan looked outside and asked in a low voice. I have no idea. Luo Mensin shook her head. She rarely left the sect. The one wearing green clothes should be a disciple of Sheng Yuan sect, and the one wearing purple clothes seems to be from Li Yulai Xian zone. Mu Yingrong said. Chapter 98. Sheng Yuan sect? Li Yulai Xian zone. Ye Fan and Luo Mensin both turned to look at Mu Yingrong. Mu Yingrong nodded. Well, I occasionally saw many forces in another incident, and I can probably tell their costumes apart. Sheng Yuan sect, mainly focusing on wood-based skills. The sect leader Yuan Liaosheng is a late-stage clone. As for the Liuli Immortal sect, it is a complicated sect after all. They are all female disciples with various paths. The cultivation level of the sect master Hua Liuli is the same as our sect master, both are at the peak of the spirit-severing realm. At the same time, she and our sect master are also sworn enemies. As for why, maybe it is because their names are somewhat hostile. Somewhat hostile names. Ye Fan was surprised. What names? Hua Liuli is called the Fire Fairy, and our sect master Lang Xuan is called the Ice Fairy. Said Mu Yingrong. Lang Xuan? Ice Fairy? The sect leader is a woman. Several question marks emerged in Ye Fan's mind. Why does the name Lang Xuan sound a little familiar? Their sect leader is actually a woman? And just as Ye Fan was surprised, the disciples of Sheng Yuan sect had almost all been defeated. Only one disciple was left struggling to hold on, but in the end he was still defeated and eliminated. Senior sister. 963. A female disciple looked at Hua Manlu, the female disciple headed by Liuli Xianzong. Hua Manlu nodded, flew up, and prepared to enter the light curtain. But at this moment, a loud shout sounded. Slut, stop being so presumptuous. As the words came, a burly man carrying a huge hammer came flying at Hua Manlu. Hua Manlu's face changed drastically, and he retreated violently. After landing gracefully, he stared at the burly man and chuckled. This laughter was extremely tempting, and it made people feel numb. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Senior Brother Guangdi from the War Madness Hall. Senior Brother Guangdi, we sisters have been fighting with the people from Shenjai Yuanmen for so long, it's so tiring. Could you please be so kind as to give this treasure to us sisters? Hua Manlu's words made Ye Fan feel a strange feeling. It was some unknown emotion that was aroused in his heart, making him want to be her slave willingly. The hammer man called Kuang Tai looked dazed, and it seemed that he was about to give way, but just before he was about to take a step, he suddenly came to his senses. He tightly grasped the handle of the hammer and gritted his teeth and said, "Witch, you dare to use such evil means, you are simply courting death." He raised the sledgehammer and killed Hua Manlu and others. Hua Manlu's charming face suddenly turned gloomy, and she raised her jade hand and swung it violently. Go! With a command, all the Liuli Xianzong disciples dressed in purple clothes set out with swords in hand. They cooperated with each other, and their fierce attacks were overwhelming and impenetrable. However, Kuang Tai was also a person who practiced physical cultivation. Countless sword chi swept over him, leaving only a few small blood marks on his body. His hammer showed no mercy at all. It was extremely fast and powerful. With one hammer, one was eliminated, and soon more than half of them, nearly 10 Liuli Xianzong disciples, were eliminated. Hua Manlu obviously didn't expect it to be so difficult, but she was not afraid. She twisted her long sword and floated up. With a light sword, her sharp aura exploded instantly, full of murderous intent. Her aura was actually at the peak of foundation building. Kuang Tai sensed Hua Manlu's powerful aura and realized that this sword was not something he could resist with his physical body. He swung his hammer and smashed it. Boom! The terrifying aura of the collision exploded. A hole was blown up on the ground. This Kuang Tai will most likely win. Ye Fan said as he looked at the two people fighting. Although Kuang Tai was alone, this was the world of immortal cultivation, and the victory or defeat of a battle was not determined by the number of people. Ye Fan could feel it. Although Kuang Tai's body forging realm was far inferior to his own, his strength had also reached the peak of foundation building. In terms of combat power, it was difficult for a body forging cultivator to defeat an ordinary cultivator. After all, the attack methods of a body forging cultivator were too scarce. But that was after the cultivation strength reached the golden core stage or above. In the foundation building stage, even if it was at the peak of the foundation building stage, an ordinary cultivator would have no chance of defeating a body forging cultivator at the peak of the foundation building stage. It is impossible for a cultivator to get the slightest advantage, unless he controls a high-grade spiritual weapon. To read the novels of Bao Shuang, go to Philo Novel Network. The two girls were not very optimistic about Kuang Tai. When they heard what Ye Fan said, they all frowned in surprise. But soon, they found out that what Ye Fan said was right. Hua Manlu could not attack Kuang Tai at all. Although the attacks were fierce, they were all blocked by the big iron hammer in Kuang Tai's hand. Kuang Tai was not only unharmed, but also took away several disciples of Liu Xian's own. On the other hand, Hua Manlu's own spiritual energy consumption was already not small. This beam of light is so conspicuous. If it continues like this, people in the distance will also come here. No. We must fight quickly and decisively. Hua Manlu narrowed her eyes deeply, flipped her hand, and took out a magic sword. Fourth grade spiritual weapon. Seeing this sword, Mu Yingrong couldn't help but exclaimed. Ye Fan frowned slightly, he didn't expect that she really had a high-level spiritual weapon. Now, the situation of the battle is about to be reversed. A fourth-grade spiritual weapon sword. After seeing the sword, Kuang Tai's face suddenly changed, and the next moment he turned around and ran away without hesitation. He realized that he had no chance of winning. Rather than staying and being eliminated from the secret realm by a sword, it would be better to run away directly, and still have a chance to rebuild his spiritual veins. Oh, coward! Hua Manlu did not chase him, but just laughed disdainfully and put away his sword. This sword consumes too much energy. Since the opponent has already run away, there is no need to waste your own energy to attack him. Getting the treasure first is the main thing. Hua Manlu rushed towards the sky-high light column again. This time, there was no roar. But another blue trident broke through the air and pierced Hua Manlu's heart. Hua Manlu's face changed drastically again and he retreated violently. At the same time, after seeing this trident, Mu Yingrong, who was hiding behind the tree canopy, turned pale for some reason. Chapter 99. The trident pierced deeply into the ground. In a flash, a figure in a white and luxurious robe with blue patterns as embellishment appeared beside the trident. He pulled up the trident with one hand, and the tip of the trident pointed at Hua Manlu and the few remaining Liu Xian's own disciples. The peak of Foundation building. Sensing the surging spiritual energy fluctuations of the other party, Hua Manlu narrowed his fox eyes and pretended to be a flattering master and asked in a voice, "This young man looks unfamiliar. I wonder which faction he is from? Maybe there is some friendship between our two sects. You are not worthy of knowing what kind of power I am. You are just a small Liu immortal sect, and you are not worthy of having any relationship with the power behind me. You just need to remember. I am the one who will end your journey to the secret realm." The man in the white robe spoke with a strong sense of pride, looking down on Hua Manlu and other Liu Xian's own disciples. Arrogant. Hua Manlu was such a proud person, how could she tolerate such contempt, especially when it involved the sect? She held her sword horizontally and stabbed it out. In an instant, the sword light was dripping. You dare to use such a petty trick to embarrass yourself? The man in the white robe shouted coldly, and the trident spun wildly in his palm, airtight, effortlessly blocking all the sword lights. Take this sword. Realizing that the opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination, Hua Manlu dared not be arrogant anymore. He replaced the long sword in his hand with the fourth-level spiritual weapon. With one strike of the sword, a huge flower bloomed in the sky. A fourth-grade spiritual weapon, plus a mysterious grade magic skill. Seeing this mighty sword, the man in the gorgeous white robe finally became serious. But there was still no fear on his face. The trident in his hand burst into a blue light, and it was also a fourth-grade spiritual weapon. And unlike Hua Manlu's fourth-grade low-grade spiritual weapon, his trident was a fourth-grade top-grade one. He held the trident in one hand and raised his hand. In an instant, a huge blue translucent trident appeared out of thin air in the sky. Hua Manlu's pupils shrank greatly, and the confidence she had gained from the fourth-grade spiritual weapon and the Xian-grade top-grade magic skills suddenly disappeared without a trace. Her magic skills and spiritual weapon were of extremely high quality. And the man in the white robe was even higher than him. Not only was his spiritual weapon of the fourth-grade top-grade, his magic skills were also of the Xian-grade top-grade. Boom! The flower with the sharp sword energy collided with the huge trident. A strong spiritual shock wave was immediately generated, and a cloud of dust flew everywhere. Hua Manlu vomited a mouthful of blood, and her face was extremely sickly pale. But she still held some hope in her heart. After all, a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation building realm, using a fourth-grade top-grade spiritual weapon and a Xian-grade top-grade magic skill at one time must have consumed a lot of energy. Although she had lost her combat power and was seriously injured, she could do nothing even if the other party was exhausted, but she was not alone. Behind her were 3 Liu Xian's own disciples. Although their cultivation was not very high, they had no problem dealing with an exhausted opponent. She was ready to order the disciples to attack the white-robed disciple. But after the dust cleared and she saw the opponent, Hua Manluo's expression changed drastically again. How can it be? How could you still have such abundant spiritual power? She asked in disbelief. Ha! The man in fancy clothes sneered and said, don't you know what the spiritual root gap is? I have a top-grade C spiritual root, and I have the best chance of reshaping an earth spiritual root in this secret realm. How can I compare with a special spiritual root like yours? Top grade C spiritual root. Hua Manluo couldn't help but tremble. She knew that she must have failed this time. She regretted a little, why did she fight for this hot potato, but now it was too late to regret. She stared at the man in gorgeous clothes and gritted her teeth and said, do you dare to tell me your name and where you come from? To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Why not? The man in fancy clothes sneered, but I told you, you don't deserve to know. After that, he raised the trident in his hand. 4 blue blade lights whistled out. Including Hua Liulai, the only 4 remaining Liulai Xianzong disciples on the scene all turned into a white light and disappeared into the secret realm. Rubbish! The man in gorgeous clothes snorted disdainfully, and then walked directly towards the white beam of light. Ye Fan squinted his eyes and watched all this. He was weighing the pros and cons, whether he had the need to fight for this secret treasure. This man in gorgeous clothes was very strong. But Ye Fan was confident that he could defeat the other party with his own strength and the glazed pure fire. It just might take some time. And during this period of time, someone else would definitely arrive. This is what Ye Fan was worried about. By then, the crazy mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole is behind, frequently nesting dolls, and eventually trapping himself in, it would be more trouble than gain. In the end, Ye Fan decided to wait a little longer. He had a hunch. This person couldn't get this secret treasure. Of course. Even if he waited for this person to get it, it would not be too late for him to go up and grab it. Mu Yingrong looked at Ye Fan's expression, vaguely aware of his intention, and whispered, Junior brother Ye, do you also want to fight for this secret treasure? Ye Fan nodded. Mu Yingrong shook her head vigorously and said, Junior brother Ye, don't. Ye Fan was full of questions. What don't want? Don't want what? Mu Yingrong realized that she seemed to be a little ambiguous, her pretty face blushed, and explained, this person is very strong, you may not be his opponent, there is no need to take risks. After all, it is important to stay in the secret realm and strive to obtain the qualification to reshape the spirit vein. Senior Sister Mu, do you recognize this man? Ye Fan asked. Mu Yingrong's face flashed a little unnatural, but she still nodded and said, yes, his name is Emperor Mu Ying, he is the prince of the Linhai dynasty, his mother is a noble of the Sea clan, with a strong bloodline talent and a rare and top-grade sea spirit root. The characteristic of the sea spirit root is that the spiritual energy is as endless as the sea water, and he has a 4th-level spiritual weapon in his hand, death. Chapter 100. Mu? Ye Fan caught the unnatural look on Mu Yingrong's face. Hearing the surname Mu again, he realized something and frowned slightly. As for the nobles of the Sea clan, the top-grade sea spiritual roots, and the long-lasting spiritual energy, Ye Fan didn't care at all. Top-grade special spiritual roots? Not even comparable to earth spiritual roots. Can it be compared with heavenly spiritual roots? 4-section top-grade spiritual tools? Xian level top-grade magic skills? Can it be compared with the heaven level middle-grade sword tactics and the 7th level top-grade spiritual sword? At this time, Emperor Mu Ying, who was holding a halberd and carrying it behind him, had come to the light column. He stretched out his hand and tried to touch the light column. But suddenly, an arrow whistled in. As expected. Seeing this scene, Ye Fan said in his heart. Emperor Mu Ying 390 waved his hand casually and blocked the arrow. But then, another rain of arrows followed. Golden arrow. Daqian dynasty. Emperor Mu Ying looked at the golden arrows flying all over the sky, narrowed his eyes and muttered something, then raised the trident in his hand and waved it towards the sky. There was a wave in the air, and countless water droplets condensed into the shape of arrows, which also shot towards the sky. All the arrows that were shot at were blocked. Snapped. Snapped. Pa! A round of applause sounded. As expected of the son who had the support of the Sea Source Holy Land and had taken over the throne of the Linhai dynasty, Prince Mu was only 17 years old, but he already possessed such strength, which was simply jaw-dropping. Huang Furan came up with a group of golden-armored soldiers. The 14th prince of the Dacian dynasty, Huang Furan. Emperor Muying narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you planning to snatch things from me?" Huang Furan nodded without hesitation, "Yes. We are going to snatch things from you." As he spoke, he sneered, "Not only will I snatch things, I will also eliminate you from the secret realm. Lest you, a genius with top-grade special spiritual roots, really obtain Earth spiritual roots, then our Dacian dynasty will be in danger." Emperor Muying snorted coldly, "Just you? What can I do with you?" Boom! Huang Furan's aura of oppression exploded. "Golden elixir? You?" Emperor Muying's expression finally changed. "Yes, it is the golden elixir." Huang Furan sneered and said, "Prince Mu, please forgive me for being rude." After that, a long sword appeared in his hand. He came behind Emperor Muying in a flash and slashed with it. Ding! Emperor Muying actually blocked such a fast sword, which surprised Huang Furan. "You are indeed a genius. If you can block this, I will never let you go." He twisted his long sword and slashed it down with great force. After Emperor Muying blocked it again, he narrowed his eyes and questioned Huang Furan. "Huang Furan, you know that my mother is from the Haiwan Holy Land, and you still dare to attack me. So what if your mother is from the Haiwan Holy Land?" Huang Furan laughed. "Our Dacian dynasty still belongs to the sphere of influence of the Deluo Holy Land. No matter how strong the strong men of your Sea clan are, do you dare to step in?" Emperor Muying frowned and gritted his teeth and said, "Very good, then let's see who will have the last laugh. Although you are a Jindan, don't think that I am really afraid of you." While speaking, a layer of blue light lit up around Emperor Muying, and with a bang, his aura exploded. It turned out that his aura had also broken through to the Jindan stage. Breakthrough? How is it possible? Huang Furan's face changed drastically. He had relied on the gap between the Jindan stage and the foundation building stage to defeat Emperor Muying. If Emperor Muying broke through, the situation would be reversed instantly. No. How could it be possible to break through the Jindan stage so quickly and with so little noise? Feeling Emperor Muying's unstable Jindan aura, he sneered. It turned out to be a secret method. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The secret method is enough to deal with you. Emperor Muying snorted coldly, exerted force on his hands, and the trident directly repelled Huang Furan. Then, he floated into the air, stood in the air, pointed the trident in his hand directly at Huang Furan, and several sharp blue lights suddenly burst out. Huang Furan's figure flashed, the long sword in his hand floated, and brilliant golden light fell. Boom! At the moment of the blast, Huang Furan only felt a sweetness in his throat, and his face changed suddenly. He was actually injured. To deal with an opponent who relied on secret methods to improve his cultivation, he was injured with just one strike? He couldn't believe it. Although the opponent was holding a 4th-grade spiritual weapon, his realm was real. Huang Furan's heart was in a panic. He knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely lose. Not to mention eliminating Emperor Muying. In the end, he would be the one to be eliminated. "Let's do it together!" he shouted. All the golden armored soldiers started to fight. With more people against fewer people, Emperor Muying was at a disadvantage for a while. But soon, the situation gradually turned around. The golden armored soldiers were eliminated one by one. The situation once again became a one-on-one battle between Huang Furan and Emperor Muying. Deep Sea Heavy Halberd. Emperor Muying raised his hand and swung the halberd, and the blue halberd in the air was formed again. Compared with the last time, this halberd was even more terrifying. The might it carried almost made Huang Furan lose his breath. Xian level ultimate magic skill. It's bad. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. In order to enter the secret realm, he also took a 4th level spiritual weapon. Although the grade was not as good and it was not completely refined, it could still resist in front of it. But this Xian level ultimate magic skill. The highest magic skill he practiced was only Xian level middle grade. It's not that he is not qualified to practice it, but he has been madly improving his cultivation for the secret realm, and he has never practiced any magic skills. The huge blue trident has fallen. He can only run away. Huang Furan did not hesitate, burst out at full speed, turned around and ran away. At the same time, a stream of light fell. "Wow, it's so lively, let me see who this is." Huang Furan. The person who came was none other than Liu Ziteng. After seeing clearly that the person who fled was Huang Furan, his face suddenly fell, and he asked in a serious voice, Huang Furan, it's such a coincidence to meet you, where is the ambush you agreed on? How come there's no sign of anyone? Lu Ziteng? We have been waiting until the secret realm is opened, but we haven't seen any trace of your sex people. What's going on? This prince wants to ask you. If you enjoy the content in this channel, support me in Ko-fi, so I can upload more videos. The link in the description.